exercise and breathing 100% oxygen into their suits, the two spacewalking astronauts today include Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency. He is in the suit on the right that you see getting fitted with a safer unit. This is simplified aid for EVA rescue. Also joining him is NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough, taking on this EV2 role, wearing the suit with white stripes or the unmarked suit. The two are planned for a 6.5-hour expedition outside of the International Space Station today to complete some of the work they started just a few days ago on June 16th. They began outfitting the station's 2B power channel. This is a power channel on the far port side of the International Space Station that faces the space-facing side, the nadir side. You see on the far right of your screen is the solar augmentation plan. There are solar arrays, 6 sets of solar arrays that are planned to augment the station's existing power supply. They're working on the 2B power channel, which is actually the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station. Today is spacewalk. They'll be finishing up some of the work to install and deploy the solar array that's currently out on the mounting bracket of the 2B power channel, and they'll start some of the prep work to begin the installation of a solar array on the 4B power channel. They won't quite move it out to the 4B channel yet. They'll just get it unbolted from the flight support equipment in preparation for another spacewalk that's scheduled for later in the week, currently June 25th, to complete the work on the 4B channel. The solar arrays themselves were delivered recently on SpaceX CRS-22. Folded in half, and when fully deployed, today's procedures will be unfolding them. They'll be 15 feet wide. Then when they actually deploy and roll up the solar array, they'll shadow most of the existing solar arrays and extend 60 feet upward. Once fully extended, they'll be able to generate about 20 kilowatts of energy. With the 6 planned as part of this augmentation plan, this will provide an additional 120 kilowatts of power to the International Space Station.
なんか前回の EVA でちょっとトラブルがいろいろ発生したようで、はい、こんばんは。
You see in the background there, Megan MacArthur getting Thomas Pesquet fitted into the crew lock. Pesquet will take the EV1 position. It'll be his responsibility to open the hatch and the thermal cover. He'll also be the first one to exit for today's spacewalk.
星出さんがノンスリーブで頑張っています。頭に鉢巻きしてほしかったんですが。
This provides propulsion to the astronauts should they become untethered, but you see the tethered are configured on their body restraint tether on the forward end of their spacesuits now. They'll do a tether check before exiting the spacecraft and remain tethered throughout the duration of today's 6.5-hour planned spacewalk. Today's work sites are out on the Port 6 truss. They'll be making their way out of the Quest airlock and along the Port 6 truss. They're awaiting on the 2B power channel, the 2B channel work site you see on the far right of your screen, on the tip of a mounting bracket which were installed on spacewalks earlier this year, completed in March. There is a solar array waiting for them. It is in a folded configuration and a temporary stowed position. After attempting to deploy it on the previous EVA, they were unable to deploy it by the end of the spacewalk. A little bit of configuration and troubleshooting some of those steps from the previous spacewalk. The teams are ready to execute the procedures today to unfold the array that's at that 2B channel work site and deploy it as part of today's procedures. Here is the array currently in its folded position. This is what it looks like out at the work site. Again, it's in a temporary stowed position. Part of the procedures will be to hard mate it to the mounting bracket, followed by unfolding it and torquing some pins that are in the middle of the solar arrays to keep it in that unfolded position. There are two bolts that need to be unscrewed in order to deploy the 60-foot solar arrays that'll extend while the two spacewalkers are out at the worksite. Once the work out at the P6 truss is complete, the 2B channel and the 4B channel that they'll complete later in the week, and of course start the preparations for during today's spacewalk, they'll be working with some of the modification kits. You see with the CAD drawing off on the left side of your screen was a modification kit that was mounted to the mast canister of both the 4B and the 2B work sites, where they're installing the two solar arrays that were delivered recently on SpaceX CRS-22. Again, there is a solar array out at the mounting bracket of the 2B channel. The other solar array is currently at the tip of the robotic arm on a flight support equipment. They'll be working to unbolt some of the bolts that are keeping it restrained to that before ingressing for today's spacewalk, and they'll address that solar array at the last spacewalk, Spacewalk 76. This is a graphic of what the solar array will look like once it is deployed. Again, it is in that folded position, so this is what it will look like when it is unfolded. Again, they have a series of bolts. There are 8 bolts that will keep it mounted to the mounting bracket, and another 2 bolts that will be used. They're delicate pins that'll have to use. The spacewalkers will have to use a torque wrench to unscrew those, and those 2 pins will deploy the 60-foot solar arrays.
確保できるぐらい進歩したんでしょうかね。
The primary task of today's spacewalk is getting that solar array on the 2B channel deployed. That is the #1 task for today, and that will be the first of their work site. They'll, of course, grab some crew lock bags that carry some of the equipment that they'll be using out at the work site, including a pistol grip tool that'll take up a lot of their work, driving a few bolts and even undriving some, as well as that torque wrench in order to deploy the solar arrays. And with what time they have, they will work on preparing for the 4B channel. Again, there is another solar array that's out on the end of the station's robotic arm. They'll just unscrew some bolts, getting a head start on some of the procedures needed to move it from the flight support equipment that's at the end of that robotic arm over to the 4B channel. Now you're seeing Shane Kimbrough, EV2 for today, getting outfitted with the Safer Unit Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. This is the final step on the
太陽電池のクオリティも上がってますからね。もう20年20年も経ってないか。20年ぐらいで恐ろしく進歩しますからね。
and allows them to breathe that 100% oxygen and prevent any symptoms of the bends. They've been doing that for quite some time, now getting a head start, a little bit ahead on the timeline, getting an early start on getting into the crew lock today. This is the final steps, installing that safer unit before Shane Kimbrough makes his way into the crew lock, where Thomas Pesquet is currently positioned.
星空できる天気がやってこないもんですから。
The IROSAs, or ISS rollout solar arrays that are being used for augmenting the station's power as part of this planned augmentation plan to get 6 new solar arrays outfitted on the International Space Station, providing additional power for years to come and continue those scientific experiments. The same technology will be used at an outpost that will be orbiting the moon called the Gateway. These solar arrays on the space station are about 15 feet wide, fit nicely into the unpressurized trunk of the SpaceX Dragon that delivered them up earlier this year. The solar arrays that you see here on this graphic of the Gateway are 32 feet wide, more than twice as wide. They'll be providing about 30 kilowatts of power each when the Gateway is in its final configuration. That will be an outpost around the moon as part of NASA's Artemis program to create a sustained human presence around and on the lunar surface.
月に周回してるんだこんなの。
And we'll be getting a taste of that technology today once the two spacewalking astronauts, again, that's Thomas Pesquet taking the EV1 position, and Shane Kimbrough, who you're seeing on your screen now, EV2, will be deploying the first of the 6 planned solar arrays
ね、
that
宇
will
宙
augment the
に
station's
行
power.
ければね、いつでも星が見放題なんですが。
こんばんは。
はい、こんばん
エヴァ
は。
配信嬉しいですけど、明日大丈夫ですか？
明日休み
テレ
です。
ビもだいぶラグが。
The USOS astronauts you see in the frame, Aki Hoshide off to the left of your screen, and
は
Megan
出せないっ
MacArthur
す。
making the final push of Shane Kimbrough into the crew
出せ
lock.
るん
They
で
have
し
a
たっけ？
direct line of communication with the spacewalking astronauts now. They are taking the primary job of getting them configured.
英語の字幕なら出ますね。ただこれ字幕入れると私が英語が分からなくなってしまうという。
ありがとうございます。英語で大丈夫です。名詞と数字がわかる程度で。
ですね。
そうです。
そうなんですよ。ヒアリングと目で見るのと混じっちゃうと余計意味が分からなくなっちゃうっていう。
月面ライブ配信チャンネルありますよね。さっきの衛星からの映像なのかな？
月面ライブなんてあるんですか今。あれいつの間に打ち上がったんでしょうねそんなの。今日はなんかみんな総出で準備してますね。前回ちょっとトラブルがあったみたいなんで。いや、ですね。
from left to right, Mark Vandehei, Aki Hoshide, and Megan MacArthur, all unsuited and aiding the two spacewalking astronauts in the final steps of getting them pushed into the
今日ちょっ
station's
と
crew
本
lock.
来お休みする予定だったんですが、
They'll be moving all of their equipment,
ちょっと本が読みたい
umbilicals
の
and
で、
tethers out of the way, making sure they're in a good
私本を読みな
configuration
がら
as Kimbrough and
たまに参加する感じ
Pesquet
で
will remain in
皆
this
さんで盛り上
position
がってください。
as the USOS astronauts close the hatch between the equipment lock and the crew lock. The next steps here are the depressurization sequence. You'll hear a lot of the tether configurations being
読まなきゃならない本が山積みになってしまいま
identified
した。
through the space to
ちょっ
ground
と消化していか
communications,
ないと。
making sure that tethers are in a good configuration before they exit the hatch. They'll have a series of steps to control station's water and power supply, now being provided to the suits through umbilicals. Once they switch the suits over to battery power, that'll be the official start time of today's spacewalk.
今からこの放波船外活動なのですね。
ですね、もう宇宙服は着ているので、中に奥の方に見える白いスーツをもう着てますね。 今裸でスーツ着ずに
こんばんは。船外活動ライブすごいですね。ありがとうございます。
見えてる人は、はい、こんばんは。
いってらっしゃい。
なんか星空が全然できないので、すごいローアングル撮影になってるけど大丈夫かな。
正確にハステーション初期起動ゲートウェイで2022年から建造が開始される予定です。
あ、まだ夢の話ですか。まあもう月に行くっていう方向性は出ちゃってるので、
スーツの人が船外活動なのですね。
そうですね。で、周りにたかってる人は準備を手伝ってる人たちです。まだこれから減圧がありますんで、減圧多分20分ぐらいハッチ閉まってからかかっちゃうと思うんですよね。だから8時、外出るのは8時過ぎてからかな。
今回跳ねないですかな。わら。
今回一応予定は6時間半の予定なんで、早めに終わってくれたらいいなと。
こんばんは。お風呂から上がってきたら船外活動ライブ配信ありがとうございます。嬉しいです。
はい、こんばんは。星出さん、あれかな、ワークアウト中だったかな。
わーい、星出さんだ。SLS を使うのでそっちがどうなるかで。
ああ、そうなんですか。SLS の調子どうなんですかね。そろそろ行きそうですか。そうは言ってもまだスペース X も2回しか友人やってないので、
ラフな服装ですね。わら。
これたまにね、星出さん鉢巻きする時があるんだよな。鉢巻きしてほしかったっす。
今年上がると
For
は
those
言われ
just
てます
joining,
けど
you're getting a
ね。
live look at the
いけ
inside
そう
of
なん
the
ですかね。
International Space Station. At the forward end of the frame here is JAXA astronaut, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide. Behind him is NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei taking the lead as the suit IV, or the lead for getting our two spacewalking astronauts ready for today's spacewalk. And in the background, pushing the two spacewalkers into the crew lock and getting all of their tethers, umbilicals, and equipment configured. Before closing the hatches, NASA astronaut Megan McArthur. Our two spacewalking astronauts today are Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency taking the EV1 position. He'll be wearing the suit with the red stripes on the thighs. And NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough, EV2. He'll be wearing the suit with the white stripes, or the unmarked suit. Both of them will be completing the work on the 2B power channel. There is currently an IROSA ISS rollout solar array that's positioned on a mounting bracket on the 2B channel. That's the Earth-facing side on the station's farthest port truss. It is in a folded position and a temporary stow position. The two spacewalking astronauts will complete the installation, unfold it, and deploy the 2B power channel's ISS rollout solar array. They'll also begin some of the prep work to unbolt the solar array that's currently at the end of the station's robotic arm. That solar array will be used to upgrade the station's 4B channel. Though they won't move the solar array out to that position during today's spacewalk, they'll do it on a future spacewalk currently scheduled for next Friday, the 25th. They'll move the solar array from the end of the station's robotic arm to its position on the 4B channel and deploy it, completing the sequence of upgrading the P6 truss, the two solar arrays you see at the far right of this graphic.
Well, なんか前回ちょっと船外宇宙服の調子が悪くなっちゃったみたいで。
making sure they're all set and ready to go as NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur closes the hatch between the equipment lock and the crew lock. Now that everything is configured on the back end of that hatch, all their tethers are in a good configuration, the umbilicals are out of the way, and they have all the equipment that they need for today's spacewalk. They'll be closing the hatch and entering into the depressurization sequence.
月ステーションを大きくしていく感じなんですかね。あ、今ハッチが閉まりましたね。
Then I will take the lead of walking those astronauts through the first part of the depressurization sequence. From here in the room, Jenny Seide will take the role of the ground IV. You'll be hearing her voice from here in Mission Control Houston, Canadian Space Agency astronaut. She'll be the one walking our two spacewalking astronauts through today's steps. You're getting a look at the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where there is currently a handover period.
すごいな、双子にしか
Flight
見え
Director
ない。
Adi Boulos has been working with the flight control teams, getting our two spacewalking astronauts ready for today's spacewalk. He's currently about to hand it over to Flight Director Ron Spencer, you see at the far right of your screen. He'll be leading the teams for today's spacewalk. Josh Kutrick is today's Capcom. He was leading the astronauts through the first part of their procedures. And you see Jenny Seide there next to Josh Kutrick at the Capcom position standing up. She will be the voice you're hearing.
星出さんは意外と職人っぽい動きが。
is the ground IV.
はい、
It's
こ
the
んばん
voice
は。
of mission control.
もう
As
全
all
然
the
星
teams are
空がで
working
きま
through the
せん。
various procedures of today's spacewalk, she'll be the one translating that up to the two spacewalking astronauts. Again, Thomas Pesquet from the European Space Agency and Shane Kimbrough, NASA astronaut.
星出宇宙飛行士派船長でしたね。
今もう船長になったんでしたっけ？
双子ですね。わら。
Airlock on 1, steps 72 and 73 are completed.
あくまでゲートウェイ派火星に行くための拠点で ISS と違って常時人がいるわけじゃないらしいです。
そうなんですか。え、火星に行くんですか？月はどうなったって感じですよね。
Going back to the room correction, Flight Director Marcos Flores is the flight director of the Orbit 1 shift. He was leading the teams for walking the astronauts through the pre-breathe procedures, getting them set up and ready to go into the crew lock, which is now, the hatches is closed. He's handing over to Flight Director Ron Spencer. You see NASA astronaut Drew Feustel next to Jenny Seide. Jenny, again, is the ground IV for today. Her voice will be used to communicate all the procedures up to the two spacewalking astronauts. Drew Feustel will be the Capcom. It'll be his job to talk to the crew on the inside of the International Space Station.
そのうち減圧が始まると思います。
こんばんは。
はい、こんばんは。
ス き花左派本来行く気ないけど大統領令で行けって言われたから仕方なく行くみたいな感じです。以前は1時間以上減圧してたんですが、かなり短くなりましたね。
そうですね。
コン
運動を
コンコン
しながら、
コンこんばんは。
運動しながら、酸素100%だったかなを吸いながらやると結構プレブリージング短くできるということが分かったみたいで、まあでも5年ぐらい前からもう20分ぐらいまで短縮してましたけどね。はい、こんばんは。
星出さんの笑顔。
星出さんも EVA やってほしいんですけど、あれなんでしたっけ、船長は基本やらないんでしたっけね。
行く気がないんですね。私は、行ってみたい。わら。4月28日に星出宇宙飛行士花。
ってことはもう行った瞬間に船長になったんでしたっけ。
Station Houston on 1, step 76 is complete. Your go for step 77. Picking up at 77. Shane, on the UIA, switch the depress pump. Check the switch. Depress pump power is off. Depress pump power is on.
やっぱり宇宙配信いい
Check the
ね
depress pump. Enable LED is on. Enable LED is on.
ちょっと私本読みたいので皆さんで盛り上がっていただけると嬉しいんですが。
これカンさん、皆様こんばんは、お疲
はい、
れ
こんばん
様。
は。
Copy, standby one. And Station Houston, probably be just a few more minutes. We're going through the go for a depress pull here momentarily, and then we'll be giving you the new team to take you through the depress.
Copy, thanks.
On your screen, you're seeing NASA astronaut Mark Van de High. He's walking the crew on the other side of the hatch. That's Thomas Pesquet and Shane Kimbrough through the steps to get ready for opening the hatch and beginning today's spacewalk. On the ground, the voice you were hearing was Joshua Kutrick. He's the Capcom for the Orbit 1 teams. The teams now are currently polling a go for depress, making sure the suit, the station, and all the procedures of the teams are ready for depressurizing the station's vestibule. On the other side of that hatch, the crew lock, that won't begin today's spacewalk officially. It'll depressurize down to 5 pounds per square inch and then hold at 5 psi. Make sure that there are no leaks. They'll do a short leak check, make sure everything is good to proceed down to vacuum, and they'll begin today's spacewalk once they switch to battery power.
Con. 皆さんと見る宇宙配信、楽しいです。
And the teams here in Mission Control for the Orbit 1 team pulled go for proceeding with
まあオバマ時
depressurization.
代
They're
は
now in the
火
middle of
星
a
に行くって
handover
ずっと言っ
period
て
to
ま
hand
したか
over
ら
to the
ね。
Orbit 2 team, where Flight Director Ron Spencer will lead the teams through the duration of today's 6.5-hour planned spacewalk to finalize the installation and
はい、こんばん
deploy
は。
a solar array, the IROSA, that's out on the station's 2B power channel.
到着が4月23日だったので行ってすぐ船長になったみたいですね。
ってことは途中で変わると思うんですが。はい、こんばんは。
こんばんは。宇宙配信ありがとうございます。
はい、こんばんは。
訂正24日到着。
Again, on board the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Mark Vande Hei there in the foreground, and in the background, NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur waiting patiently for the teams here in Mission Control Houston to hand over to the teams that are taking over for the duration of today's spacewalk. Led by Flight Director Ron Spencer, there is a team here ready to take our two spacewalking astronauts, Thomas Pesquet and Shane Kimbrough, through the 6.5-hour planned spacewalk to finalize the deployment, the installation and deployment of a solar array that's out at the 2B power channel. They will take the two spacewalking astronauts through the final steps to depressurize the station's or the crew lock's vestibule. That's on the other side of that hatch. The crew lock itself will depressurize from the same pressure of the International Space Station, just above 14 pounds per square inch. About 14.2 is what it's sitting at now. And they'll bring it down to 5 pounds per square inch, 5 psi, to perform a leak check.
後ろで聞こえる虫の音も癒されます。ダブルギャップ。笑。
The spacewalk will officially begin when the suits are switched to battery power. Some of the configuration you're hearing from the crew, or that you have heard recently from the crew, was configuring some of the switches that are on the umbilical interface assembly. This is on the inside of the crew lock where the two spacewalking astronauts are now. This is their suits now are connected by umbilical to the International Space Station itself, providing data and power, some cooling, all through that umbilical unit. Once they switch to battery power, they will to disconnect from relying on the station's data power and water systems, and they'll be free to move about the outside of the International Space Station.
まあ船長といってもNASA サイドだけの話でロシア側は知らんよそんなことっていう感じだったと思うんですが、でも日本人2人目気持ちいいと思いますよ。日本人2人目の船長なんで、あと、まあ、野口さんがもう一回行ければワンチャンかな。
宇宙だと髪の毛派大変そうだ。
まあ、頭洗えないですからね。髪の毛長いと大変だと思います。
そうなると野口さんもエヴァできない。笑。
まあでも星出さんは相当NASA でも仕事してるんで。
For those just tuning in, NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei, you see to the left of your screen in the foreground, and NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur patiently waiting for the ground teams here in Mission Control Houston to hand over to the Orbit 2 teams led by Flight Director Ron Spencer. It'll be the teams here that will lead the spacewalking astronauts and the crew inside through the remainder of today's spacewalk, and of course all of the activities happening inside the International Space Station. Teams should be wrapping up their handover procedures now. We'll be hearing some calls up to the crew on board the International Space Station, handing over to the new teams, and the crew will be able to continue walking the two spacewalking astronauts on the other side of the hatch. The hatch is now closed. On the other side of that hatch, Thomas Pesquet and Shane Kimbrough also patiently waiting for the next steps to configure their suits using the umbilical interface assembly to switch over to battery power, configure their suits, and make sure everything is set as the crew lock depressurizes once it's given a go. Ground teams have pulled and are go to begin that depressurization sequence, which is set to begin shortly after communications is reestablished with the crew patiently awaiting inside the equipment lock.
ちなみに船外服ってどっかで更新されたんでしたっけね。
Airlock Houston on 1, you have a go in step 80.
Copy, Jenny, go in step 80. We will step onto the crew lock depress card.
Concur.
And Thomas, as you heard, we have a go for the crew lock depress cue card, so we'll start in step 1, and I'll take you through to step 14 before handing over to Jenny. So in step 1, Shane, on the UIA, switch the depress pump power to on. You're going to wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
どうしても自動翻訳だとトーマスになっちゃうんだね。トーマスでいいんでしたっけ、綴りは。
Okay, there's 10 seconds. I'm going to go open with the LAN also. It's open.
Okay, you can expect an alert tone. Monitor your suit P gauge is less than 5.5.
Copy, copy.
And with just a few short steps and handing over to the Orbit 2 teams. You heard Jenny Seide, the ground IV from here in Mission Control Houston. She gave the comm over to NASA astronaut Megan McArthur, who's walking the astronauts through the first couple of steps. Crew lock depressurization has begun. We're now down to 13 pounds per square inch. We're heading down to 5. Once we get to 5 pounds per square inch, the crew will initiate a hold and will perform a leak check, make sure everything is good to proceed down to vacuum.
Ah, トーマスか。フランス語最後の字読まないだけ。
スペルはいいんでしたっけね。
Now entering into a short handover period, we'll be seeing incremental dropouts of station video and audio as we receive those communications through the TDRS tracking and data relay satellites.
Yeah, I'm right on yours.
Still getting some audio. The crew lock, where the two spacewalking astronauts are now, is currently depressurizing. We're just under 11 pounds per square inch at this time, continuing to look good as we proceed down to 5 pounds per square inch. This audio you're hearing is coming from the International Space Station. That is what depressurization sounds like. We're looking good. Now inside 10 pounds per square inch, less than 10 pounds per square inch.
Kids around 5.
あのディスプレイの数々のうち2台だけソリティアをしてサボってるスタッフがいると妄想するプレイ。
いや修羅場ですからね、そこ。と思ってたんですが、画面に見えないところにカフェテリアがあったり、
宇宙飛行士、腕組みしがち。
意外とオープンスペースなんですよね。
Turn my lights on, Timma? Yeah, good idea. I was waiting a little bit, but we'll press up pretty good here. Fix the roll zero.
こんばんは。
はい、こんばんは。
今日こそ展開できるといいですね。
そうですね、展開するとこが見たいですね。
Come on, Shane. When the crew lock is at 6 psi, you can expect an alert tone. And when the crew lock is at 5 psi, Shane, you will take the depressed pump man ISO valve to close.
Copy, Megan. Copy.
So everything looking good as the crew lock continues to depressurize. We're now less than 7.5 pounds per square inch. You heard the calls from Megan MacArthur inside the equipment lock. The crew will have to manually switch some of those valves to hold the pressure at 5 pounds per square inch. That's a leak check to make sure everything is good before continuing to depressurize that crew lock down to vacuum.
でもまあ若ければチャンスはあるかもしれません。私はもう厳しいかもしれません。
1回目ですよね。初めてなのでいろいろトラブルもあるようです。
いやでもいやなんかその船外服にトラブルが出てしまったようで。
Depressurization of the crew lock continues to look good. We're now a little less than 6 pounds per square inch. We should be hearing a call from the crew that they've switched the valves momentarily. This will hold the pressure of the crew lock at 5 pounds per square inch for a leak check.
Decimal 1.
重量によって体の痛みやかゆみも症状変わるんですかね。
重量を軽減すると腰の痛みはなくなるとかって聞いたことはありますが。
Okay, on your DCMs, you can switch display to status until leak check question mark is displayed. Then yes for 2 seconds and follow the displayed instructions.
Copy. Leak check. Yes. Leak check in progress. Thanks.
Copy. Leak check in progress.
And confirmed we're holding just a little bit more than 5 pounds per square inch as expected. The crew will now perform a leak check, make sure the pressure inside the crew lock is holding, make sure everything is good and all the systems are working before they continue to depressurize the crew lock down to vacuum. Throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, we'll be taking questions. Please use the hashtag AskNASA on your favorite platform, wherever you are watching, to submit questions throughout the duration of today's planned 6.5 hour expedition.
一応今日6時間半予定なので、ちょっと早めに終わってくれると嬉しいんですが。
As you saw,
depressurization
from 14 pounds per square inch to 5 pounds per square inch did not take long at all.
最近はでも6時間半が当たり前なんでしたっけ？
Leak check complete was only a matter of minutes.
EV1 leak check complete and O2 actuator is in EVA.
So it's going to EVA again, not yet, sorry.
Yes.
EVA 関節痛早くなるのかな。
O2 actuator is in EVA. I copy.
Working on it.
どうなんでしょうね。
Crew continuing to work through those steps.
私は気圧が下がると体中が痛くなりますが。
The depressurization from 5 pounds per square inch down to 0 will be a little bit slower. They'll take it nice and slow, but really that whole sequence is just a matter of minutes. Again, the official start time of today's spacewalk will begin when they switch the suits to battery power.
はいどうも。
Another question from Mark on Twitter, who's asking, did they change the Shane Kimbrough's suit?
基本船長は腕組んで見てるだけっていう。
So Shane, your next is to take the depress pump man ISO valve open and expect an alert tone.
It is open.
Okay, I'm taking the emergency MPEV to open. Monitor, your suit T gauge is less than 5.5.
Copy. Copy.
And with a good leak check, just a matter of minutes. Depressurization of the crew lock has resumed. We're now less than 5 pounds per square inch. This will be a little bit slower of a depress to get down to vacuum. But once we get to about a half a pound of square inch, they'll be able to get the go to open the hatch and the thermal cover and egress or exit the crew lock to begin today's spacewalk. But the official start time again is when they switch the suits to battery power. Another question from Mark on Twitter asks about Shane Kimbrough's suit. Did it change from the spacewalk on Wednesday? The answer is yes. On Wednesday, the suit that he used was 3006. Today, he'll be using 3015.
背中が快快。
こんばんは。
はい、こんばん
今夜
は。
宇宙からの配信ですか？
宇宙からの配信でございます。
うお。やっぱり船長という名の雑用係なわけね。
いや、船長はやっぱり選ばれた人がやってますからね。
Depressurization of the crew lock looking good. We're now less than 3.5 psi. We're going to about 0.5 psi before we begin the next series of steps. You'll hear a series of steps read from Megan MacArthur, who currently has the comms here on your screen, reading the step-by-step procedures to the crew on the other side of the hatch. They'll be flicking some pumps and valves,
これで外に出てくれ
ultimately
れ
getting
ば
to switching the
かな
suits
り
to
絵面
battery
的に
power.
は
Again, that's
素
when
晴ら
the
しくなると
official
思うんで
start
すが。
time of today's spacewalk will be.
Okay, Shane, your next will be when the crew lock is at 2.0 psi. You're going to take the depress pump man ISO valve to close.
Copy. 0.5 for now.
こんばんは。
はい、こんばん
毎度
は。
ありがとうございます。
はい、毎度こんばんは。
いつの間にやら研究にも人行ってるし。
そうなんですか。今人いるんだ。
PSI. Check. Depress pump man ISO is closed.
Copy, Shane, it's closed. On the UIA, you can switch depress
天
pump
方になり
power
ました
to
けどね。
off, OFS.
Depress pump power is off.
Copy, it's off. You can report your initial tether configuration for egress.
Alright, so if I start from my left viewing extender, I see my red hook, close and lock, black on black, into my red reel, unlocked, and I have EV2's yellow hook, closed and locked, black on black. On my red reel, I see EV2's red reel is unlocked, and I see EV2's red hook is on his left viewing extender, closed and locked, black on black. Okay, and I have a right waist tether connected to the airlock waist tether, connected to the airlock keyring extender.
こないだの潜在服のトラブル再起動だけで問題なく動いたんですかね。その後確認したのかな。さすがにするか。
相当チェック入ったと思いますけどね。今日だって準備が3人
Okay,
体
we
制だっ
copy
た
your
じゃないですか。
config. That's a good config, and I'm sure Houston will be checking in with you again. And Toma, as you know, when the crew lock DPDT is around 0, you guys can expect an alert tone.
Megan.
And Toma, when the EV hatch delta P is less than 0.5, when you crank it open, you're going to wait a second before opening and stowing the EV hatch.
Copy.
今 NASA サイドってこんな人いるんだ。
だから3人だったんですね。
待ってました。オレグが来た。
この配信始まるまで台所見てたので、チャンネルの振り幅にふふってなってます。
Everything continuing to
振れ幅
proceed
大き
as
すぎという
planned.
批判がたくさん来てるんですが、
We've checked the tether config. We agree it's a good config. Continuing with the depress, we can expect about 5 minutes more, and we concur with
変
your
な
good words about
話
the hatch,
し、
Megan.
トラブったら宇宙確実に。来た。し、
Thanks, Megan and Mark and Aki. Really nice work today again, getting us ready. Thanks to Obi-Wan and Josh, and welcome on board, Jenny. Looks like we're going from a Canadian to another Canadian. Go Canada.
まあ笑顔が見えてるんで今んとこ順調のようですが、カナダ上空なんですかね。
The voice from here in Mission Control, Jenny Seide, will be the ground IV. She'll be the voice here from Mission Control, walking our two spacewalking astronauts through their procedures from the Canadian Space Agency of the newest class of astronauts brought on in 2017. She'll be walking the European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet and NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough through today's procedures to install and deploy a solar array that's currently positioned on the 2B power channel.
今回チャンネル 2B をやるらしいんですが、これ4つ分もう行ってるんでしたっけ？
Airlock Houston, just a heads up, you guys have a go at any time for step 81 to complete 1.225 when you're ready.
それともつけてみて後から打ち上げるのかな。
As mentioned, the depressurization process on the back end after the leak check is a bit slow and steady. As it gets down to vacuum, we're now just a little less than 1.3 pounds per square inch. The next series of steps will be right at about a half a pound per square inch. They'll go through the next procedures to switch their suits to battery power, and that'll begin today's spacewalk officially, and we'll give you that time once it is reported. In the meantime, keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA on your favorite social media platform as we continue to go through today's procedures, getting ready to kick off a 6.5-hour spacewalk to deploy a solar array.
2B と 4B だけだったような。
まだ2個しか上がってないんでしたっけ？
The first question comes from
さすがに
Rishitosh,
一度で
who's
上げられ
asking
なかった
why
か。
do we need to depressurize before going to space?
のエヴァ
Right now, you're looking at the inside of the equipment lock, where NASA astronauts Megan MacArthur and Mark Van
まあ
High
打ち
are
上げ
sitting
るコスト
comfortably
が多分
at about the same
一
pressure
番
you would find at sea level on Earth, just a little more than 14 pounds per square inch.
要素とし
Space
ては大きいと思うんで
goes
すが、
down to vacuum.
だから2箇所のソーラー
But
が
the
ある
human
は
body
ず。
is meant to operate in a pressurized environment.
で
So
もさ
we
っ
make
き
it
の
nice
図を
and
見てた
comfortable
ら
inside the
1箇所に
International
2
Space
本
Station for them. Since they're going
あい
outside,
い
we
の
try
か。
to make them comfortable as well,
そ
so
うで
we
すね。
put them in a
4
spacesuit.
箇所だか
But
ら
the
いいのか。
spacesuits themselves operate
2個分っ
at
てことで
about
すよ
a
ね。
little less than 4 pounds, or 5 pounds rather, per square inch. Once they get out of the hatch, that allows a little bit more flexibility in the suit itself. The more pressure you put into the suit, the stiffer it becomes. So they found this to be an optimum pressure for both the humans inside breathing 100% oxygen and the rigidity of the suit itself.
でもあれですかね、前回トラブってくれたおかげで日曜日に EVA が回ってきたかな。普通なんか木曜日あたりにやることが多いですよね。
The first set of procedures will be right out to the 2B work site where there is a solar array, an IROSA solar array, temporarily stowed on a mounting bracket. The first set of procedures will be to install it, affix it to the mounting bracket by unfolding it and driving some bolts to secure it into position. We'll hook up some cables, and right at the right time, we'll be able to deploy the 60-foot solar array out. And the astronauts themselves will be out at the work site while the solar array is deploying. We're expecting that between 3 and 4 hours into today's spacewalk. Once we get the start time here shortly, that will take up again the first part of today's spacewalk, about 3 or 4 hours in. The remainder of today's spacewalk will be some of the preparations to get ready to start working on the 4B channel. There is one more solar array that was delivered on the SpaceX CRS-22, and we'll get that ready and unbolted, get ahead before the next spacewalk, which is currently scheduled for next Friday, the 25th, and the procedures for that spacewalk will be installing that solar array onto the 4B channel.
CRS-22 で行くって言ってましたかね。
Shane and Thomas, while we're waiting for the depress to finish up here, as you guys know, we've been updating our procedure late in the day yesterday, and I do have a change that now would be a good time for you to copy. After you finish your buddy checks at the airlock, we'll have Shane lead out in the port direction, because Thomas, you'll be dropping the crew lock bag at the port CETA cart and picking up an APFR, so it makes more sense for Shane to lead our translation.
大抵なんか、まあ土日は NASA もお休みっていうことがあるのかもしれませんが、あんまり土日は EVA やらない気がするんですよね。
Copy. Tomai, copy your. Tomase, again, you said you saw on the EV hatch a delta P of 0.5, but somewhere else you had a different reading?
On my DCM, 0.5, 0.4 even, and on the manual gauge on the outer hatch, it's 0.7-ish.
And Thomas, we're showing a crew lock pressure of 0.75.
Okay.
.なかなか出ませんね。
That readout from the crew was comparing some of the data being displayed on the astronaut suits. The two astronauts are on the other side of the hatch today, as the other side of that hatch is being depressurized down to about 0.5 pounds per square inch. We're a little bit less than 0.7 now. Keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA as we make our way down to that mark. The first question comes from Mike on Twitter, who's asking if Pooja Jasrani was the flight director today, or has she moved to the third spacewalk? That is correct. Ron Spencer is the flight director for today's spacewalk, continuing a lot of the procedures that he is prepared for on the 2B channel. A lot of the work for the 4B channel will be done on the next spacewalk, currently scheduled for June 25th. Pooja Jasrani will take over as flight director for that third spacewalk.
I grab an APFR on the port CETA cart, which means I won't relocate the APFR from
そんなにかかってましたっけ？
Yeah, you'll just be dropping the crew lock bag on the port seater cart like we talked yesterday, and you'll still be picking up the APFR on P6, but just because of those extra steps, that's the only reason we're having Shane lead. So no change to where you're picking up the APFR.
Okay, sorry, I thought I heard you say I'm picking up an APFR on the crew lock bag. Oh, sorry, on the port seater cart, but I'm only dropping my crew lock bag like we said. Okay? Makes sense.
Yep, that's correct. Just because of that extra time, that's the reason we're switching to Shane leading. No other changes in that part of the EVA.
Good plan.
$20 seconds to hand over.
We're now in a short handover period. We'll be seeing this periodically throughout today's spacewalk. As we lose video from the International Space Station, that video being routed through tracking and data relay satellites. They're geosynchronous satellites that provide the video feeds from the International Space Station orbiting
なんか NASA 専用
miles
マウ
above
ス
the
パッ
Earth.
ドとかあるんですかね。
Transmitted to these geosynchronous satellites about 23,000 miles from Earth back down to here in Mission Control Houston. As the space station orbits the Earth, it hands over from satellite to satellite, so we'll be getting these incremental drops. We should be regaining it shortly, and we'll get a lot of good coverage for today's spacewalk. This is the International Space Station flight control teams. On the far right, being led by Flight Director Ron Spencer. Standing up in the back is Jenny Seide. She'll be the voice, the ground IV role from here in Mission Control Houston, relaying the procedures up to our two spacewalking astronauts.
The delta T less than 0.5, you are go to open and
でも昔よりモニターすっげえ増えましたよね。
Okay, I'll wait 30 more seconds to be sure I'm under 0.5. Thanks, Megan, and I copy the pause of 1 second.
And we're still showing a pressure of 0.51, so we are very nearly there. We are going to wait a couple of more seconds.
Okay, that sounds good, Jenny. On the safe side.
All right, we got what we're looking for, and as Megan said, you can open the hatch.
そろそろ開きそうですか？
1 second.
Getting the first views from the outside of the International Space Station. Right at the top of this middle part of the module that you're seeing here is the hatch that is containing the crew lock inside our two spacewalking astronauts. The hatch is open on the airlock after getting that go. We'll be seeing the thermal cover being pushed out momentarily.
静かだなと思ったら棒読みちゃんがオフなのか。
オフじゃありませんよ。
We'll see you in a few hours. Remember, you are butterflies with biceps today.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks, Megan. And see you in a while. You guys take care of yourselves. We'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Over to you, Jenny.
Megan, you got step 14, right?
Affirmative. I have the emergency MPEV is closed.
Thanks.
All right, I copy emergency MPEV closed. Thanks, Megan and Mark. Well done.
はい、こんばんは。ですね、今日なんかYouTube の調子が今混んでるんですかね。かなり読み上げるまでにラグが。 今ゴールデンタイムだから
あれ
世
たまた
界中で
ま静かだっただけだった。
世界中であれなんでしょうね。配信が行われているから。
はいどうも、今日の赤ラベル派確保できましたか？
いいえ。本当は今日マグロを焼いて食う配信をしたかったんですが EVA があるということで。
Shane on the UIA, switch power EV1, 2 off and check power EV1 and 2 LEDs, all 4 of them off, OFF.
EV1 and 2 powers are off. LEDs are off.
Copy. On your DCMs, disconnect your SCUs, install your DCM covers, and stow your SCUs in their pouches.
Work. One SCU is stowed in the pouch. And DCM cover is on. EV2 is working on it.
Copy.
I have to roll over here. Come on. Oh, sorry. Am I in your way, Shane? No.
And we got confirmation that the suits are officially on battery power. That official start time for today's spacewalk is 6:42 a.m. Central Time.
EV2 is in the pouch, and DCM cover is on.
Copy, Shane. Check depress pump manual isolation valve closed.
The depress pump man ISO is closed.
Copy. Set your temperature control valve to max hot.
EV1 is in max hot. Just a second.
なんか今影が。
V2 and max hot.
Copy. Both in max hot, you can switch water on.
V1 water is on and V2 water on.
Check DCM blank and bite off.
出てきちゃう？
生まれますよ。
DCM blank, bite off.
Set your TCVs as desired.
もう開いてるのかな。なんか影が動いてるような気がするんですが。
Done. V2 is complete.
Copy. Check and report your suit pressure gauge.
Pressure gauge is 4.3 for EV1. 4.4 EV2.
Copy. Those are good numbers. Set your visors as required. We have over 20 minutes of eclipse time.
It's dark out there, Shane. Okay.
蓋じゃないですかね。
ハッチのカバーは外側に開くので、
Okay,
ハ
copy.
ッチのカバーが開いたときはすでにハッチは開いてるんですが、
So, Toma, you can open the hatch thermal cover, and we'll get you to complete the extra steps. Stow the hook on the stiffener tether point and cinch strap until snug.
ちょっとハッチ開いたかどうかっていうのを聞き逃してしまいまして。
Thermal cover.
あ、今開くとこですね。あ、もうハッチ開いてますね。ということは。
何の
With
影
the
だ
hatch
ろう？
open, we're starting to get a glimpse of that thermal cover opening.
ハ ハッチの内側からの光が漏れてる感じかな。
making sure that they are in the right configuration and all the valves are switched to the right configuration now that they are unhooked from their umbilicals and relying on battery power. Again, the official start time of today's spacewalk, 6:42 a.m. Central Time. At the time of switching to battery power, the International Space Station was 273 statute miles south of Australia.
めくらないといけないんですが。
Copy, 6 lines visible.
あ、今めくれました。
Affirm you have a go to egress, fill up bag 1 and verify the forward hatch pit pin is engaged.
レッドスネークカモン。
Getting our first glimpse of Thomas Pesquet being the first one out the hatch today as the EV1 extravehicular crew member number 1. He'll be wearing the suit with the red stripes throughout today's spacewalk.
今出ました。
こんばんは。
はい、こんばんは。
人工衛星。
ちょうど今出たところです。
生まれた。
Copy, Thomas.
出てきた。強波、宇宙服に問題ないといいけど。20、42に開いてたのかな。出てきた。
今日はでも一番遠いところまで出張して作業しないといけないので。
Perfect. Okay. You have a red on it, you can let go. Yellow red. Okay, I got it, come on. Nice, on my BRT.
Thomas, with that crew lock bag on your BRT, you can turn on your HECA and inspect EV1 and EV2 safety tether load alleviating straps.
Okay, the HECA is on. Let's see.
Copy.
Green rail. Load alleviating straps seems good to me. I see no red, Danny, and I look at EV1. Green rail. Load alleviating strap is good, no red.
I copy 2 good inspections. We can go ahead and start configuring your tether packs at this time. So you can attach your yellow hook to the green reel on the forward external D-ring.
Copy. My yellow hook to the green reel. The forward external D-ring. It is now locked back on black, Jenny, and the green reel marks EV1 green. Forward D-ring is unlocked.
Those are good checks. You can attach the forward safety tether green hook to your red reel, and I'll take your checks.
Again, Thomas Pesquet outside of the Quest airlock's hatch. One of the first steps for any spacewalk is to check the tether configuration. Make sure all the lines are aligned just right, in the right order, in the right reels. This was also a check when the astronauts were first configured inside the crew lock before the hatch even closed. And then once the hatch actually did close, they did do a tether configuration. Shane Kimbrough will do the same once he exits the hatch.
On my red reel, green hook is unlocked. The red reel is unlocked, goes to my left steering extender, red hook locked, black on black.
Copy. That's a good config. Now we'll work with EV2 safety tether pack. So you can attach Shane's yellow hook to the green reel on the aft external D-ring, and I'll take checks.
V2's yellow hook is on the aft green reel. Gates closed, slider locked, black on black. The green reel is unlocked.
Good config. You can attach Shane's green hook to his red reel.
Copy. Shane, you're going to have to come out a little bit for me to do that. Very good. Green hook to red reel. Green hook to red reel.
Thomas Pesquet not only working on the tether configuration for his own spacesuit, but also getting everything ready tether-wise for Shane Kimbrough once he gets out of the hatch. There's one more astronaut inside the crew lock right now. Shane Kimbrough, NASA astronaut, will be wearing the suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit, taking the EV2 or extravehicular crew member number 2 for today's spacewalk. Keep sending questions using the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. The next one comes from Florence, who's asking, why do the astronauts have to breathe 100% oxygen? Inside the International Space Station, they breathe a mixed air environment of nitrogen and oxygen. In the suits, the pressure is much lower, less than 5 pounds per square inch, so they breathe a 100% oxygen environment to operate the suit in a lower pressure environment. Why the lower pressure? It helps the suit be less rigid, so they can do a lot of the delicate maneuvers with their fingers and hands that are required for the intricate procedures that are a spacewalk. You'll also notice in a 100% oxygen environment, their voices are a little bit deeper.
All right, that's complete, so start coming out if you're ready. I'm ready.
And Shane, just a reminder, you'll be egressing. Yes, and the large small will stay with the back.
Okay, I see a large small on the bag, and I'm egressing with the bag.
Copy.
これさん、また寝ちゃうんじゃないかお顔。
今日は大丈夫ですよ。明日休みですし。
Come on, let me get a BRT on this. Are we ready?
Getting a first glimpse of Shane Kimbrough. Again, he'll be wearing the suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit, referring to his BRT body restraint tether. They'll be using a series of tethers throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. The body restraint tether has the ability to carry a crew lock bag. You see Thomas Pesquet on the left of your screen. His body restraint tether is carrying a white box. That's a crew lock bag, carrying a lot of the equipment that he'll be needing throughout the duration of today's spacewalk.
Diagonal on the handrail there.
まあでもあれですね、EVA の配信は体力的には相当きついです。
明日お休みなのですか。それは安心。
結構ね、今週はいろんなことできたので。朝顔の種も今日まきました。ご覧の ISS から帰還した朝顔の10世代後の種を今日まきました。
Affirm, Shane, you can turn on your HECA. Shane, you can turn on your HECA and you can close the thermal cover. If it doesn't stay closed, I have additional steps for both of you.
HECA's on.
Copy HECA on.
Out of the way there, tomorrow.
The HECA being referred to is the High Definition Extravehicular Activity Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. HECA for short. Really, it is the high definition cameras that are mounted to each of their spacesuits. We'll be getting some really nice, clear, high definition views from the helmet cameras. If not, there are backup standard definition cameras that we can always rely on as we walk through today's procedures.
He'd almost stay for a minute, but doesn't want to.
観察日記つけて、経過を配信しては。
あ、今、録画してますよ。
私も船外活動流し見しながら勉強してます。これさんも勉強頑張ってくださいね。
頑張ってください。頑張ってくださいね。私も頑張ります。ぜひ画面を見てる人は教えてください。動きがあったらコメントで。でもコメントが来るときにはもう遅いのか。
Okay, copy, Tama. We don't have your helmet cam up yet, but we'll look into it.
Okay.
画面見てる人いるといいですね。
誰も見てねっていうね。みんなながらで。
私はこの配信見るために、今朝6時半までレポート書いてました。
寝られました？
見ていますよ。
That handle right there, the one that goes to it. Yeah. And then just one so that we can open it quickly if we need to.
今、何をしているのかしら。ずっと、安坂村。
ちょっとまあスケキヨ状態が続きますね。そうですね。今日は多分荷物が結構多いと思うんですよ。なんでそれを引っ張り出すのがちょっと大変かもしれませんね。
作業用具持っていくはずだからそれ出してるんじゃないですかね。
そうですね。
昼ね、バッチリ。
しばらくはスケキヨ状態が。
朝顔が発芽するまで水やりを忘れないでね。
あ、もう腰水にしてあるのでその辺は抜かりなく。ただちょっとね、うちらへん20度切っちゃうんですよ、気温が夜になると。それがちょっと心配なんですが。
これからチェックして道具出して移動です。
一番遠いところまで行かないといけないんで。
なるほど、お荷物がたくさんなんですね。
そうですね。今日は結構作業大変だと思います。
Closed and locked on your left gearing extender, goes to your red reel, unlocked, get your yellow hook locked on your green reel, unlocked, and you get your green reel on your red reel. A good config. Sounds good. I see your bag on your BRT.
You got both your green lights, so 2 lights are on. Your mini workstation tabs up. BRT tab up. Your tethers are...
無重力だから重くはないのかしら？
Let me see.
重くはないんですけど、ただ動かすには
And let's see your tethers that coming off
力
the
は
left
必要
side
です
or
ね。
right? I can't tell from here.
That thing left. Let me move.
I see them on your right side.
On my right side? Okay. Let me go across my body.
だからずっと力をかける必要はないんですが、その動き出し
Thomas
は
Pesquet
結構
in the suit on the left with the with the red stripes,
力が
working with Shane Kimbrough, NASA astronaut, suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit. They're performing something called buddy checks, making sure all the tethers and the body restraint tethers, the crew lock bags, their helmet camera assemblies, everything is in a good configuration before they head out to today's work site, which is the Port 6 truss.
Baseline hap check from both of you as well.
Up and drive, Jenny.
一度動かすとずっと進みますよね。
そうですね。今度止める時にも力がかかりますからね。力かけないと。あ、でもそこまで重いものはないのかな。
We're gonna leave it here and continue with the EVA portion.
まあ基本的にいろいろそうですね。まあ前に道具箱を飛ばしちゃった人もいるので。
Okay, so just a reminder, Shane will be leading to the work site now that your buddy checks are complete. Shane, you can begin your translation with Thomas following.
Okay, I'll be way, Shane.
Okay. I'll come to that handrail where you are now and cut this orientation. So you have that.
なるほど。動かし始めと止めの時が大変なのですね。
そうですね。止めないとどっか飛んでっちゃうので、まあテザリングして飛んでいかないようにはなってると思うんですけど、それでもですね、油断してると。
both of their suits look good in a good configuration as they head out to the work site.
過去に道具箱飛ばしちゃって衛星にしちゃった人が
He'll be translating right over to the work site at the Port 6 truss. EV1 or Thomas Pesquet will make a quick stop at something called the CETA cart, where there is a crew lock bag waiting for him to pick up and head over to the work site to join Kimbrough.
And you see my tether too. Don't go too far.
I see your tethers right behind you.
You're gonna clear it.
Yeah, it's if you lift your feet up, it's kind of on and then rotate your feet towards the airlock. Oh, you're good. You're good to go. There you go. Right. Yeah, I need for you as well. There you go. Now you're clear.
Thank you.
We have about 4 minutes until sunrise, and I have a caution for both of you.
All right, Jenny. We're listening.
Avoid contact with the deployed tusk cable, zenith and nadir cedar rails.
Copy.
お、ヘルメットカメラに切り替わりましたね。まだちょっと夜のサイドなんで、移動してますね。
I see you back there.
真っ暗ですね。
Behind you, going up to see a sparrow.
And Shane, since you're leading our translation today, we'll have you pause to verify the anchor hooks are in a good config.
Okay. Copy.
Those will be under the FHRC.
Copy, Jenny.
お、なんか斬新な構図だな。
Shane, you're looking for mile marker 9180.
9180, copy. Good, Tomas.
カメラが良くなったから作業しているのがよくわかるようになったよね。
そうっすかね。ヘルメットカメラも画質上がってますかね。変わったんでしたっけ？
Your anchor hook is closed in watts on 3652.
慎重に移動中。
Yeah.
Two, I think.
Yeah, but
I think we're a little twisted here.
Shane, look, I think that anchor hook, that reel should come back to me, but it goes all the way back to, I think, the top of the C spur. So I think I'm actually strapped somewhere. I'm going to have to go back, clear it.
Copy, Tomas.
I'll go back in a minute.
こんばんは。
はい、こんばん
今
は。
さ、どのような作業をしているのですか？
今は現場に移動中ですね。
I think it's wrapped around something.
ハッチから一番遠いところ、端っこまで移動し
To
ないとい
move
けないの
out
で。
to a work site, the astronauts need to follow a pre-designated path. Along the way, they have specific markers. You can see some of the numbers from what you're seeing now is a high-definition view from that Heka camera. We're getting some good connection here. Those tethers have to be connected to a specific reel for the work site that they will be primarily working on, which is, in this case, the 2B power channel work site. This is the Earth-facing side or the nadir side of the International Space Station.
I think it's one of the lab stuff. No,
Short handover.
here now, and I'm going to be on my way.
Okay, great. Tomas.
かなり SF チックな感じにはなってきてます。
For another handover period, losing video temporarily from the International Space Station as we hand over between the
結構手
tracking
が
and
ク
data
タクタにな
relay
っちゃうらし
satellites
いで
that
すよ
provide the
ね。
video coming from the International Space Station orbiting 250 miles above the Earth. Right now, it is approaching the western border of Mexico over the Pacific Ocean. Now we're about to enter
はい、こんばんは。
into an orbital daytime soon.
I'll be there. I'll take a look.
I'll see you.
We're back
時
again.
折お話ししているのは、作業している人の声ですか？
そうですね。いろんな声が入り混じってるんですが、
Here's as we're tracking.
なんとなく乱れているのは宇宙飛行士の声です。
No, it's good. Reflecting great. Better there.
Again, this is U.S. spacewalk number 75 out of the Quest airlock, continuing some of the work done just a few days ago on the 74th to begin the installation of the solar array out on the 2B power channel. You'll see some of the helmet camera designations. Thomas Pesquet on the standard definition camera will be using number 20, Kimbrough 22. This will be the 4th spacewalk in Thomas Pesquet's career, all with NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough. For Kimbrough, this will be his 8th. On this, the 240th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Still getting some high definition views. This one coming from Thomas Pesquet's high definition camera. He again is wearing the suit with the red stripes.
広い ISS の端っこまでとは移動だけでも大仕事ですね。
そうですね。まあ結構危険も伴うので。
大西さんと一緒にいた人ですかね。
そうですね。オレグトマコンビの印象がちょっと強いんですけど。今回もオレグがいるっていう。
We copy, Thomas. Your green reel is having trouble retracting. Is that right?
シェーンさん46時間以上になったんだね。
すごいですね。もう8回目ですって。なのに EV2 なんですよね、今回。
後ろの無限に広がる漆黒の闇が怖すぎる。
今日はちっとも、そろそろあれかな。地球が、もうこれ、日が当たってるんですかね。全体的に明るいんで。
だよね、黒いよ。
地球が向こう側に見えてますね。反対側だ。
Great work, you two.
Yours is on top of mine, but it's not a very cute deal, I guess. I'll just clear my reel.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on your reel, too.
Yeah.
Copy. Shane, you'll be translating directly to the work site, and Thomas, you'll be stopping at the port CETA cart. I have warnings for both of you when you're ready.
Okay, we're ready.
Grapple shafts and curvet coupling in the teeth is a no-touch zone.
手には自分の体重とか荷物がどのくらいかかるのでしょうか。実際の何分の1くらいでしょうか。
それ基本的に動かなければ全く力はかかりません。ただグローブが結構硬いので。
You'll be hearing these periodic notes, cautions, hazards along the way, just making sure as they reach specific milestones that they attempt to cross certain thresholds. In this case, this is an attachment lug and a few pins on the translation path out to the Port 6 truss, making sure that their navigation path is very precise and delicate at some of the parts of the International Space Station. Maneuvering very swiftly over these areas. They'll be making their way out to the work site very shortly. We'll be seeing the glimpses of the rollout solar arrays that are positioned on the modification kit of the 2B power channel very shortly.
必ずしないといけません。
塵だらけだと思うよ。
だからまあこれその ISS の端っこの方に
なるほど、重さより握る力が。
そうですね。結構握力が本当にクタクタになっちゃうらしいんで作業すると。
キンブローさんの宇宙服派前回と別の宇宙服にしたそうです。
前回の不調の。
ゴミは降ってきますが雨は降りません。わらわら。雨は降りませんが、宇宙天気予報があります。
is going to be to drop your green hook once you're on P6. before crossing the Sarge. Check your gauntlets are down.
Okay, copy, Jenny. Gauntlets are down.
Copy, gauntlets down on EV2.
前に着てたのは宇宙服の不具合の原因を確認することとなりました。
そうなんだ。それで今日は入れ替わってるんですね。
I'm at the port to the car, Jenny. I'm gonna transfer my crew bag.
Copy, Thomas.
勉強になります。
そのどうしても
Getting good views of Shane Kimbrough. Again, he's in the suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit. He's going straight out to the work site today, passing the port 4 truss. Additional solar arrays there. There'll be one solar array will be upgraded as part of the
そうですね。
augmentation
あ、
plan.
ついに
That'll be
今
on the
こ
nadir
れ
side. He's making his way out though to
ソー
the
ラー
port
パネルの
6
根元
truss.
まで来ました。
Both
で
of the
かい
mast
でしょ。
canisters
これ
there.
人
That's
と
the
比べる
sort of
と
tin can looking structure at the base of the
こ
solar
の
arrays.
パドルので
Both
か
of
さ
the mast
すごいっす
canisters
よね。
out at the port 6 truss are affixed with modification kits. Now coming more clearly into view, the white strut structures you see coming out from the mast canisters. Again, Kimbrough will be making his way out to the nadir side. You can sort of see it on the top of your screen there. That's the nadir side, and he'll be making his way out to the work site there, where there is an iRosa solar array positioned soft docked on the modification kit out there.
こうやって見ると、太陽電池でっけ
でかいっすよ。すっごいでかいっすよね。ほんと人がゴミのように見えます。
And that's an
大きいですね。
Copy.
で電圧も結構これかかってるので、真空中でこの電圧がかかってるところに
ブランケット外すところからだね。
近づくのはちょっと怖いっちゃ怖いですよね。
Getting some high definition views from Shane Kimbrough's helmet camera.
Copy. You can translate to the mod kit.
高電圧
画
作業
面に
なので
表示されている文字波、作業解説ですか？こんなのを宇宙に持っていったんだね。
ですね、
Thomas,
単純
you're stowing
に
the crew lock
英
bag.
語
We'll check
の
your gauntlets are down, and then you'll be dropping your green hook on P6. I have
自動文字起
7
こし
cautions for both of you.
がされてますね。ちょっとラグがあるんで英語の字幕ですね。
You can go ahead on the cautions. My gauntlets are down.
Copy. Avoid contact with the deployed and stowed radiators. No sudden movements on the mass canister or mod kit. Translate slowly.
更新が文字起こしされています。
Battery adapter plate cables on the IEA are a potential snag. While you are both working on the mod kit, you cannot simultaneously impart loads. Sudden stops and quick grabs are not allowed, and there is a 30-pound max lateral load on the mod kit.
Copy all. Copy all.
Getting good views of Kimbrough continuing to make his way out to the work site.
Once you're at the mod kit, you'll be stowing the crew lock bag on the left lower strut handrail.
今日はちっとも昼になりませんね。
And Thomas,
He's got a
Sarge, I'll get a check.
でも光こんだけ当たってるってことは昼なんだろうな。
My gauntlets are down.
反対側
Copy.
に
You'll be dropping your green hook on
地球は裏
P6
側ですね。
ML5309.
今鏡に地球は映ってるんだよな。
P65309 for my green.
今日は美しい地球が見られませんね。
Kimbrough has a crew lock bag in tow, basically a work bag that he's taking out to the work site. He'll be temporarily stowing it out at the work site, Pesquet has completed his task of stowing the Krulak bag that he towed from the airlock out to what's called the cedar cart that's on the truss segment of the space station, now configuring his tethers as he makes his way out to meet Shane Kimbrough out at the work site, now getting good views of Pesquet as he makes his way out.
高電圧作業なんでそれも危険ではありますよね。
And I'm at 5309.
Copy, Thomas.
As Pesquet makes his way out to the work site, he's going to grab a foot restraint, tow it with him to the work site, and install it right in front of the mounting bracket. Once he gets it installed, he will be the one to ingress or enter into the foot restraint, and that's where he will be for the primary portion of today's tasks of unfolding the ISS rollout solar array that's out right above Shane Kimbrough's head from this angle.
So I get working on the Krulak bag.
Copy, Shane. And as a reminder, you'll be stowing this on the stanchion which is furthest from the mounting bracket or wherever is most convenient for troubleshooting. But keep in mind that we have a lot that we are attaching to these handrail stanchions.
誘導電流で空気があるのと真空なのとで広がり方違うんですか？
Yeah, we suggest that you're going to be
ですね、
temp stowing it
真空の方が絶縁性はいいと思うんですけど、
from the mod kit, so near your left hand.
ただわずかなそのガス
Just letting you know those might be clobbered today.
があると電流が流れやすくなっちゃうんで。
I understand.
Danny, my green hood's on 5309, and then I've resumed my translation behind Shane.
Copy, Tomas. Next step for you is you'll be reading to and retrieving the APFR from WIF 18.
APFR in WIF 18.
セックスしたいよ。潜在活動で背中かゆくなったらどうするんですか？
我慢してください。
宇宙で方向がないの？
That's what I am right now.
セックスしたいよ。
これ画面が元に戻らなかった。
セックスしたいよ。セックスしたいよ。セックスしたいよ。
うるさいなもう。うるさいなもう。
セックスしたいよ。
分かったよ。
セックスしたいよ。
そんなにしたいならしてもいいよ。
And Shane, the next step that I have for you is actually going to be to start pre-staging adjustable equipment tethers on the mod kit handrails. And it's looking like the wire tie from the cable routing task that you completed in the last EVA, it might take up that entire wine glass stanchion. So we might have to have you loosen it a little bit in order to fit a small hook on that stanchion. What do you think?
セックスしたいよ。セックスしたいよ。
分かったよ。
And it's connected on the other end, so that's okay.
Apron.
All right, so from this one that I'm looking at, I'm going to the handrail, correct? With the small.
With the small, you are attaching from the left upper strut handrail to IROSA, and then with a large small, you're going from the stanchion with the wire tie for the cable routing to the IROSA clevis.
Okay, copy. Don't see the levis. Am I looking for that?
セ
今45分経過ですね。ただ人が小さすぎてよくわかりませんね。お、地球がやっと見られるようになってきましたね。
びっくりした。
Copy, Thomas.
大きいハエたたきだな。
これ今足場を取り付けてるところですね。
なんで終わらせなきゃいけないのですか？
一応6時間半予定なんですが、もうちょっと余裕はあると思いますね。ただ、前回ちょっと宇宙服に問題が出たみたいなんで、今回は6時間半でしっかり終了すると思うんですが。
No, actually, it's toward the center of the mounting bracket. It's the gold thing, which is pretty close to the adjustable equipment tether that you already put on the outboard side of IROSA.
Oh, that. Okay, gotcha.
Yep, that's it. So you'll be routing the large, small adjustable with the large hooks through the clevis down to the wine glass stanchion with the wire tie on it for the cables.
Okay, yeah, that looks like it's going to be a little tight, but let's give it a shot.
Copy. And Thomas, you'll be following the same translation path outboard that you followed in the first IEA, or the first EVA, so that means a fair lead around the IEA corner and a fair lead outboard of your original APFR.
すごい集中力必要ですね、我慢。
そうですね。
Copy, good checks.
So this helmet camera view is from Thomas Pesquet. He's got the foot restraint in tow after grabbing it along his translation path, or the path to get out from the airlock to the work site. He'll be ingressing it as part of the first procedure, and they'll both, Pesquet and Kimbrough, be using the foot restraint throughout today's activities. Meanwhile, Kimbrough getting a head start on some of the activities, working on a tether between the strut that is holding the IROSA solar array and the solar array itself.
Shane, I have a warning for you when you're ready.
Go ahead.
It looks like it's pretty close to where you are now. When you are on the avoid contacting the legacy blanket box in the protruding section.
Copy. Getting close to reef 38, Shane. Yeah. See ya.
Thomas, let me know when you're ready for APFR install settings.
Well, Jenny, a minute. Wait, come on. The best body position to be away from this APFR.
So again, on the left, Shane Kimbrough working on some adjustable equipment tethers. These are part of the procedures that were added to help secure the iROSA solar array to the mounting bracket after they were unable to do so on the previous spacewalk. This is one of the additions to the procedures to help secure it and align the solar array. Meanwhile, on the right side, Thomas Pesquet working on getting the foot restraint so he can get some of the bolts that are needed. There is a single bolt that will help to release the rollout solar array. Right now it's sort of folded in half, and that'll help it to unfold it into its position to align nice and straight and level onto the mounting bracket.
And 9er on the yaw, correct.
野口さんの時は焼きそばウフと冷凍パスタだったよね。UFO ミートソース。
いや今日はもともと
なんですか？
一応太陽光がかなり強烈なので、太陽光で温度変化ができるだけ生じないように白くなってると思うんですよね。周りの世界が比熱ゼロの世界なんで、温度変化が恐ろしく激しいです。
なんかすごいの持ってる。
これ足場ですね。
少し外出して戻ったら始まっててよかったです。問題なく進んでるのかな？
今のところ順調のようですが。
Copy. That's a good APFR install, Thomas. And Shane, it looks like the config that you have with the tethers is good for now. We can adjust that later if we need to, but we're happy with that.
Okay, yeah, we'll just temp zone it there, but I'll leave it there for now. And I think next is driving the bolts, correct?
Yep, that's right. You're going to be releasing the M bolts that you drove to torque on the last EVA. You'll be using your PGT for this, and as a reminder, it's a Bravo 7 setting, so you might have to brace yourself.
Okay. Am I getting the APFR?
We don't have you in the APFR to release these bolts, but if you need it, we can consider it.
どんな状況ですか？
比熱ゼロは例えば水の中って割と温度が変わんないじゃないですか。水の中で感じる温度ってほとんど水温ですよね。
That will be needed as part of the procedures to unfold the iROSA solar array.
And I can tuck you through that. Actually, your next step is to
だから魚が暑いとか寒いとか感じるには水を温めないといけないんですけど、人間で言えば空気ですよね。ただ空気は割と比熱が低いので、日が当たった時、直射日光を浴びた時は割とその日陰と日向の温度差を人間は感じやすいんですが、宇宙はその周りに何もないので、日向と日陰ので感じる温度差が恐ろしく激しくなります、ね。
Kimbrough going to revisit the adjustable equipment tethers that he used to tie together the struts and the iROSA, the solar array itself. That's currently positioned in a soft dock on the mounting bracket. This is one of the procedures that was added to help to align the iROSA once it's unfolded to get it into a hard dock position and begin the procedures for deploying it. Meanwhile, Pesquet working on the adjustable foot restraint. He'll be entering into the foot restraint to get just access to one bolt that's needed. One of the steps, once they are done driving some of these bolts, both of them using pistol grip tools or the space drills, the next step will be to unfold the IROSA. We're continuing to answer questions using the hashtag AskNASA. This next one comes from Dan on Twitter. Some of the views you're seeing, there are shiny mirrors on their wrists. That is for controlling some of the suit's temperature control and other configurations on the front of their suits. They're not able to see directly those dials and some of the controls on there, and so the mirrors provide access to view some of those controls.
多分日向と日陰で150度くらいの違いがあるんじゃないですかね。なんで宇宙服はの内部は水を循環させて温度を保つようにできてますね。
What's your head saying? You're right underneath the. It'll be too much. Yeah, crap. I think you don't have room to do it unless you lean back a lot.
月面着陸のニュース映像を一瞬に見ていたのを思い出します。そんなに
世代がバレますね。
150度も。
ちょっとそれ確かじゃないんですけど、まあ調べてみてください。多分そのくらいの温度差があったよね。もうちょっと少ないかな。とにかく昨日読んだ本の内容もすでにもう忘れ始めているぐらいのレベルなので。
Jamie, I see Bravo 7. The other settings.
Counter 2.
Bravo 7, counter 2.
We're expecting 14 turns. The bolts should spring out when released.
Copy.
From this angle on the left, you can see Shane Kimbrough. He currently has a pistol grip tool working with 4 bolts. Those 4 bolts need to be unscrewed first before Thomas Pesquet, you see on the right, can access his bolt. Now he's in position right in front of what will be the middle of the IROSA, and he's got to access 1 bolt after Kimbrough is done with his 4.
And Thomas, while Shane is releasing the M bolt, another small change to the procedure. Since we're swapping between 2 sockets, which are on either of your PGTs today, we're actually going to pre-stage both PGTs, temp stowing them on the mod kit. So we have as written for you to release R6 next, but while you're waiting, if you can reach, you can temp stow your PGT on the right lower strut upper handrail.
Oh, it's it. My back. I don't think I can get there.
Copy. If you can't, there's no rush. We can do it after the R6 bolt as well.
I'll do that. All right, trying to get a body position. I got M34s out. Jenny?
Copy. M34 released. Do you have a turn count?
15.
15 turns. M34 released.
work, Shane. The other ones are going to be hard, just body position-wise. Good enough.
Copy, we
この宇
understand.
宙飛行士さんたちと同じ時代に生きているっていうのが、光栄というか、なんだか不思議で仕方がないです。別世界の、ナウでイングな出来事とは思えないくらいに、
ナウでヤングと聞いて飛んできました。
うわ、ドリルみたいなの出てきた。
電動ドライバー4番です。4番珍しいような気がするんですが、今やっと1時間ですね。
Bravo 7, counter 2 is set.
Good read back.
M32.
Copy, M32.
From the helmet camera view of Shane Kimbrough, 2 bolts down, 2 to go. After he's done with his final 2 bolts, Thomas Pesquet will be able to access the bolt that he's currently in position right in front of.
One or two doesn't look like it's down as far as the other one.
ドリル、何番とかあるんですね。
あるんですよ
16
ね。
turns. 32.
Copy, 16 turns, M32.
4番ドライバー、7番ドライバーぐらいまであったような気がするんですが、
I haven't seen the tethers, Shane. Does it look like it's nice and solid?
これ緩めてますね。
Yeah, I mean, it's mine are loose right now, so I'll tighten them if we need it. They're in good position. Okay.
3 bolts down. Kimbrough driving his 4th and final bolt.
ネジもね、これ飛んでいかないようにうまくできてるんですよ。
8番が出番が多い気がします。
8番までありましたっけね。
この作業、高速で飛んでいながら作業しているんですよね。地球を回って飛んでいるように見えないのも不思議な世界。野口さんの YouTube で工具解説動画見ました。
そうですね、相当秒速7キロで飛んでるのであれなんですけど、
左回りってことは外していますか？
はい、外しています。
ま
まあ我々も秒速30キロぐらいで飛んでるのに気がつきませんから。
Copy.
Correction, Kimbrough drove 3 bolts, now working on the 4th and final while Pesquet readies the pistol grip tool or the space drill to access his bolt that he's currently in position in on top of the foot restraint on the right of your screen.
そうですね、地球は太陽の周りを秒速30キロ、太陽は銀河の中を秒速200キロ、銀河は海蛇座方向に秒速600キロで、銀河で見たら秒速600キロで移動中です。
Again,
Go for R6, Jenny.
yep, you have a go to release R6, Thomas. We're expecting 18 to 20 turns. The bolt will spring out when released.
まあ、意外とその K にいると他の K のことはわからないという。
Be mindful that when you're releasing this bolt, it is the bolt holding the free side of IROSA to the side which is attached to the mounting bracket. So we'll want to be careful with that free end.
And you'll have eyes on it. Not yet. Let me stay on this PGT and then I'll be with you.
銀河を秒速 600km。わらわらもう訳が。
1秒で600キロですからね。
宇宙で特定の場所
putting away the space drill that he's been using the pistol grip tool
そ
in
う
his
ま
tool
あ
bag.
そもそも
Meanwhile,
特定の場所
Pesquet,
というのを設定
driving
する
his
ことが
single
難しいです
bolt
から
on
ね。
his side of the IROSA. Once this is complete, he will get out of the foot restraint, and together, Pesquet and Kimbrough will work to unfold the IROSA.
Copy, Shane.
まあ、全ては相対的な形しか存在できないという。
Alright, tomorrow, what am I doing? So I'm driving R6. This is the release bolt, so make sure it doesn't unfold inadvertently, I think.
A firm.
Eyes on it, you ready?
Yep,
I got it.
we agree. And Shane, if you could just maintain control of that free end when Thomas releases the bolt and egresses his APFR, that would be good.
Copy. I got it. We got 20 turns.
ただ一つ絶対的に違うのは、
軌道が狂わないですね。不思議だ。
いや、軌道も一応カオスが発生する可能性はありまして、いろんな要素があるので。
太陽も銀河を回って、銀河もなんか動いてるんですね。
そうですね。まあ宇宙が動いてる可能性もありますから。
Shane, you'll be staying in this config until Thomas temptos that PGT and pre-stages his tethers on the port side of the right side of the mod
た
kit.
だ決定的な違いなのは宇宙飛行士は無重力の状態にいるってことですよね。
With that bolt driven out by Thomas Pesquet, you see him getting out of the foot restraint.
宇宙全体のことを考えなくても済むので便利ではあります。
そうですね。
まあ
他のところ考えなくても、それでもその宇宙大体どこ行っても同じ物理法則が通用するっていうことにはなってるので。
Copy, Thomas. We suggest temp stowing the PGT on the stanchion furthest from the mounting bracket.
その代わり同じ物理法則が通用しちゃうので、自分がどの径にいるかというのは判断できます。
宇宙全体よりも
A firm. Yep. Closer to the mounting bracket, we just suggest it's the stanchion, the wine glass stanchion, which
こ
is
こなんかすごい電位差がありそうで怖いんですよ
so that you
ね。
don't clobber the one at the top because that'll have a adjustable equipment tether hook on it as well as the wire tie.
こうして見てると楽しそうに見えますが、
いやここ多分相当電位差があるので怖いっちゃ怖い。場所ですよね。まあ、地上だってあんまりこう巨大な太陽電池パネルの近くには近寄りたくない気が。
大体計算通りに回ってるんですね。
そうですね。大体予測可能なんですけど、予測可能でずれることも多分予測可能なんでしょうけど、どっち方向にずれるかっていうのはだんだん分からなくなってくるんですよね。
my mini workstation, Jenny.
Copy, Thomas. You can also keep the PGT in your swing arm and lock the bayonet fitting. As long as it's in sight, then you can move your red over.
これって電線もつなぎ直さないとダメですよね。
そうですね。電線つなぎ直す作業も今日やるんじゃないでしょうかね。まだあれなんでしたっけ、その折りたたまれた、状態のままなんですかね。この肝心なところで連携が切れる。
The International Space Station again will be having these handovers periodically. What you were saying before we lost that signal was the helmet camera view from Shane Kimbrough looking at Thomas Pesquet. He's finding the right place to stow that pistol grip tool, that space drill, because the next set of procedures will be together. Kimbrough and Pesquet working to unfold the IROSA. Pesquet is ready with some tethers ready to strap his end once Kimbrough unfolds it from his side.
行きますよ。2つ返事で行きますよ。
つなぎ直すんじゃなく新しくつなぐんですよ。
新しくつなぐんですか？
That's totally fine. We're just trying to save you a socket swap, and that also does the job.
新しくつなぐにしてもつなぎ直さなきゃいけないでしょ？
Copy. Your next step, Thomas, is to translate to the right outboard side of the mod
あ、
kit for
そうじゃな
IROSA
くて
unfold.
今のを切って新しいのをつなぐっていう作業はしないってことですよね。
And I'm stable here, Tomas, not moving, so you got it. Okay.
And Thomas, you'll be staging an adjustable equipment tether
既存のソーラーアレイも
to
使う
IROSA
の
once
で
we
その
unfold
まま
it.
発
So
電
I
させ
have
るんで
that
すね。
handrail stanchion when you need it.
Please, go ahead.
You'll be attaching the small adjustable with the hook going to the right upper strut handrail. Looks like you just put a tether down there. Make sure that it's the stanchion closest to the mounting bracket.
まあつないじゃえばいいと思うんですけど、
Copy.
つないじゃえば
回線
問題ないと思うんですが、
closest to the mounting bracket.
端子板はどこかに設置済みなのでは。
そうですね。あ、だから端子をつないでからじゃないと展開できないんだ。危ないから。
Okay, I have an AET stage there.
Copy. I'll take a glove inspection. Half
今
second
丸ま
gauntlet
って
check for you,
る、
Thomas.
まだ2つ折りになってますね。
きれい。
Okay, happens drive.
今見えてるドラムが新しいパネルが巻き取られているらしいんですが、
蓄電池ももちろん搭載してるんですか？
そうですね。この間バッテリーは
We'll be
新し
hearing
いの
HAP
に
and
交
glove
換してま
checks
すからね。
throughout the duration of today's
一部。
spacewalk, making sure their helmet absorption pad that's on the inside of their spacesuit helmet, make sure that's dry, as well as the gloves are not scuffed up from some of the activities they're performing, mainly with their hands.
The large, small adjustable. We're attaching the large hook
ただこれ作業中、
handrail
普段
with
はこ
the
の太陽電
wire
池
tied cables on it.
パネルって太陽の方向に向くようにゆっくりいつも動いてるんですが、今は止めてあるんでしょうね。
Upper handrail. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. The lower strut
っ
upper
てことは
handrail.
発電できないって
Since
こと
it's a
か、これ
large hook,
作
it
業
doesn't
して
matter
る
which
間は。
stanchion it's on.
Okay, large hook of the adjustable.
今は湯浅製かな。
岩沢のや
Part
つ
of
上
the
げてまし
procedures
た
that
よ
were
ね。
added to today's spacewalk to help to align the IROSA with
まあ
the
バッ
mounting
テリーの
bracket.
性能
So
も
now
本当
from
に
this great view of Thomas Pesquet is to use a series of tethers,
ね、バッテリーの
tethers
性能
being
も
wrapped
恐ろ
around
しく上が
both
って
the
るの
solar
で、
array and the mounting bracket.
Fold IROSA to full extension. Warning, there's a pinch point. Keep clear of rotating IROSA. So again, Thomas, that has you outboard.
Okay. You want to do it like
like the other day, Tomas? Yeah. Okay, so we'll need to be on local. Yep.
アイロサってなんかこの辺のモジュールの名前じゃないですか。あ、今展開が始まりました。はい、こんばんは。展開中。人力かこれ。すごい人力でやってますね。
蓄電池があるなら、今波太陽光からの発電波工事の間だけ止めているんでしょうか？
そうですね。いや発電はしてると思いますけど、パドルの向きが変えられないので、発電の効率はすごく下がってると思います。もしかしたら危ないから電気止めてるかもしれませんけどね。でも止めた方が危ねえような気もするな。
But I'm guessing we're in the same situation as last time. Expected.
Okay, copy. We do have a step for you to check, but we're expecting exactly the same thing, like you said. So we can have you connect your adjustable equipment tethers to IROSA.
大丈夫、人力でやってましたから。
They'll both be going to the IROSA handrail, which is directly in front of you, because our
どうも今日展開まで見られそうですね。このロール状になっているのが。そうなんですかね。名前さっきアイロサって出てましたけど。重たくはないですけど、質量は質量を動かすには力がいりますから。こ
れを見てるだけで不思議な感覚なのに。別モニターで共振モニターもつけてるから、もうカオス。前回ダメだったの派なんだったのか、わら。地球きれい。宇宙空間なら、少しのパワーで動かせるんだね。
まあ、質量に応じた力は必要ですが。
using some adjustable tethers and wire ties.
比較的軽いんじゃないですかね、これ。
Once the solar array is aligned, the spacewalkers will grab those space drills they were using to unbolt, and they'll start bolting the solar array into place,
どうですかね。まあちょっと微妙に違うような気もしますが。
Using the hashtag AskNASA, we got a question from on Twitter. Why is it important to count the rotations when loosening the bolts? This is to avoid any stripping.
まあヒンジを動かすんだったら地上とそんなに力のかけ方は変わらないような。ただですね、足が踏ん張れないので、その辺が辛いところなんですよね。ねじねじは宇宙ですよ。
踏ん張れないのに動かせるのが不思議。力入らなさそうですけど。
力入らないです。結構ね、変な筋肉を使わないといけないので、ロープにぶら下がって作業してるような感じですよね。結構大変なのは大変だと思いますが。
We have a step later on for the MLI, Thomas, but we can talk it if you want to get started early. I would like to check if, from your current vantage point, can you see all three alignment features on the outboard side of the mounting bracket?
You were breaking up, Jenny. I didn't copy the last half of your message. Second half.
No problem. I want to check if from your position on the outboard side you can see all three alignment features.
今開いた右側を固定したら、いよいよかな。
そんなすぐ展開しちゃうんですか？ あっさり今回はじゃあうまくいった感じですかね。まあ、前回下ごしらえできたから今回は早く。
ロサだロサ。ロックオウッド、ソラー、アッライン、だから
ロールアウト、ロールアウトソーラーアレイ。
Yep, the stanchion furthest from the mounting bracket. Exactly
ロ
right.
ーザ。
フォーっと、レストラインとっていう道具使って踏ん張ってるのかな？
そうですね。さっき足場を展
Again,
開して
Pesquet
ましたけ
and
ど、
Kimbrough working together using a series of adjustable straps and wire ties to help with the alignment of the solar array onto the mounting bracket. That'll help to align all the features to allow them to bolt and secure, fully installing the IROSA to the mounting bracket and allow for a deployment later in today's spacewalk.
配線これからなん
And
ですか？
Shane, we want to tighten that adjustable up as much as you think is necessary so that that soft capture feature stays down and out of the way for this troubleshooting.
Understand. We got that on there.
Copy.
All right, I'm going to tighten it
ナ
up.
ターシャさん、なるほど。それでアイハ ISS の愛ですかね、色さ。
いや、愛は何なんでしょうね。愛は地球を救うの愛じゃないですか。
Okay, and we put it all the way down and then tighten it, right?
A-firm, we want it all the way down, out of the way.
Okay. Well, it's not quite there. And I'll reach. I can move it to the other hook so I won't put too much slack in that one. Yeah, we have to make not the wire tight much. Go around one more time with the wire
アイハ
tight.
地球を救う。
Back above and back down.
笑い。
No, to the other ring. No, kick the other ring. Right.
Yeah, that sounds good to us,
愛
Shane.
より
Hold on.
金の方が。
金金金
その愛だったら L じゃないかな。笑い。ちょっと日テレ。
Again, what's being worked on now is an addition from the
そうか、
previous
ラボです。
spacewalk
ラボ
to
なん
help
です
with
ね。
the alignment of the IROSA onto the mounting bracket. With these straps and wire ties helping with the alignment, they'll be able to secure it using bolts to the mounting bracket.
You can ingress the APFR, and then I have big picture steps for both of you.
And once you're out, say it's still close, yeah. Okay, copy. Maybe I can even get you back off. No, sideways. On the right. Stabilizer is up.
Copy.
Now entering into an orbital nighttime, the views outside the International Space Station getting a little darker as we cross over the Terminator line into an orbital night. Station 269 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean.
夜が90分で一周するので、
Okay. So Shane, you're in the ACFR. Then I
暗
have
くなる
big
ときは
picture
もう
words
一瞬で
on
暗
our
くなり
next
ますね。
troubleshooting steps.
皆さん、これ、菅さんをこんばんはで
はい、
帰国しました。
The plan here is we are going to
まだ
try
まだ
and
これ
keep
から
the
です。
leftmost soft capture feature engaged and straighten out IROSA,
夜の
then
軌道
pivot
に
it
入
onto
り
the
まし
mounting
た。
bracket when it's straightened out.
夕焼けから夜が早い。
Actually,
進んで夜です。
Shane will have you power
暗
cycle
だ。
your Heka quickly. We just lost your camera view. And we're looking for a check of both green lights as well, Shane.
Waiting for next steps from the ground IV, the voice you're hearing in Mission Control Houston, Jenny Seide, giving instructions. These
ちょっ
all
といつ
troubleshooting
もより
steps,
遠いところで作業してるん
decisions
で、
to help with the alignment of the IROSA to the mounting bracket.
ほとん
Next
ど
step is
作
to
業
get
の
the
状態
IROSA
が見
into
ら
a
れません
soft
ね。
dock or soft capture rather position.
Thanks, Shane. We're looking into it. Both, they're checking. Okay, so again, big picture, we're going to try and unfold and then pivot onto the mounting bracket with the pivot
さ
point
す
being
が
the
に夜の
leftmost soft
間に
capture
は展
feature.
開しませ
So
ん
working
よね。
together, Toma, you'll be pulling
ソニア
IROSA
さんのこん
outboard.
ばんは
さ
です
がに、どうですかね。
Shane,
で
you'll be pushing the
も
right side
安
of
全
IROSA outboard
を
towards
考える
Toma,
と夜の間
but
に
you'll also
展
be
開す
pulling
る可
the
能
left
性も
side
な
of
きにしもあら
IROSA
ずなん
near
です
the
が。
hinge toward you to make sure that IROSA is fully unfolded. Does that make sense?
いやー、まあ明るい時にやるでしょうね、きっと。
Jenny, are we sure that the light descent is not engaged?
プラスまでなしてるん。アイホイコかね。
I haven't checked that, have we?
The right
It's all the way down.
All the way down?
Yeah, it's
From my vantage point.
good
Right in
verification.
front of you tomorrow. Okay. Hey, Jenny, what can I touch here to push and pull?
真っ暗で。
EVT.
You can touch the
明るくなったら
stanchions that
完
are
了
sticking
して
out
たら
toward
な
you. Those are
く
the
わら。
canister for the
日食のうちに展開するってありました。
あ、そうなんですか。じゃあ暗い
checking on the rest.
夜が明けたら展開完了みたいにヘルメットカメラの映像を出してくれればいいんですけどね。
Okay. You can also touch anything on the root beam if that's helpful.
あれ電気を消すのかな。そうすると全く見えない。
I'm in position if you are.
なんかルーフの上のものは
You ready?
Yeah, I'm
何一つ触っちゃダメよと言っ
I
ていま
think
す
you're。gonna have to pull on the center parts, but on the left side of IROSA, and then I'll pull on the right one, and that should fold it and bring it down.
okay, so nice and slow. I'm going to start coming towards me.
Okay. Go for it slowly. Not going anywhere.
Yeah, you know how hard it was getting it in. I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Little pulses on it I'm doing, but nothing.
Yeah, but I think it's good enough. Yeah, it's engaging.
Okay, great.
It's aligned. Okay, can you push on the right side?
Yep, I am.
I'll switch it down. Can you control the right side for a moment?
I have the right side and the left.
Okay.
いや、配線してから展開のはず。
Let me get out of the way.
前回の予定では、
もう配線終わってんじゃないんですか？
Let me go back and look. Not quite, but we're not far. Push more.
前回ハピー6トラスに移動して取り付けて配線してそれから展開してチェックして帰還でした。
まだまだじゃあ時間かかりそうですかね。
Hard to see, but from this view we have Shane Kimbrough on the left, Thomas Pesquet on the right. He's pushing the right side of the IROSA, trying to get it into a soft capture position on the mounting bracket.
Soft capture. Yeah, your soft capture one looks like it's still out. It may not be all the way out, but I think it's in the...
お、今配線いじってるのかなこれ。
前回のタイムシフトまだ見てないので配線したかどうかわからないんですよね。有原ちゃん、こんばんは。お疲れ様。何が何やら、ちんぷんかんぷん。
新しい太陽光パネルを取り付け中なんですよね。
It came in a little better. That's just a lot of friction. See it on the back? Yeah, I see it. It slides in, but it stops. Okay, so we're in the same situation we were. No, it's aligned now. Yeah, but over here on the side when we started, just had to have some more force to get it through.
富永ちゃんおこんばんはです。お疲れ様です。
It's aligned, that's good news. Yeah, but...
We copy.
どうなって配信してるの？今来たよ。
はい、こんばんは。今みんなで NASA-TV を見ています。
左側と右側から押してジョイントしているって言ってる？有原さん、おこんばんはです。
Another handover period, losing video from the International Space Station as the station orbits the Earth, handing over from TDRS, or Tracking and Data Relay Satellite, to TDRS. We'll be regaining some of that video shortly. The last view you saw was from the helmet camera of Shane Kimbrough. Kimbrough working with Pesquet, who was to his right. Kimbrough was at the very center of the IROSA. They were working to soft capture the right side of the IROSA, the left side secured to the mounting bracket.
Okay, cool.
Back with you after handover.
It's lining up, Jenny. I don't know if you see my head count, but there's still some mechanical interference.
Okay, we copy. We don't have KU band back quite yet, so we can't see your helmet cam, but from what you're telling me, there's still some interference. You felt a lot of friction when you were installing it back onto the mounting bracket, but you did get the alignment guides lined up?
Yeah, we do get the alignment.
Okay, and that's the alignment feature just on your side, Thomas, or you could see the other two as well?
I can't see all three at the same time. So if I'm checking the one on my side, I'm losing sight of the other two, especially at night.
Yeah.
But the other two are still in. I mean, last time I saw, I think they're still in. This one is nicely aligned in the middle of the slot.
真っ暗な宇宙で手元だけの明かりで作業するのは集中できるのかな？
Okay, copy.
私なら鳥肌立ってゾワゾワしそうだけど、笑。
Yeah, I understand. But you did get
ま
all
あ
three
やっ
alignment
ぱり暗い
features
時は作業
lined up.
難
That's at least
し
good
くな
news.
るでしょうね。
It's lined up, but I'm going in. Tomorrow, can I release this right side or not? Yeah. Okay. Then I'm still controlling it. Yeah. No, no. Cool. We might need to both of us be on this side chain and pull on it. I really don't see any other way. Through there? Yeah. It's a matter of
クイート開いたけど真ん中部分がきっちりカチャとならないみたいだね。
can try, but
そうですね。あ、ここの間に蝶つがいがある感じですかね。
don't do anything.
ここをがっちり固定しないと多分まずいと思うんですが。いやーでも本当高そうな合金使ってますよね。
That's great to hear. So the alignment features are engaged, and you're checking the right soft capture feature now, correct, Thomas?
アライメント完了したかな？
Correct. You're in? Yeah, I think I'm in. The right soft alignment feature is sure, Jenny.
Copy. The right
I don't know what you did, but
right soft capture feature is in, and the alignment is good. That sounds like you guys were able to do it. Fantastic job.
And applause here in Mission Control Houston. All of the mitigation tactics to align the IROSA with the mounting bracket have worked. The right side of IROSA is soft captured to the mounting bracket.
Jenny, you have eyes on all three of them, the alignment guys, and all three of them are nicely aligned all the way in, just for sanity check.
Hey, fantastic news. Thank you, Thomas.
前回ここですごい苦労し、すっげえ苦労した感じだったんですかね。
パチパチパチ。
All right, next steps are to have Shane remove the wire tie from the soft capture you tied down there, and you can stow that wire tie in your trash bag.
そうですね。
Pick up that adjustable equipment
前回やっ
tether, and
ぱ
we'll deploy
厳しか
that
った
soft
とこ
capture
今
feature as
回
well.
乗り越えたんじゃないでしょうか。
Start driving the M35 and M36 since I'm here with the PGT in hand. I need that sound like a
黒猫のはるちゃんと見てます。
はるちゃん元気？
よかったですね。
I'm right here with the PGT in hand, standing by to hand it over to Shane, so there's M35 and 36 right in front of me.
パチパチパチ。
Checking.
笹さんおこんばんはです。
No rush, Jenny. Shane will be ready in 30 seconds. It's just in case. You can go ahead and knock those out. Yeah.
Copy.
All right.
I have next steps for you.
有原さんこんばんは。挨拶ありがとうございます。
Reconfigured here on the ground. You guys have done a great job to get us back on track. After stowing that wire tie and adjustable chain, you'll be at the crew-lock bag. And Thomas, you will be driving R7 and R8, which are the hinge bolts. So for that, we're going to have you
あとこの
ingress the APFR in the
パ
center
ネルを展開するところが見られたら嬉しかったんです
of
が
Irosa. So Shane, you can.
Shane, yeah, if Shane do it right now, I mean, even the APFR. Unless there's other stuff I gotta do. That's my PG. Yeah. Hey, sorry, Jenny, we don't want to jump the gun. Whatever makes sense for you guys, but
Yeah, we're just making sure. I want to be.
Shane could knock those off.
I want to be absolutely sure before I give you guys the next steps. So stand by one.
It's rented to you. We're still rented to the bag. It's still to the bag. Oh, no, why don't we just change that now?
今晩ハイマに始めたんだけど、何か終わったなんか。
いやまだ一大イベントが残されていますので
I'm going to use user translation.
Okay, I have an answer for you guys. Shane, you can drive the hinge bolts. So again, you'll be using Thomas' PGT for that. But since you're in position, it's no problem if you do that. We'll just have Thomas move to the crew lock bag to retrieve the AMS knob, which you'll need to snug those bolts up.
パネルの展開波形ではないんですか？
And Shane,
今日多分やってくれると思うんです
and,
が
Shane, we think you'll
う
be
ま
able
くいっ
to
て
reach
そうなの
both
で
of the hinge
順
bolts
調にいけば
from
今日
the
やる予定な
APFR,
んで
but
す
you
よね
might not be able to reach the topmost one. Just let us know if you have any issues there. The bottom one is R8, which we can start with.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I may have to roll over a little bit, but I'll check it out here in a minute. Free from the bag.
この後何が行われるんですか？
Yes.
この後パドルの展開が行われます
Right, let me, yeah.
新しい太陽電池パネルが
Okay.
ビヨーンって展開されます
Let me, yeah, CR8. Yeah, I don't think I can reach R7.
まだ丸まってるんですけど
Maybe they want your height in here.
丸まった絨毯を開くような感じになる
You
と思
want
うん
to
です
swap
よ
out? They can swap. It's okay. Yeah. So Jenny, sorry about that. I'll hop out of the APFR. I cannot get R7 for sure. And well, I'll have a better shot at it.
Okay, understood. That's no problem. We'll just follow the timeline as written.
Might have to roll it one or two tomorrow. You can check it out when you get over there. Yeah.
And Shane, can I just confirm that that middle soft capture feature is engaged and you've stowed the wire tie and the AET?
ビヨーン。楽しみ。
I'm working on the AET right now. It isn't the
ただそれが暗い中で行われる可能性が高いようなので
Copy. Great work. Toma, you can ingress the APFR and ready your PGT.
Okay.
So the tethers and wire ties that were used to help to align IROSA with the mounting bracket, that mitigation strategy worked. They're gathering some of that equipment and getting staged for fully installing the solar array to the mounting bracket. There'll be a series of driving some bolts, so they'll each have a pistol grip tool or a space drill, and they'll work to engage some of those bolts on the mounting bracket.
Glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check.
Oh, okay. Copy. Got it. Okay, gloves look good. A small smudge on the right ring finger. Probably just some translation like Tomas said. And dry hap and gauntlets are down.
攻める
We copy.
エル
Good check.
いやさんもこんばんはです。
You can retrieve the AMS
ダブル
knob with the
心の
6-inch
目で
wobble
見
from
る
the
しか
cool
ない
side.
ね。真っ暗け。のりちゃんこんばんろうです。
I'm in the APFR. Oh yeah, I need some roll. Yeah.
Copy, Tomas. We'll have you ready your PGT, and then we'll see if you can reach.
On the roll pedal for me, Shane, with your foot, or is it too far? Sure. If it's too complicated, I'll do it. I'll pop the foot out. I got it. Got it? I go with do like that. My hand just like it. All right. Tell me when it's good. Okay,
press the pedal. Are you ready? Yeah, ready.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
It's going anywhere. It's moving. I'll try to pump the food. It's fully depressed. Is it? Yeah. It's not moving. I think it's max. I think we cannot because the pitch is 90 degrees. Okay, I think I'll have to do it like this. Never mind. Sorry about that. Sorry. Wow. Okay. Let's try. And Jenny, I'm ready for settings if you have settings for me.
お、もう展開する？
Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
God, it's a small one. Alpha 1.
アリさん、お疲れ様。
Affirm.
And Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
You'll be driving R7 and R8, 13
まだ
turns
ドライバーい
only,
じってますね。
Jenny, my PG2 off, so. Okay, Alpha 1, clockwise 2, making once again.
Affirm, and we're looking for 13 turns only, 13.
まさかこのドライバーの動力で展開させるわけじゃないですよね。
Good read back. Shane, you can retrieve the AMS knob, and following that, we'll still have you at the crew lock bag. If you want to
さ
get
っ
ahead,
き
your
の
next
話
step
にあっ
is
た
to
ように、
retrieve the
真っ
cap keeper
暗で
as
太
well.
陽光がないから今の温度波マイナス100度ぐらいってことですよね。
マイナス100度ぐらい、そんなに下がるんですかね。まあ空気がないので周りの温度じゃ
Using
ないんです
Thomas
が、
Pesquet
そ
using the
の
pistol grip
宇宙
tool
服の
to
表面
drive
温
some of the
度
bolts necessary to secure the solar array in this configuration to the mounting bracket. Meanwhile, Kimbrough is retrieving something called an AMS knob. This will be used after the pistol grip tool to finger tighten or hand tighten these two bolts.
結構ぐるぐる回してるけど大丈夫かな。
自然に展開するようになっていると聞きましたが。
そうなんですか。なんか3番にはレッドって書いてあるけど、一瞬日本の日の丸が書いてあるのか。まだそのヒンジ部分を固定しているようですね。
割とこんばんは。
はい、こんばんは。
2.4 on the torque and 17 turns. We're just talking that turn countdown here.
Don't make me undo it.
折りたたみ式の太陽光シート。
Probably not. That's too high. Not to climb on the Irosa. Okay, I can use this. Those. Yeah. Still not good. Not bolted yet. Nope, one sec.
Arihara さんこんばんは。
R7, do you want all rights driven?
Yep, you can start on R8, Toma. Remember, 13 turns only. Understand that the other bolt was a bit high. It was difficult to see. We're going to have you back out the other bolt, R7, 2 turns.
絨毯みたいになってるのね。
そうですね。
全然違うけど、今度、手持ちのソーラーパネルの動作確認しようと思いました。配信ありがとうございます。
パネル上げてるんですか？
We have some body position options that will help you reach that outside of the APFR.
あれ？このピストルグリップツール7セグじゃなくなってる。なんかインジケーターが新しくなってますね。 新型になったの
Now
か。
the, what are your settings for backing out R7, Jenny?
Checking.
So there are two bolts to secure the hinges. Right now you're getting a helmet camera view from Thomas Pesquet's helmet camera. He's looking at the center of the IROSA, and these bolts will secure the hinges that help to unfold it. They need to be hand tightened, so they're only going to do 13 turns and then use another tool called the AMS knob to hand tighten the remaining torque.
そうだね。
あれいつの間に新しくなったんだろ
One turn. Turn.
Copy, 2 turns.
All right.
お湯だね。
う。今回初めて
You
で
can
すか、
start your PGT and receive the AMS knob from EV2. You're going to be torquing both of
これ
those
ちゃんの
bolts
テン
to
ションアッ
just
プ。
snug, so around 2 turns each. Understand you might have some constraints reaching the uppermost bolt.
こ
We'll
れ
talk
カン
about
さ
that
ん、
when you
よ
get
く
there, but you
覚
can
えて
start
ま
on
す
it.
ね。
いや今のは明らかに異質な感じがしましたよね。
Doesn't ratchet that tool, Jenny. To turn by hand.
Yeah, 2 turns, yeah.
いやもう10年見続けてましたから。
新品に。
Lead pulling on it.
Yeah, 2 reps there.
From this view, you see Pesquet has that AMS knob. It's a hand tightening tool, just a delicate 2 turns to secure the hinge bolts that help to unfold the IROSA.
この間のカーゴドラゴンで運んだのかな。
どうなんでしょう、3番って前からありましたかね。
Just until snug.
Okay, it's gonna take, I think, maybe 5-ish turns, 6. Sorry, my 17 turns from the top might not be that bad. I'll find a reason.
And Thomas, like we said, that's too snug. We had a turn estimate of 2 turns, but it might take more as you're finding out.
Yeah, I've given it like 5 or 6 turns and I still see maybe 2 millimeters to go.
Copy.
And then okay, I'm snug now and tight.
Copy, the bolt is snug.
So done for R8. Okay, and Jenny, my question I guess is, can I translate on the IROSA even though the end bolts are not driven? To R7?
Thomas, you can use the root beam. Just make sure that you
これ
don't
カン
touch
さ
the
ん
blankets
ワ
as
クワクで
always,
しょ。
but the root beam is fair game even if the M bolts are not driven.
The beam is going to be good enough to get up there.
台座部分の取り付け、苦労していたように見えましたね。
Climb up.
そうですね。でももう山は越えたかなって感じですよね。
With the first of 2 hinge bolts tightened to be just a little snug, Pesquet now moving into a position to allow him to reach that upper bolt and do the same thing.
あと2本。
Feather here.
There you go.
これ新しいパネルってペラッペラで折り曲げ可能なのに出力は高いんですね。
And Shane, if you haven't done so yet, you can prep the cap keeper from the crew lock bag. We'll be transferring that to Thomas and using it to remove the caps from the ENSA GLs.
Copy. It's right there in front of them, ready to go. Back up to it.
Copy. Well done.
Snug. Okay. Now what? Cap keeper. Cap keeper. It's right here tomorrow. Oh, okay. They can just leave it to the bag and yeah. Wash with this. That would be nice to be near your phone, but got it. Got it.
We copy that R7 is snug. And that's right, you'll be removing the caps. You can keep the cap keepers stowed to the crew lock bag or redded to the crew lock bag.
This works tomorrow. Making progress. Constant improvement. Matters. Okay, here's one cap.
黄色いテープみたいなのを外したら、ピラピラのシートが出てくるのかな？
どうなんでしょうね。これで固定してるのかな。そうかもしれませんね。
EMS now is back in the crew lock bag, Jimmy.
Copy, Shane.
Three tabs.
Copy.
Back at you, Shane. Got it.
ガムテみたい。
Is that GL? Oh, and bolts.
Copy. We're talking next steps. It's likely going to be M bolts. I'll have words for you shortly.
Just put away tomorrow. No. Come here. Getting on R7. Sweet. That was fun.
このキャップを落としたら、流れ星になる？
流れ星になりますね、いつかは。ただしばらくは軌道上を飛んでると思います。
Big picture for you guys, considering the time we have left in this eclipse, it's only about 2 minutes. So we're going to move on to driving M bolts. It's crew preference who drives the M bolts. Again, we just have one PGT with the correct socket, which is the green PGT, or Shane's PGT. We are 1 hour away from the next working eclipse where we will be able to do the full cable config at the legacy panel. So the other crew member, whoever is not driving bolts, will head outboard and disconnect the cable harnesses from one another, that cleanup step that we did at the end of last EVA. We will not be touching the legacy panel at this time.
Okay, that sounds good. When we drive first, drive these, and you do your connectors, and then we'll swap. I think it makes sense. Okay. Didn't you get into your phone? Yeah, I think I will. Yep. Let me take my local and be out of your way. The plan, I don't know if you heard, is that Shane will drop the bolts on each side.
うっかり飛んでかないように部品外す前にちゃんとカラビナつけるんですね。
That sounds great to us.
はい、ちゃんと安全確保はしないといけません。
Retrieve those adjustables at some point, not now, but I think we can do as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking here. We might have you take a look at cleaning up those adjustables as well, but I'll have a confirmation for you soon.
片付けが終わったみたいな感じ。
展開してくれるんでしょうか。
2 hours into today's spacewalk, the spacewalkers have their next steps.
サンディープ
There
リ
are
ンター
4
貼り
bolts
ま
that
す
need to
よ
be。driven on the right side of the solar array
サンディ
to
ープリン
secure
タ
it
な
in
ら
place to the mounting bracket. In the meantime, the other crew member will work on
3D
routing
プリ
some
ンターっ
cables
て
and
どのく
cleaning
らい
them
使
out,
われて
getting
んでしょう
them ready
ね。
for the connections. We're about to enter into an orbital sunrise, which means the sun will be shining on the solar arrays, and the arrays will be producing power. Some of the next steps after bolting the solar array to the mounting bracket include connecting some of the cables. We need to be in an eclipse or in an orbital nighttime in order to start that work to reduce the electrical current flowing through the solar arrays. So the astronauts will be working on the bolts during an orbital sunrise and connecting the electrical cables during an orbital nighttime.
しばらく街に入るかな。
内藤ちゃん、マニちゃん、こんばんろうです。お疲れ様。挨拶なしに思わずコメしちゃいました、これさん。皆様こんばんは、内藤さん。こんばんは。明るくなった。明るくなってきた。ネジの強度波保証できるの。有原さん、こんばんは。
保証できるものを使ってると思うんですよ。
桜さんも
こんばんはです。
So we have written starting with M35 bolts, but understanding you're splitting those bolts with Thomas.
その配線は夜中の間にやるって言ってましたね。
アリちゃん。
Copy. We're looking for 11 to 13 turns. It'll be to hard stop, and the black line will be flush.
2, 3, 4, 5. Second lead. 6. That's teamwork right there.
明るくなったの。
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Got low torque. Any green light there, Jenny?
ほら地味な配線だよ。
Yeah, we want these driven to torque.
Some more? No, still not. Yeah, I just can't. Oh, you got it. Got it. Yeah, green light.
まあ今このここに見えてるこのロール状になっている
宇宙飛行士って何でもできるんだね。
のが新しいパネルで今巻き取られてるんですが、
有原さん、こんばんは。
それが今日展開してくれるはずなんですよね。
笑ってる？
はい。回転数を数えて
また地球が見えるよね。
そうですね。
35分ぐらい止まってないといけないねって言ってたね。背中向けていてよくわからない。
ちょっとこれ遠いんでカメラの映像も安定しヘルメットカメラも映像安定しないのかもしれませんね。
Copy 22 on the torque and 13 turns. Thank you.
Okay, for M34, 22 and 12.87 turns. Green light.
Copy 22 on the torque, 12.87 turns. Green light and check black line flush.
Black line flush.
Copy. Shane, it looks like your helmet might be touching the blankets. Just a reminder to back off. If we have trouble reaching those bolts, we can egress the APFR.
Okay, on M32, 22 on the torque, 13.47 turns, green lights.
来ましたね。
22
ま
on
だ
the
もう
torque,
ちょっと取り付け
13.47 turns,
ボルト止
green
めを
light
しないといけ
on
ないよう
M32,
なんで
check
すが、
black line flush.
And black line is flush. Come on, is my helmet clear if I'm down here? Yeah. And there's that RC extension that's also really close to the visor. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, you see that. And as long as you're clear of this and you don't go up, that'd be good. Thank you. That's 3-4 centimeters now.
宇宙服かっこいい。
かっこいいっすよね。
なんか見れるのってすごいよね。
すごいっすよね。
27700キロのスピード感が感じられない。
Get the torque on that one.
You're getting a view from the helmet camera of Tomara Pesquet looking at
も
Shane
う地
Kimbrough
球
using
が
the
見ら
suit
れれば
with
割
the
と
white stripes
動い
or
て
the
るのが
unmarked suit driving
わ
the
かるんです
bolts
け
on
ど
the
ね。
left side, making sure they're secure over there.
22, 12.87 turns, green light and black line flush.
Copy, black line flush, green light, 12.87 turns and 22 on the torque for M33. Ready for M31, and we're still showing your helmet pretty close to those blankets. So we'll have you egress the APFR for the final bolt.
Well, this way might even be more comfortable out of the APFR. I can hold a PGT. Copy. Got it? Yeah, I got it.
宇宙服って重いの？
相当重いっすよね。何キロあるんだか忘れちゃいましたけど。
Kimbrough has 3 of the bolts on the left side driven. He's going to get out of the foot restraint to drive that 4th bolt.
Copy, I'll get that together for you.
ここに
ココさんもこんばんはです。
配線のコネクターが見えてますね。そこに多分つながないといけないと思うんですけど、これ多分4つここに出てるの、これコネクターだと思うんですよ。
I have that data for you.
でもこれ電力じゃなくて制御用のコネクターっぽいな。
7 hours,
3
and
コン
we
コ
are
ン。
53 minutes until our working eclipse for cable connections.
Jenny, it sounds all great.
よそ見しながら
Yeah, you guys
聞
are
いて
doing
ますわら。
fantastic. Plenty of time.
そんなに早く動いていても風圧とかはないってことなんですよね。
そうですね。
Just not engaging, come on. M31? Yeah. On it nicely. Let's see if I can come from the other side.
And Shane, if it's difficult to engage, you can start it by hand if needed.
地球は多いな。
There you go.
From the helmet camera of Thomas Pesquet, just hand tightening some of the bolts while Kimbrough gets into position to drive that 4th and final bolt on the left side. They're counting down to an eclipse or an orbital nighttime where no power will be drawn by the
すごい青
station's
さ、
solar
ラピ
arrays
スラ
and
ズ
they
リ
can
の
make
ような青さです
the
ね。
electrical connections necessary to augment the power that IROSA, the solar array they're currently working on, will be providing to the 2B power channel. That work needs to be done in an orbital
かなり
nighttime.
握力は必
In the
要ですね。
meantime, we're handing over some of our visual communications from the International Space Station. That video coming from TDRS or tracking and data relay satellites. We're just handing over between the satellites now, should be regaining those views shortly.
That was 13.5 turns, 22 on the torque. Nice. Black line flush.
Copy. I just caught that. We're back with you after a handover. So that was M31, 22 on the torque, 13 and a half turns, green light, and black line flush.
I'll have to stay here with you. Unless you...
命綱つけていても、両手離して作業はできないよね。絶対に怖い。
まあ、足場で足をがっちり固定してないと作業できないので。
I'm ready for M36. I got Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Good settings. Your go for 36.
Getting video back from the International Space Station, Shane Kimbrough completing his 4 bolts on the left side.
鏡ですね。
Thomas Pesquet has 1 bolt driven on the right side. He hand tightened a couple of them now with the pistol grip tool or the space drill in hand. He'll complete the installation of the 3 remaining bolts on the right side of the solar array.
I got 13 turns, torque of 22.0 and green light.
Copy. M36, torque of 22, 13 turns, green light, and check black line flush.
Black line flush, working on M37.
Copy. M37.
Journey for 82, my connectors are demated.
Copy, Shane.
Do you want me to get the adjustables off the IROSA or leave them?
Just getting the final check for you, Shane.
Okay. 11 turns on N37, 22.2, and green light.
Copy. 11 turns, 22.2, green light, and I'll check black line flush on M37.
Black line flush, Jenny. Sorry, yeah. Forgot that.
No problem. You can move on to M38, and Shane, you can clean up your adjustable tethers on the outboard side of IROSA.
Mark.
見ていて飽きない。ずっと見ていられるね。
地球が素晴らしいですね。
青空の地球きれい。高所恐怖症の方波大丈夫なのかな？ 3 波無理かな？ 9？
むしろ宇宙にいると上も下も分かんなくなるので、高いとこ怖くなくなっちゃうらしいですね。
有原さん、私も無理。
Copy. Green light, 22 on the torque, and that was 11.8 turns. Check black line flush on M38.
10.4 turns, sorry, and on black line is flush.
Copy. 10.4 turns, and black line is flush on M38. So that's the final M bolt driven. Well done, you two. You can either temp stow Shane's PGT or give it back to him. Thomas, you're going to be cleaning up your adjustables also on the outboard side of the road.
地球のどの辺だろう。これ換算に本当に。
日本の反対側方面だと思いますが。
Got it. Thank you. I have 2 adjustables that I cleaned up. IROSA.
Copy, Shane. Next steps for you shortly.
私もダメ。我々は
Shane,
あ
once
の青い
you
と
stowed
こ
your
ろにいるの
PGT,
か。
we'll have you start by connecting the NZGLs and the inboard
我
side
々は
of
青いと
IROSA,
ころの暗いところにいま
J1
す。
through J4.
Copy, Jimmy.
With all 8 bolts securing the IROSA to the mounting bracket, The astronauts are now doing some cleanup steps using some of the adjustable tethers that were used to help with the alignment of the iROSA to the mounting bracket. They'll clean up some of those. There are a few cables that they're able to connect ahead of the eclipse or the orbital nighttime, so they'll get into those tasks, get a jump start, and then once the station goes into an orbital nighttime and the solar arrays, the legacy solar arrays are no longer drawing power. They'll be able to make some of the electrical connections that are necessary during the eclipse. It has to happen during an orbital nighttime. Everything on track so far to meet that deadline. Well, they'll be able to make the necessary electrical connections.
いや、それがね、高い。あ、このコネクター萌えの私にはたまらないこのコネクター。たまりませんね、このコネクター。
地球を基準に見ると高さを感じそう。
Copy, Tomas. That sounds good.
高さは視覚的に分かると思うんですけど、ただ怖くなくなっちゃうらしいんですよね。落ちるっていう感覚がなくなっちゃうから。
地球は本当に青い。わらわら。
Jenny, P1's made it to J1, and we're locked over center.
Copy, P1J1 made it over center.
Jenny, I can give you those checks in the meantime. E2 now, no FOD, no bent pins, good EMI band. The sides look clear.
Good checks on P2J2 and to my copy. I'll be taking checks from you for 3 and 4.
J4.
アドレナリンが出すぎて怖さ忘れるとか。
And J3. FOD, good pins. EMI band. Those are nice and clean connections. Okay, J2 has made it. Jenny, or P2 to J2, sorry.
Copy, P2 to J2 mated. Check lever over center, and I copy good checks on 3 and 4.
大丈夫そうな気がしたけどやっぱり怖くなくなるんですね。
はい、だからむしろ危ないって言ってましたよ。地上に帰ってきてから高いところ怖くなくなっちゃうので。
でも足の下に何もないと思うと怖い。
そうですよね。見てる方は。
Concur.
P4 is connected to J4, never over center.
Copy, P4, J4 made it over center.
Wow, ちょっと寒くなってきたな。窓閉めてきます。
そうそう、足の下が何もないのは怖いよね。
P3 to G, lever mated over center.
Copy, P3 and J3 mated over center. All right, well done. All the NZGL connectors are mated. I have a caution for you. Avoid contact with the cables when they are attached to iROSA. You guys have gotten yourself in a great config ahead of the working eclipse, which is still 42 minutes away. So that means we are going to send you to some cleanup steps until we have that working eclipse and we can move to the outboard cable connections. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. And you're ready.
Tomas, you can release your fair lead and relocate your APFR from the original EVA to WIF 29.
それがね、怖くなくなっちゃうから不思議なんですよね。
Release my fair lead and let's go with the corner APFR to the other side on the 4 Bravo side.
Affirm. And Shane, similarly, you'll be relocating your APFR, which is now in WIF 38. You're moving it to 4 Bravo WIF 17. 17.
あ ニコン登場。
LP17.
写真撮りますよ。
Right. All right, APFR 24 Bravo.
Affirm.
なんあの白いカメラ、カワユス。
あれで現場写真を撮って地上に送って確認を取らないといけません。ちゃんと施工
カメラ
がうまく
も宇宙服？
ちゃんと施工がうまくいってるかどうか。
野口さんが船内のカメラはニコンって言ってる動画見ましたよ。
はい。昔からニコンが使われてますね。
My safety Charlie, look all right? Just 1 second. Here, let me get a chance. Make sure it's not behind me. Is Feather...
記念写真じゃないのね。
記念写真もついでに撮りますけど
記念
ね。
撮影じゃないんだ。
記念撮影もついでにやりますよ。
Up, like to across your right shoulder. And forward. So,
お互い写真を撮り合うことがあり
it'll
ま
be
す。
easier if you come towards me a little bit. Nice, you swing your legs in the direction of the IEA. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of inboard. Okay. Yeah. More. And then above.
記念写真でピースしてほしい。わら。
Your sport. I think it's between your legs now. You can clean it. Or come.
Hi,
Did it come
Jesus.
through there? It's between your legs. So you have just your left leg in motion. Inboard. Inboard. Yeah. Yeah, and then bring it up. Bend your knee, bend your knee, bend your knee. And then outboard. Yeah. Now it's to your left. There you go. Right there. Across your body. Perfect. Next bet. Good bet. Anytime. Okay. APFR.
です。
Okay, look at this. Have a red on the APFR. I do as well.
Copy.
That's one. I remember. I don't like this one. All right, I got it on the red and BRT.
So we're talking how much extra time that we have here, and we do have a get-ahead to check a couple of whiffs with these APFRs, which is on the way to where you'll be installing them for the next EVA. So I'm preparing some words for you to check an intermediate whiff prior to installing them on the 4 Bravo side, just so you guys know.
Hey, Jenny. Sure we got time to get ready for the connectors? Yeah. That's the main point.
Yep, that's what we're talking down here. We want to give you guys plenty of time to prepare for those connectors. So I'm just telling you what the conversation is down here, and we're keeping that in mind.
Two astronauts doing very well on their timeline today, securing the IROSA to the mounting bracket. The next steps comes about 30 minutes from now. They're waiting for an orbital sunset.
Hold here, stop translating. It
今
looks like
夜を待っているようですね。
Heka, your helmet camera assembly has come unattached. Correction, your IRCA.
Yeah, I can see that, Shane. Okay. I'm holding here.
Copy. We're looking at it now.
He 日が落ちるまで次の作業の準備をしています。
Do you want me to go to Shane or go relocate the APFR and go to Shane afterwards? That's something I can fix here.
Any nearby way?
Checking Toma.
ここにある部品のすべてがミクロン単位で作られてるとか白目。
For both crew, Shane and
お金か
Toma,
かってま
we're
す
going to
よ。
put your APFRs in any nearby whiff. So drop off your APFRs and we're going to work the IRCA.
ちょっとお風呂に行きます。また後で。
With this problem popping up, it's probably clear to you guys, but just so that we're on the same page, we're not going to be relocating those
野
APFRs
外
now.
活
We're
動
just going to be
中はス
fixing
ナッ
this
クタ
IRCA
イム
and
と
then
か
getting
ない
in
のか
position.
な
We have around 33 minutes
確か飲
until
む
the
こと
working
は
equipment
できる
starts.
と思うんですが。
本体の配線むき出しなのはすぐに修理できるメリットがあるね。
そうですね。
Jenny, my APFR
もぐもぐタイムないのかな
black on black. The pull test.
ストローはついてるんですよ
Again,
ね。
good pull
確か
test, good twist test. And pitch knob is out.
Copy. Good checks, and your
もぐ
APFR
もぐ
Shane
タ
is
イム
installed
したいよね。
with 1818.
So again, the IROSA is secured with all bolts to the mounting bracket. The astronauts are now buying time until an orbital nighttime where they can work on connecting the remaining electrical cables. They got a few cables connected already, some data cables that did not require an orbital nighttime in order to connect them. They're going to secure these portable foot restraints for now, and Pesquet is going to go over to Shane Kimbrough and address a helmet camera issue. Just make sure that's secured to his suit. Make sure they get good views from the helmet cameras of both astronauts, because they're both going to be setting up for connecting those electrical cables come the eclipse or the orbital nighttime.
なんでしょうね。
So they'll just make sure everything is set before they enter into those next critical steps.
Face you or what? I don't know. Did you have words, or I was just trying to figure it out?
We don't have specific words for you yet, Toma. Anything you can tell us about how it came unattached will be helpful. We're talking how to re-secure it down here.
So I don't know how it came unattached, but it was floating above Dan's head. It's kept in place by the connectors. And I don't exactly know how to reattach it.
We're talking down here. There's no way to kind of re-engage it, so it's nice to give Shane pats on the head, but we don't think that'll do the trick.
Do you want me to put a tether on it?
We're talking about it.
Okay. It's in place by the cables, not ideal, but...
Can
you rotate your left chain so I can see the other side?
So what you're looking at is the helmet camera assembly with the lights that are affixed to the top of Shane Kimbrough's suit. Pesquet will work on a procedure to try to secure that helmet assembly to the top of Kimbrough's suit. Those lights will be needed for some of the upcoming procedures to shine onto the cables that they'll need to connect. So the ground teams here in Mission Control are working on a solution to figure a way to affix that camera assembly to Kimbrough's EMU or spacesuit.
We're probably going to have to use a tether or a wire tie or something, but we're still looking for the exact words on how to get this reattached. We won't be able to just push it on because you'd have to basically deconflict and move 2 tabs out of the way to get it back on nominally.
Understand. I can have a tether going to the bracket itself. And sleeve is going to keep it attached. And then we have a wire tie around that knob on the right side of the helmet. That opens and closes the visor, but then that means you keep your visor down the rest of the time. Oh, that's alright.
あら、カメラ撮れちゃった。これダメでしょ。
I think I'll do that. Don't see if they say you offered it up. Let's see if they come up with
it.
You have a red
カメラがついているところがグラグラ。宇宙空間では食欲がなくなるらしいよ。空気がないなんちゃって。
面白いね。これはちょっと大惨事でしょ。
Plenty of adjustables if those will help.
We're happy with that plan, and just to confirm, Shane, you will not be able to actuate your visor with that wire tie in place. That's correct.
That is true.
ずれてる。ずれてる。
ダクトテープ持ってこい。
Tether coming from somewhere on the right.
押さえてる。
The right of your T-bar, and then I'll put it somewhere on your helmet.
さっきからなでなでしてると思ったら。バイザーとくっついているところが外れちゃったみたい。
また問題発生ですか。紐で縛るつもりでいるのかな。
いい子してるように見える。わらわら。
これは EVA 中止の予感。
better position for you, let me know. No, it's good for now. It's just that I don't have much to hold on to. What, this one? What? This handhold here? I think like this is not too bad. Can you hold it with one hand? Everywhere. On your, like, as best you can. There? Yeah. Okay. Try that.
お、固定できました？
めっちゃいとる、わら。
Okay, still hold me down. Like it slipped off there. I have to move. Instead of my local tether's too far away.
フックで引っ張って押さえておくみたいだ。
強引ですが、針金で固定か。
これは頭についてるカメラ映像？
そうですね。針金出ました。針金で縛って。でも針金で固定できる場所があるかな
？Unblock or something. Know what that is? You want to go to, you want to go to the bracket? I want to go towards your right side. Can I help?
ワイヤーが出てきた。
I'll bring the visor down. Thank you.
ガムテープで留めたい。わら。
ガムテープは真空中でどの程度使えるのか何とも言えないところが。止めるところがないな。
It doesn't really catch anything, fortunately. Slippery.
A creative solution by Thomas Pesquet to secure the helmet camera assembly with the lights in particular needed for the upcoming procedures to connect some electrical cables in orbital nighttime using a wire tie to temporarily secure the helmet camera assembly to Shane Kimbrough's suit, allowing him to see the cables that he will be connecting. There are only a few cables needed, and these cables do need to be connected during an orbital nighttime.
This is okay, you'll be able to move it. But yeah, the visor will be fine. Okay? Yeah, I'm not using the visor. Okay?
ワイヤーで固定できるのかな考える。
どうなんでしょう。ちょっと厳しいような。あ、首の下を回すのか。
両面テープもいいねー。わら。
お、なんとかでも仮固定できたかな。
how much time we still have in the eclipse? In that
ゆかさん、私もガムテープしか思い浮かばなかったかを。なんとかテープで固定したい。
まあガムテダクトテープは最強ですからね、宇宙でも。ただ真空中でダクトテープが使えるかどうか。仮固定できたんでしょうかね。
どうにかなったみたい。
Alright, thanks for that troubleshooting and Tamar getting your buddy back in a good config. While you're still with Shane, if we could get you to turn on Hiteka, we'd also appreciate that because that got turned off in the process.
ワイヤーでぐるぐる巻き。
Stand by for a minute. Can you do another wire tie, Jenny?
瞬時の判断すごい。固定できたみたいだね。
なんとか作業は続けられそうですか。
近くにあれば買いに行けるのにね。
もう一本でももう片方止めないとダメな感じ。
固定できたかな。
もう一本使いますね。
このワイヤーはどこから出てきたの。
ですね、ワイヤーはいつも
マミちゃんわらわらしょう。
So again, a creative solution by Thomas Pesquet to secure the helmet camera assembly to Shane Kimbrough's suit. That'll provide him nice lighting, and of course the camera views for the teams here on the ground to monitor the steps that are critical to occur during an orbital nighttime. These are electrical cables, so they need to occur during nighttime so the solar arrays on the 2B channel are not drawing any power. The plan now is to secure the helmet camera assembly using these wire ties, get Shane Kimbrough in a good configuration, and then the two will make their way over to the work site, get in position, and wait for sunset.
そのうちに、カインズ宇宙展ができるかもね、わら。
あ、いやーダメか。
あー、また浮いちゃった。
ダメだなこれは。今日もまた展開見られない可能性が高くなってきましたね。
これちゃん、これはレアケースですか？
非常はい、このかぶり物が取れるというのは大惨事の中でも一番だと思います。これくまモンの中の人が見えちゃったと同じぐらいの衝撃が。多分水漏れ事件に匹敵する水漏れ事件に匹敵するぐらいのインパクト。
浮いてるね。やっぱりガムテープだよ。わら。やばそう。
これはちょっと中止になる可能性ありますね。
テープ買ってきて。あっちゃー、それは衝撃。大変なことなんだろうけど笑っちゃうね。
まあこれで反対側も固定できればいけるのかな。
中身見えたらやばいね。
やばいっしょ。
お一度やり直し。中止かな。
いや、いけそう。
Lights. The light. What am I doing with it? Push it up. Push it up. Up. Oh. I'll have to redo everything. Yeah. I could go around. Can go around the helmet first now.
カインズに誰か買いに行って。
You have a red on it, right? Yeah. Nothing to hold on to. That's what people.
なんかすごいシュールな光景になってますが。
大丈夫かな。
We copy, Thomas.
細かい作業が難しいのよね。
The tower is probably the best option. I can do that. Shane, there's another try. Thanks, Tamar. Hold it.
頑張っておられますよね。
Okay.
まあこれ一回中止したらまた
We're
大
keeping
変
an
で
eye
す
on
か
the
ら
time,
ね。
and we're only going to work this for about 2 more minutes. And at that point, we're going to move both of you in
また準
position
備
on
して出るの
Shane's
に
side
また
of the
丸一
cable,
日かかっちゃうので。
considering this helmet issue, and then we'll talk the cable forward plan from there.
Yes, I think I'm up to something.
Copy.
Works.
なんとか固定できそうですか
カイ
ね。
ンズでゴリラテープ買ってきてあげたい。
ゴリラテープ高いからな。
I think the right side is good. Oh, Shane, rotate. Go to your right side. No, your right side.
お、固定できた
Your
感
right
じ。
side on the IA.
なんとかなった感が。
Put your right shoulder on the IA. That's what I'm doing. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I copy that you guys think it's in a good config.
なんとか な
Yeah, I
な
think
った
for
よう
now
で
it's
す
in
ね。
good config.
All right.
I'll have to redo the wire tie on the right, but I think for now it's not going anywhere. I'll try not to bump your head.
Understand.
I can use the visor or not?
100均でもいいから。
Jenny, if I have 2 more minutes, I'd like to give a try to do the wire tie on the right side, please.
Guys, we can revisit this.
Otherwise, all my work might be undone.
We can revisit this after the cables, but at this point, we're going to have to get you in position both on the left side of the mounting bracket for Shane's cables.
メインではない作業に手間と時間がかかる。
But I'm going to have to redo everything from the beginning. But
こ
okay,
れ長引きそうな。
let's do it.
Understood,
Yeah,
Toma.
no,
We're just
no.
up against that
で
clock.
きたできた。
Because I need both sides to hold, otherwise I cannot get something stable on just one side. So, and now right now just one side is popping. But okay, let's do it. Power to you. Come on. Hey, no worries. We're not far.
浮いてない浮えない。
Jenny, what do you need us?
よかったね。どうかな。
Jenny?
And Toma,
All right.
Tomas, to confirm, you're going to be following Shane to his work site. Make sure that he's in a good config. Yeah, make sure he's in a good config for those cables because we understand the limitations with the helmet lights. And then...
config in terms of lights?
Say again?
Okay, if it's, we've got his lights on, so I think it's good for now.
Okay, we're comfortable with that, Tomas. You can head to your side of the cables if from where you're currently at. Shane looks like he's in a good config.
Yep, he does. Thanks, Tomas. Well, it's...
うまくいったようです
come
ね。
back and spend at least 10 more minutes.
Understood, Tomas. We can plan for that. We just, again, we want to make sure that we get this pinch point right. We're still 10 minutes away from our working eclipse. We just need you both in position.
とりあえずこのまま続けるのかな？
Copy. Understood. And Shane, for your awareness, we do not have your camera views, which is fine, but we will not be able to help you troubleshoot these cables if there is an issue.
Copy that. That's my first one, just so I can prep it.
So with a little creativity by the astronauts currently outside the International Space Station, Tomas Pesquet was able to assist Shane Kimbrough in temporarily securing his helmet camera assembly with the lights to the top of his spacesuit. He'll need the lights to connect the cables that are in front of him. You're seeing the cables that are in front of the helmet camera view of Tomas Pesquet. They are in position, ready to go. They can't start connecting the cables until they're in an orbital nighttime. Make sure no power is being drawn from the station's solar arrays, and they'll begin the electrical connections. They're both on each respective side of the station's solar arrays. They have the cables ready to go. They are in position, and they'll make the connections during an orbital nighttime.
ですが、ケーブルの接続は夜中でな
Shane
いとできな
Kimbrough
い
is
の
in a
で、
good configuration with the lights on and providing illumination of his work site. So Pesquet made his way over to his respective work site, so they're flanking both sides of the solar array, and they'll be able to make the connections on each side. If necessary, Pesquet can go over to assist Shane Kimbrough, since he does have his helmet camera assembly with the lights and, of course, the camera views that the teams that you're seeing here in Mission Control Houston can see the work site and troubleshoot any issues as necessary.
Starting the cables at this time. But just for your awareness, Shane, you will be starting with P7, and Tomas, you'll be starting with P9.
F9, insight.
そうか、ソーラーパネルを展開する前に配線をしとかないと感電しちゃうんだね。
そうですね。このコネクターがたまりませんな。
机の上に50インチくらいのモニターもあるのね。
ああ、前面にモニターはありますね。
コネクタもわら。
このコネクタたまらんでしょう、でも。
I have a consumables update for both of you. Limiting consumable, EV1 Medox, 6 hours, 30 minutes. PET, 2 hours and 55 minutes.
とりあえずは休憩タイムかな。
そうですね。暗くなるのを多分待つ間に手袋をチェックしたり。
Copy EV1.
丸いでっかい穴開きコネクタなんて絶滅したかと思ってた。
ねえ。端子の数がすごいことになってるので。
今、ISS、アフリカ大陸抜けて南極のそばからオーストラリアに向かうところだね。
オーストラリアってことはもうすぐ夜だな。
We are 5 minutes out from our eclipse. I have 2 warnings for both of you. And just to be clear, I'll be giving you the go once we are at the correct time and we have all of our safing in place.
Copy.
The warnings are you must not demate the SAW connectors until eclipse plus 2 minutes and MCC go. And you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from any SAW connectors which are demated starting 2 minutes prior to and during installation.
Jenny, I don't know if we still have you, but you were breaking up. Begin copy.
Okay, I'll read your warnings again. Crew must not demate SAW cables until eclipse plus 2 minutes and on MCC go. And you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from any SAW connectors which are
僕だっ
demated.
たら間違えてコネクターを差し込む自信があるよ。
多分間違えて差し込めないような構造になってるんじゃないですかね。
Another handover and some of the video coming from the space station should be regaining it soon as we enter into an orbital nighttime and the 2 astronauts begin the procedures to connect some of the electrical cables that are necessary to perform during an orbital nighttime.
通信の合間の P って思い出すのはゲバゲバ P。
ゲバゲバ。ゲバゲバ。
強引に差し込む人なんていないと信じたい。
ゲバゲバ45。
あ、通じた。皆さん、こんばんは。
はい、こんばんは。ああ、なんか食べるもんなかったかな。
Flight controller is monitoring the power systems on board the International Space Station, making sure that current is not flowing through the 2B power channel. An estimated 2 more minutes until the astronauts are given a go to start making the electrical connections necessary to complete the, well, in part to complete the installation of the IROSA.
Over a minute until our working portion of the eclipse, and again, we'll be giving you the go when it's time.
Copy, Jenny, we're ready. Copy.
These electrical connections should be the final steps to install the IROSA to the mounting bracket. Once they complete the electrical connections and flight controllers determine everything is go to proceed, the next steps will be to deploy the solar array while the two astronauts are out at the worksite. There are two bolts that are keeping the solar arrays together. They're called
信じられないことですが。
launch restraint bolts. And the launch restraint, there are two of them that are needed to be undone in order to release both of the solar array blankets.
食べたりしてるんですか？
いや、全く食べるものがありません。
カメリアさん、こんばんは。マニさんも、こんばんは。
All right, we are go for connections. So to start, Thomas, you will be demating P9 from the blanket box, and Shane, you will be demating P7.
ゲバルトの略です。
いつから食べていないの？ゲバゲバ知らない。白ご飯が買ったら、ひつまぶし茶漬けを、ご飯ないのかな？
ご飯もないんですよ。
You will be mating the right side P9 alpha to panel P9.
さあ、コネクタを
P7 alpha to panel P7. I'll take a check for FOD pins any EMI band.
宇宙はあまりトワイライトの時間帯は
画面の右側の赤や青い点々は星ですか？
いや、何かが反射してるんだと思います。
ゲバゲバピーハ、昔々のテレビ番組のフレーズ。
Copy.
Before given the go to connect the cables, the astronauts inspecting the inside of them for any foreign object debris, making sure they're clean before making the connection.
富尾さん、そのようですね。
お、今コネクタがはまんねえ。コネクタがはまらねえ。
カップラーメンは？
カップラーメンは昨日食べてしまいました。
P7 for EV2. You can move on to J7 alpha to the SAW cable P7.
Okay, that's in work.
ねじねじ派？
ねじねじはありますよ。
And good pins. No side. Good EMI band. EV2.
Good check, Shane.
And it's mated.
Copy. J7 alpha mated to P7. Shane will have you move on to P21. You can demate that connector from the blanket box on P21.
今カチッといきました。
今日はステーキ丼を食べました。
羨ましいな。
なかなかはまらんね。
Copy P9 alpha.
P1 is disconnected. Demated.
Copy P21 demated and
ねじねじのカレー味今度やってみます。
J9 alpha.
Good check from J9 alpha.
Copy Thomas. Shane, we're looking for checks and connections.
オイルサーディンの2匹しか入ってない缶詰が1個あるな。あれを食べよう。
P9, moving on to P23 for Thomas. Shane, you'll be connecting P21 alpha.
なんでコネクターの向きがわかるようにしとかないのかな。くっついた。
No side, no bent pins. Good EMI band. Going for the connection now.
Copy
グロー
Shane.
ブ外したくならないのかな。
外したくなる衝動には駆られると思いますけど。
Copy, Toma. Those are good checks on P23 Alpha. You're mating to panel P23.
なかなかうまくいきませんね。まあ
ジュンさん良いもの食べてるかを僕はお茶漬けと金山寺味噌だったよ。
これコネクター刺すとこ間違えてるんだ、ね。
スキーの手袋みたいな厚みで細かい作業できないよね。
できない。これ難しいですよね。まあでもコネクターの方も割とその辺は考慮して作られてるとは思うんですけど。お、くっつきましたね。
Copy P23 Alpha to P23.
Connection. P23 Alpha, and I'm good pins and looking at P23 and making that connection.
Copy. Good checks. And Shane.
Jamie, I'm going to move on to my last one and then come back to this one if that's all right.
Copy. That sounds fine
も
to
う
me.
一個もくっついた。
Shane, you'll be mating J21 Alpha to P21.
オイルサーディン、キングオスカー312円で売ってました。買いですか？マミさん、
いや、そんなもんですよ。
またお泊まり来てます。
ちょっと安めかな。安めは安めかもしれませんね。
Copy. Well done, Toma. I agree. Those are your final connectors.
One more to go
あ
here.
と2個かな？
All right, Jenny, I've got one more to go. I got that last one, the fourth one.
これとこれをくっつけるのか？
Toma, that was J21 Alpha to P21, you said?
これで終わったかな？
23.
Okay, Jimmy, for EV2, the 221 connections are
くっ
now
つ
done.
いた。
Copy. Those are all of our connectors.
June
Well done,
San
both of
Juan
you.
Commander.
Plenty of time left. Now I'll have you secure the strut MLI over the mod kit fasteners. You can use wire ties as needed.
マミさん、家族とですよ、ショー。みんなつながった。
We're looking, Toma.
仲良しだから、よくみんなで来るんです。
I'm using those kind of internal wire thingies. That's pretty good. Helped out.
We're assessing it, you guys. Again, we can see your helmet cam, Toma, but we don't have eyes on Shane's side.
He's doing great.
カバーして
The MLI
る。
is wrapped. Shane's side looks good too.
Yep, agree.
Not gonna win no beauty contest, but
有原さん、こんばんは。
around MLI.
All right, copy. We're discussing down here.
さて、そしたらちょっとタバコと缶詰を取りに行ってきます。
Toma, we're happy with your side of the MLI. Still discussing Shane's.
家族が仲良いなんて羨ましいわ。僕なんか骨肉の争いだもんね。
Question going back to the cables for both Shane and Thomas. We don't want you to head back to the cable connections because we're doing some safing steps now. But since we don't know what these are like on orbit, could you report whether when you mated to the panel, you felt a click, like the wing tab connector went over a connector?
Yep, absolutely. On all four of them, you feel a click. Once you get it kind of lined up, you know, it seats, and then you can rotate it nicely, and you get a feel the click. Yeah.
Perfect. And that was on the cable side as well. You felt that little detent click.
Oh. On all four of them. Both. Agree.
Okay, great. Thank you for the confirmation. We're talking to MLI.
With 20 minutes of nighttime to spare, the electrical cable connections are complete. Now the astronauts will continue some of their additional work, including covering with multi-layer insulation. They'll also perform a test ahead of loosening those bolts necessary to unfurl or deploy the solar arrays themselves. Those bolts called launch restraint bolts. There are 2 of them, and that will be one of the next steps after all the tests to verify that the IROSA is secured and ready to deploy.
Not yet, Thomas. I should be able to tell you shortly.
I want the views from it, I know that. The long wire tie. That's it? Yeah. It's going to be great. If you bump it, then it's going to float off. I mean, there's a rod on the cable, so it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going anywhere, yeah. At least it's going to make it more stable. It's actually stable in 30 minutes or so.
Okay, thanks for you guys'.
Another handover of the video communications coming from the International Space Station, handing over those satellites as the station continues to orbit the Earth. Again, the electrical connections that were required to be mated during an orbital nighttime were completed with a lot of time to spare. In that orbital nighttime, they're getting some of their other tasks out of the way, including covering some of the components with multi-layer insulation. We can expect a test ahead of deploying the solar arrays just to make sure everything is in shape for those solar arrays before that is made.
That we're doing down here after you guys successfully mated those cables. So, Thomas, you can translate to Shane and work the helmet cam issue.
Okay. We're going to go to Thomas, same place. So, I need access to, actually, you know what? How about we go down here? You can go down here and next to me.
どうですか？終わりそう？
Before the electrical connections were made, Thomas Pesquet used wire ties to temporarily secure Shane Kimbrough's helmet assembly that includes the cameras and lights on top of his spacesuit. That's secured with wire ties. He's going to continue to work on that helmet with some time to spare before they get into the steps necessary to deploy the IROSA.
You have to face this way, okay? Like hold 2 hands on this handle. Go this one and this one here. There you go. Now bring your feet towards me. Back your right foot above, yeah. Left, yeah. Stop. Got something? Yeah, it's, your place is connecting. You have to bring you. Go higher. Oop. Sorry. Take this way? Okay.
やっぱりヘルメットダメかな。
またパカパカしてた。
On your right side to me. Your left side to me. Beautiful. Okay, done. Okay.
イライラしないのかな。
まあそこはじっとこらえて。
Oh man, thank you, sir. Take that. Get out of here. I'm kind of stuck down. Yeah, absolutely.
The Heka is the high-definition camera assembly that is on the top of Shane Kimbrough's spacesuit. The green light indicates power is flowing. Teams here in Mission Control Houston will verify the feed is coming from Shane Kimbrough's helmet camera.
デリケートな。
At least you stay low for now.
Yeah, that looks really good. Thank you, and well done.
So you're gonna, I mean, do we have time, Jenny? You said 30 minutes, so we have time. We're gonna try to fix a little bit this side now. Okay. A little bit more tension.
Hey, for
ライトがパカパカしているとうまく当たらないからね。
カメラも一緒についてるので。
And we still have 25 minutes of that wait for a checkout on our side, so lots of time.
Okay. Do you want us to
今回は日本人の方ではないのですか？
はい。
25 minutes.
We're checking on it. In the meantime, glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check, please.
今回はフランスとアメリカですね。
Right, for EV1, we got very good gloves, gauntlet in position, and dry hat.
Copy for EV1.
2 good gloves, gauntlets in position, and dry hat.
Copy. Good checks on EV2. I'll let you know shortly about the APFRs.
We're just further away. Might take a little bit more time. Yeah. Visual display. Yeah.
今回と宇宙服トラブル続きやな。
そうですね。今回もかって感じですよね。
こんばんは。
はい、こんばんは。
12時だから僕跳ねますね。おやすみなさい。
おやすみなさい。
that we need to do here on the ground. We might have that complete as early as the end of this eclipse, which is around 11 minutes away. So best case scenario, we're ready to move with our steps in 11 minutes. So we do not want to commit you to moving those APFRs. We can help. We can have you get in position for our
ま
deployment
だまだ
steps
でも終わりそう
and
な
hold there.
雰囲気はしてこない
マミ
ですよね。
さんおやすみなさい。
Jenny, I think it is a good decision, and we'll do just that.
Copy. That sounds good.
もう
We
3
have
時間
two
以上経っ
good
たか。
high definition camera views from each of the astronauts. That troubleshooting step on Shane Kimbrough's helmet camera worked. So we got both of those. The next steps will be to get in position during this orbital nighttime for the deployment sequence. There are two bolts that are keeping the IROSA solar array blankets together. These two launch restraint bolts will help to unfurl and deploy the IROSA solar arrays. They stretch out 15 feet wide and they'll deploy to 60 feet once those bolts are undone. The whole sequence will take about 6 minutes, and we'll be able to see it real time from the helmet cameras of each of the astronauts. Once the deployment sequence is completed, they'll use the pistol grip tool to secure some tensioner bolts, keep those solar arrays secured in the fully deployed position 60 feet out. And that will complete the deployment, the installation and deployment of the first brand new IROSA solar array on the 2B channel.
ただなんかいつもよりヘルメットカメラのライトが暗いような気がするんですが、カメラが良くなったせいかな。
R9 and R10, Jenny, I'm in position.
Copy, Thomas.
「軌道に乗って動いてるってことですね。」
そうですね。ISS 自体は飛んでます。
In position? I can't see you actually. Not quite yet. There, I just don't like the. Alright, that's better. Yep, I'm good now.
You're getting a live look at the high-definition camera view from the helmet camera of Thomas Pesquet.
その動いてるところから映像が届いてるってなんかすごい。
すごいですよね。衛星経由で
The astronauts are currently waiting for an orbital daytime before beginning a test. Make sure that the iROSA is secure and that all systems are go before Thomas Pesquet begins using the pistol grip tool. This is the space drill. There are 2 bolts that are securing the blankets in a rolled up position. By undoing them, the solar arrays will deploy and go out 60 feet. That whole sequence will take about 6 minutes, and then they'll use the pistol grip tool once again. Pesquet will have the tool in his hand to secure tensioner bolts and keep them tight and in place once they're fully deployed. But again, they're just standing by in position, ready to go once the sun starts to rise.
左手のが開くレバーなのかな？
なんかレバーありました？ごめんなさい。
本当にすごいな。
Can you see my helmet camera views?
Hey, from Shane, we can see your helmet cam.
Okay. Hopefully that looks all right.
We can't give you too many words on that because of the light situation, but we'll be able to give you more once we're in installation. For now, it looks fine.
Sounds good. Thank you.
While the astronauts wait for the next steps to perform that test before deploying the solar arrays, we'll continue to take questions using the hashtag AskNASA. This next one comes from Michael, who's asking about the procedures. What about the procedures that they follow during the spacewalk? Are they memorized, relayed vocally from Earth, displayed on the sleeve, or a heads-up display? You can sort of see it on the left wrist of Thomas Pesquet from this helmet view. There are a few procedures, critical procedures, that they can flip through and read at any time. It's a little booklet that contains some of the procedures. Most of the procedures, though, are studied ahead of time, so they're very familiar with the procedures. In addition, there is a dedicated person here in Mission Control Houston called the Ground IV. In this case, it is Jenny Seide. She is the one that is communicating from here in Mission Control Houston, gathering the knowledge from the EVA officers, extravehicular activity officers, and the support teams here, and relaying them to the crew. She's behind, on the left of your screen there, Flight Director Ron Spencer, who's leading today's teams. In the back there, Keith Johnson, the lead EVA officer, knowing the intricate procedures and working with his teams in the back room, knowing the procedures forwards, backwards, and of course having a few crib sheets right there in the center. Jenny Seide is the voice you're hearing from Mission Control Houston. Her job is to communicate with the 2 spacewalking astronauts on the outside of the International Space Station, Canadian Space Agency astronaut. To her right, our left, Drew Feustel, NASA astronaut. It's his job to communicate with the astronauts on the inside of the International Space Station.
やっぱり映像固まってますね。
3 more minutes.
それとも
Astronauts continuing to hold position until that sunrise. In the meantime, we'll continue to answer some questions. This next one comes from Raj on Twitter, who's asking, will the ROSA type of solar array be used in future spacecraft and space stations? The answer is yes. These particular solar arrays are called iROSAs, ISS rollout solar arrays. They're about 15 feet wide, and they were folded in half when they were delivered to the International Space Station on a SpaceX Cirrus-22 Dragon. That fit very nicely in the unpressurized trunk of the Dragon. For the gateway, they will also use ROSA technology, but it will be about twice as wide at about 32 feet. And that will provide about 30 kilowatts of power each. There are 2 designated ROSA solar arrays on the gateway planned for the power and propulsion element of the gateway. And they'll use those solar arrays to draw power as it orbits in a near rectilinear halo orbit around the moon. These are great questions coming in using the hashtag AskNASA as we await for an orbital sunrise, and the astronauts do the same. This next one on Twitter asks, do astronauts practice these spacewalks on Earth? The answer is yes. Part of becoming an international space station astronaut is to get basic spacewalking training with the amount of spacewalks and maintenance that's needed on board the International Space Station. What used to be dedicated spacewalks for very particular procedures is now more of a basic overview of how to perform spacewalks, how to move, and how to understand the procedures and understand the layout of the International Space Station. There is a large pool located just off the center here at the Johnson Space Center called the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. There are full-scale mock-ups of the modules of the International Space Station where astronauts will go in and become neutrally buoyant using a series of weights and floats that are dependent on each of their bodies, and they'll practice the procedures and understand what it's like in space. It is the best analog for practicing some of the spacewalking procedures that are needed. Some of the runs that are done are specific to spacewalks. In fact, there were some runs that were done specifically for practicing the techniques needed to install these roll-out solar arrays. Here you can see an astronaut performing some practice procedures, holding onto handrails and working with a crew lock bag, that's their toolbox, and getting familiar with the needed procedures.
2 minutes till installation.
Copy.
あと2分で挿入完了って言ってるけど、挿入って何のことだ？違うな。なんか影動いてますね。今展開してるのかな。
肝心なところは見せてくれないことも。水の中で作業してると思ったらすごい。
まあ練習は水中でやってから行きますよね。
And with an orbital sunrise as the International Space Station flies over the middle of the Pacific Ocean, heading towards the western coast of the United States. The astronauts in position, ready to await the next set of procedures to test the IROSA, make sure it's in a good configuration before beginning the deployment sequence.
まだ展開はされていなかった。
明るくなった。明るくなってきた。夜が明けた。いきなり明るいね。眩しい。展開状態波も満たしたいから日照でやると思うんだけどどうなんだろう。
Now that we're in installation, we can better see your viewpoint, Shane, And we want to get a good view of the magnets on the end of IROSA, so we're going to have you yaw to your right if you can manage that in your current body position.
これで今確認作業が入るらしいんですよ。あ、日の出まで2分って言ってたのか。
You can lower your sun visor, Shane, if you can. Try to grab it from the front. No, you're that far. Good. Fine. Hey, Jenny, I can barely see it. I don't know if you can see it on my camera.
Not quite, just at the end of it. But we understand that you're kind of constrained in how far you can go. That's really good if you can manage that.
And I'll go back to that once we get there, but relax a bit for now.
Understood. All right, good news, you two. We have the data that we need to go for deploy. So, with Shane in position, Thomas, you can ready your PGT. I have settings for you.
デプロイするって言ってました？デプロイする前に何か確認しないといけない。
Bravo 7, counter 2.
でも明るいところでやりそうですよね。
I copy Bravo 7.
Affirm. Bravo 7, counter 2. Good words.
And with that, Thomas Pesquet will use this pistol grip tool to undo 2 launch restraint bolts. Each will deploy the IROSA. It'll take about 6 minutes to fully deploy 60 feet.
He's driving 2 bolts, right? The second, once he releases the second one, then the IROSA will deploy, right? Oh, that's correct.
That's correct.
You have time. I'm going to R9, Jenny.
これで今固定してるボルトを外す感じでしょうかね。
17 to 20 turns, a white line will appear when fully released.
このネジを緩めると展開されるのでは。
Okay. Now we're talking. 3. How many turns again, Jenny, please? 17 to 21?
17 to 20.
命に関わることはないのでしょうか。
いや、全てが命に関わることなので、常に注意を払わないと。
ネジ緩めて展開ですか。
そうですね。
Copy 17 turns and you see a white line.
今17から20回回すとリリースされるって言ってたので。
To his right to give us a view of the magnets, and you can start on R10. 17 to 20 turns. The white line will appear when released, and then we expect deployment, which should take over 6 minutes.
Okay, Shen, you give me a go. I'm ready. Going. Stars.
Pesquet now driving the final bolt needed to deploy the IROSA.
ここまで長かった。わら。完全にリリースとか。
Turns. 20 turns, but the bolt is not popped out, Jenny. Keep going.
Continue.
なんかゼンマイでも入ってんですかね。
Much. Yeah, 30 turns in the boat. Not sucked out. I don't see a green light.
明るいと作業も進むね。
Copy, Thomas. Can we confirm again? White lines appear on both, and both
そ
have
うで
popped
す
out
ね。
and
明
are
るい方がやっ
away.
ぱ断然作業しやすいですよね。
No, no. Stand by. 30 turns. No
見
white
てても
line.
面
Both
白いで
not
す。
popped out. On all 10.
ヘルメットの吸ったもんだで、すっかり目が覚めてしまい、もう眠れそうもない。
Copy. The bolt is not popped out on R10.
まあ明日っていうかもう月曜日になってしまい
There
ま
is
したね。
no white line.
Okay, we're going to have you continue releasing R10.
Releasing. Okay. Turns 50. Going. I see it.
Solar array deployment has begun.
Copy. Well done.
Oh.
Tomorrow.
From the helmet camera of Shane Kimbrough, you can start to see that solar array unfurl. The blankets becoming clearer as it makes its way up. The full deployment sequence takes about 6
その
minutes.
キンブローカメラの方はちょっと色味が。お、展開開始。展開開始。見どころがやってきました。お、広がっている。これ何ですか？不思議ですね。勝手に展開されるんだ。
The first of the 6 planned IROSA new solar arrays to augment the power systems of the International Space Station started deploying at 10:24 a.m. Central Time. The International Space Station was 261 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean, just west off the coast of California.
動いてる。
どういう仕組みになってるのかな。
展開してる。アサギ色の地球。
Copy. We see that in your helmet view. Looks good, guys.
なんか不思議な感じですね。
回ってる。
どういう仕組みなの
動い
か。
てる。総員退避。わあ。コロコロ。素敵な映像。新しいソーラーアレイが開いてる。
なんかモーターでも入ってるのかな。
重力とかないのにね。ついにこの時が。
なんか不思議な感じですね。すごいな、本当に。
Again, the IROSA or the ISS rollout solar array is about 15 feet wide and 60 feet long. The deployment sequence takes about 6 minutes. It'll be some time until the solar array the solar arrays themselves, the blankets, start drawing in power to confirm a good power draw. In the meantime, after the deployment sequence is complete,
これはでも新し
has
い
a final task to
技術です
secure
ね。
the
Looking good, you two. 30 seconds to hand over. We're going to keep you in this position.
見せてもらえた。わら。
Enjoying the view, Jenny. Copy.
これ衛星にも使えるようになったら素晴らしいな。
About
形
halfway
状が
done
復
with
元
the
する
deployment,
力で伸びてるとか、
the solar cells will
ボルト
draw
で
power
復元
over
してた
time
とか、
and will later be able to confirm that power is being drawn from the IROSA. Pesquet will hold his position right in front of a series of other bolts called tensioner bolts. Once the IROSAs are fully deployed at 60 feet, he'll use his pistol grip tool or his space drill to secure those tensioner bolts and keep the IROSA fully deployed.
多分ボ
That will
ル
be
ト
the
はロッ
last
クが
of
か
the
かっ
tasks on the
てたのを
2B
外した
power
だけだと
channel.
思うんですよね。
Next will be cleanup and moving some of their equipment over to the 4B side. Again, this is the first of 6 planned IROSAs that will augment the power supply of the International Space Station, continuing scientific research and technology development aboard the International Space Station for years to come. The 2B power channel provides critical power to a lot of important scientific experiments downstream. The 4B channel will be next.
形状記
There's a
憶合金
modification
な
kit
のかも
already
ね。
installed
ね
on the mast
なんかそうい
canister,
う形状
where
記
the
憶
new
系
IROSA,
の
which is currently at the end of the station's robotic arm,
衛星だと低衝撃展開機構として使えそう。
that will be
ただその
moved
確実
over
性
on
がどうかってことですよ
spacewalk
ね。
now scheduled for next Friday, the 25th. The spacewalkers' remaining tasks after securing the 2B
まだ
channel will be
信
to
頼性
prepare
が
the 4B channel and the work site
無人
necessary
でも確
for
実に
moving
展
the
開
new
できる
solar
ってい
array
う。
over to that new power channel.
なんか本当一定のペースで展開してきますね。いやこれはモーターが入ってんじゃないんですか？
重量的にも軽そうな気がしますね。
IROSA
これでも
continuing
本
to
当動力
deploy
なかっ
as
た
the
らすご
station
いな。
flies 262 statute miles right over Portland, Oregon.
そうですね。
無重力だと自分の重みで自然に開くとか、まっすぐに伸びる力が働いてそうだけどなんだろう。
Nice snowy mountains.
いやモーター入ってるんじゃないかなと思うんですが。
Not bad.
でも特にあれですよね。そのレールがあるわけでもなく。やっぱり形状記憶的な素材で作られているんですかね。こうして見ると下の地球がすごい勢いで移動してるのはわかるでしょう。
真ん中の黒いひだひ
How
だ
are you
に
both
何
doing
かあ
in
り
that
そう。
position?
I'm doing good. I think my position is much more comfortable than Shane.
サンダーバードのテーマが脳内再生されてます。
Copy.
すごいですね。ちょっと
動力ではないと聞いたけどどうなんだろう。
動力はついてないんですか？それにしては一定のペースで展開してますよね。これでも衛星に応用できたら素晴らしいですよね。そう丸められる
We're overflying right now.
パドルが丸められる技術がやっぱりす
I
ごいんでしょう
can
けど。
at least give you this, Shane. We have what we need from your view, so you can relax and get in a more comfortable position.
巻き
Tomorrow
癖
we'll
が
keep you
全くついてい
in
ないとい
position,
う。
and I'm checking for you.
Okay, thank you.
What do you know? It's Canada.
I knew it. Thank you, Jenny. I think it's very fitting.
Thanks for asking.
Would
2
you
points
look
built on
for-
console with me, as you know, as well. So, party down here.
Nice.
電力波みなぎっているか？
Great views of the Rocky Mountains in the
今みなぎ
background
り
as
始
the
めてると思い
International
ます
Space Station flies over Canada. Jenny Seide, the ground IV here in Mission Control Houston, a Canadian Space Agency astronaut, working next to Drew Feustel, NASA astronaut and a dual citizenship with Canada.
結構伸びますね。なんかこのサイドにある白い帯が
動力じゃなかったら戻すときはどうなるんですか？
基本戻さないんじゃないですかね。
今ロッキーマウンテン上空だそうです。
なんか今山並みが見えたような気がします。いや、それにしても完璧な動作ですね。途中で止まる感じもなく。
戻さないんですか？
基本畳み直すことは考えられてないんじゃないでしょうかね。どうなんでしょう。また丸めてしまうってことが可能
セロ
なのか。
ハンテープみたいな感じで引っ張られて回ってるようにも。
引っ張られて伸びきり、はい、伸びきりましたね。展開完了。完璧じゃないですか。
Alright, good news, you two. You probably can see most of what we can see. We're tracking a full and good deploy of that solar array. So well done, both of you. We are going to move on to blanket tensioning bolts. So that has Thomas on the inboard side at the center of the mounting bracket.
Okay, well done, Jenny, and congrats to very good news to everybody who was involved in that project. Good
うまくいったようです。
Likewise, and I agree, that was great to see. Well done.
Okay, tensioning bolts.
こっちのカメラで見たかったな。
Like about a flight.
Confirmed good deployment of the first IROSA, the new solar array that is part of the plan to augment the power systems on board the International Space Station. That deployment took about 10 minutes.
あっちの冷却パネルが展開した時も結構感動しましたけどね。あっちの冷却パネルは折りたたまれているのが展開されていたんですが。
that will secure the IROSA in its deployed position.
でいいのかな？
はい、成功です。今後ろに見えてる白いパネルが冷却パネルなんですけど、
グッドジョブじゃないですか、パチパチパチ。
冷却パネルっていうか放熱パネルなんですが、
素晴らしい。
あれが展開した時も見てたんですけど、感動しましたよね。新しいソーラーパネルがデプロイされました。多分半分ぐらいの面積しかないように見えるんですが、でも電力は上回ってるんですよね。
12, 5, turns, get in work. Things Alpha 1. Go.
国旗を掲げるみたいに紐をつけて機械でタグってるのかな。
ただ機械でタグるためにはレールみたいのがあって、その 先っぽに滑車がないといけないわけじゃないですか。ただレールのようなものはありませんでしたよね。
ウィキ直訳だと、展開するためにモーターを必要としません。これは、各ブームがコイル形状からまっすぐなサポートアームに移行するときに放出されるブームに蓄積された位置エネルギーを使用して実現されます。
ちょっとわからないです。コイル形状からまっすぐ、やっぱり形状記憶的な素材が使われてるってことですかね。
Flight controllers confirmed that the first tensioner bolts looks good.
全く巻き癖も
Peske has one more to go to fully secure the
つかない
deployed
という。
IROSA.
勝手に展開したのかじゃあ。なんかすごい技術ですね。
最小動いてあとは完成かなんかで動くってことかな。
それにしてはなんか完璧な展開だったじゃないですか。いや、そのうちこれ衛星にも使われるようになるんじゃないかな。あとは信頼性ですよね。
位置エネルギー
やっぱり形状記憶的な感じなんじゃないですか。
We are moving to cleanup steps. Toma, you can stow your PGT. Shane, your first step is to remove the square scoop, which is on the base of the mounting bracket.
Go out of your way, Shane.
頭の良い人が考えるからさすが。
まあ最近はいろんな技術が。
おそらく細かく折りたたまれた軸が進展しつつロックするんだろうね。そして両サイドのテープがロールを回してる感じか。ブーム派、硬い複合材料で作られたスプリットチューブのように見えます。平らにされ、縦に丸められます。
That does it for the 2B power channel. Now the two astronauts will work on cleanup steps and start on some procedures to get a head start on working on the 4B channel. There's another IROSA on station now waiting to be installed on the other side of the port 6 truss. They'll start by cleaning up this work site and getting prepared on the 4B side and getting some steps of the next IROSA that will go on the 4B channel unbolted, just a couple steps ahead of actually moving it over to the 4B channel on the next spacewalk, now scheduled for the 25th.
Exactly where it's from. I'm moving to my TFI location.
Copy. And Shane, when you have the
scoops in the crew lock bag.
Copy. We're going to inventory the crew lock bag.
Okay. Ready?
Ready. And as a reminder, Shane, if half of this crew lock bag is set aside for contingency and you did not open it, we do not need to inventory that side of the crew lock bag.
That's what I was wanting to hear. Thank you. All right, so I have a square scoop attached to a ret. I think it's supposed to be on an internal ret, but I used one that was on the outside, but it's in the bag.
Copy.
I have a long duration tie down tether with a long wire tie. I have a
その復元力と両サイドのテープによって展開しているのだと。
And I have the AMS tool with a 6-inch wobble on the end.
ああ、なんかテープが
And that one has two rets in series.
テープ、うん、
what else?
テープか。
あの二人が紐で引っ張ってたんじゃないのね。
そうですね、人力ではなかったようですが。
I have
adjustable.
そのテープがロールのから離れると細くなってたじゃないですか。あの辺のなんか張力が使われていたのかもしれませんね。
You can temp stow the crew lock bag on your APFR, which you left in with 18.
まあちょっと一瞬では理解できない謎の技術が。
宇宙空間で一発勝負で成功するんだからすごい。
4 hours into today's spacewalk, the first IROSA as part of the station's augmentation plan to augment the power system currently on board the International Space Station has been complete. Again, the astronauts are just cleaning up their work site, making sure they have all the tools and foot restraints necessary before moving over to the next work site, the 4B channel. They'll be preparing that channel for the remainder of today's spacewalk as much as they can. Until to make sure that is ready for when they go out and install the new another IROSA on the next spacewalk, now scheduled for June 25th.
最初の動機づけさえしてしまえばいいってことなのかな。最初はバネかなんかの力でポンと押し出していれば最後まで展開しちゃうってことなんですかね。
And you guys are performing your cleanup steps, and APFR relocates now to the 4 Bravo side. Following that, we're going to head back to the FSE and release the upper support beam as a get-ahead for your next EVA.
波打ってますね、やや。
逆さで動く姿が可愛い。笑。
未知の技術が。
だと思う。ロールアウトソーラーレイロスというそうな。
それってもう既存の技術なんですかね。
解説がありそうですね。
それって既存の技術なんですかね。
さすがに衝撃波あったんだろうね。
もしかしたらこれ使われるのはこれが初めてではないのかな。
そうですね。
Right leg towards your head a little bit.
こんばんは、かっこいいですね。配信ありがとうございます。
ただ、
すまない訂正、ISS ロールアウトソーラーレイ、イロスでした。
ああ、本当に ISS の I なんだ。
4時間のお仕事、お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。まだ続くようですね。でもなんか不思議な、ちょっと直感では理解できないような展開にしてますよね。
ISS の愛だったんだ。
And standby one as well, Thomas. They're still just talking about that one get ahead to check an extra pair of whiffs on the way to the relocation. I'll have words for you soon.
やっぱり ISS の愛。
すごいですね。本当にそうでした。
愛じゃなかったね。
愛じゃなかったのはちょっと悲しいですが。
Still between your legs. It should be coming from my left, right? So I need to close legs above it. Yeah, right? It's just caught on your right leg right now. If you can, it should come from my left. No? No, it's not. If you can
そこに愛はあるんか？
愛はないのです。
宇宙服を着ていたら何時間でも船外に出れるんですか？
いえ、
正解だったね。
一応限界は多分9時間ぐらいじゃないですかね。昔は8時間超えのEVA とか結構あったんですけど、今日の予定は一応6時間半なんで3時までには終わると思うんですが、その前に寝たいです。ちょっとさっきの展開の仕方は少し調べてみたいですね。
Relocation.
Okay, copy. 29 cross right.
Oh.
Jenny, if I'm coming right back to this spot where my APFR is, can I just jump still my crew like back here? A little bundling it.
ヘルメット無事かな？
Checking.
多分針金で強引に固定してあるままだと思います、ね。
Yeah, my first thought is that you're not coming back there. Okay. Shane, you are not coming back to the site, so you will bundle the crew lock bag with the APFR, and we are not doing a get ahead with. So we're on the nominal relocation. So just the translation path that you studied, and we're relocating that APFR to the 4 Bravo side with 17.
Okay, sounds good. And Jenny, what's the clocking on that APFR, please?
12.
12. Copy.
From this view, you can see Kimbrough at the very top of your screen. That's the 2B power channel where they just completed the installation and deployment of the first IROSA to help augment the station's power supply. This is the new solar array that is also part of the 2B power channel in addition to the legacy solar arrays that are out on the Port 6 truss. On the bottom of your screen, you see Thomas Pesquet. He's already getting some of the next work site, the 4B work site, some of the preparations ready for when the two of them go out once again next Friday to install another IROSA. And that will complete the port side, the Port 6 segment of the International Space Station and the upgrades there.
The APFR in Reef 29 is a clocking of 12. Good pull and tug test.
Copy. Good pull twist test. Check locking collar black on black, Thomas.
ブラーンとした両足がかわいい。
India. The roll is Foxtrot and the yaw is 11.
All right, those are good settings. Let's confirm that the pitch knob is popped out, and then you can translate back to the cable bag.
ヘルメット何かあったんですか？
ヘルメットのズラがぱっくり剥がれてしまいまして。
Jenny, what's the pitch for the new APFR when I get it there?
Fox.
Okay, it's the same. Copy.
レドウィレ、とインテアナチオナル、スパセ、スタチオン、ロックオーット、ソラー、アッタイス、イロス。逆さになっても、頭に血が上がらないんだよね。展開しているところを見ていて、ビール飲むの忘れてた。
いやむしろずっと頭に血が上りっぱなしという説もありますよ。
Good words, Shane. That sounds like a good config. Let me know if you need any
ち
additional
なみ
words
に
on your translation.
眼圧は上がっちゃうらしいですよね。
ここまでが前回のエヴァ作業残りで、あと今日の作業のもう1枚全工程が残ってるんですが、どこまでやるか、ですね。ここで終わりにするのかもです。
ちょっとそのヘルメットの調子が悪いので、
is
ど
the
こまでやるかですよね。
predetermined movement that Shane Kimbrell will make from the 2B power channel, where he currently is at the very top of your screen, in the suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit. He'll get some words from Capcom Jenny Seiden, who's been the voice here from Mission Control throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, on the translation path or the particular path needed for him to get from this worksite to the next.
そのレッドワイヤーっていうところが開発した新しいやり方なんですかね。
クラクラしそう。
眼圧が上がっちゃうので視力がちょっと悪くなるっていうことはあるらしいです。目玉がちょっと腫れ上がる感じに。
You'll be closing up that cable bag and securing the lid with the straps and then relocating to the 4 Bravo side.
多分足の方に体液が回らないせいだと思うんですよね。
Checking.
Doing good. Thanks, Shane. Getting in position to work on the bag.
Shane, you continue translating inboard past that radiator.
Jenny, I'm in position for the flag. Go ahead and close it.
Copy, Thomas.
Jenny, I'm at our green hook locations.
Copy, Shane. We're tracking you past one A-frame. You are going to be translating down the second A-frame to the 4 Bravo side.
Let me, it's like my belly reel is not retracting, so let me work on that for a second.
Copy. Take your time.
これ菅さん、月曜日の仕事はお休みですか？
はい、今日も休みです。
Is this the A-frame I'm going for? I just inboarded the green hooks.
A-firm, that's right, Shane.
Yeah. 今日仕事だったらちょっと無理でした、これは。
The bag is closed. I'm going to go ahead and retrieve it.
Copy, Thomas.
Jenny, I'm on Henry 5311. Is that where I start going? Yeah, looks like I go outboard from here.
カティ243、500円。色差展開生配信見られて感動。
ありがとうございます。
Nothing to hold on to.
ずいぶん久しぶりにスーパーチャットを入れてもらいました。今月に入って初めてなんじゃないかな。
If it helps,
I got a right from the bag.
Shane, you can grab onto the cams of the grapple fixture, but be mindful of the pins, obviously.
Yeah, just another way to reach that. Thanks.
Nice pa. ナイスパです。
Again, the astronauts completed the installation and deployment of a new solar array on the 2B power channel. Now they are cleaning up that 2B worksite, getting all the tools and equipment necessary that were necessary for the tasks today, and they're moving it over to the 4B side. This will be the worksite for the next spacewalk, tentatively scheduled for Friday, June 25th. You saw Kimbrough with a portable foot restraint in tow. Thomas has a equipment bag in tow as well.
We'll be relocating that to the outboard radiator side, and I have handrails for you if you need them.
I will need them, but when I get there, Jenny, if that's okay.
Of course.
Again, Pesquet is in the suit with the red stripes, and Kimbrough, the suit with the white stripes or the unmarked suit. Kimbrough is on the 4B side, Pesquet on the 2B.
いえいえ。まあ、今日偶然休みが重なったのでできましたが。
Yeah, I'm at 5329 and
Okay.
I can go. Does that make sense?
Copy. You're at 5329.
Yep.
And you said your tether is
Can't get any more
oh, your
outboard.
tether is limiting you from going outboard.
Correct. Doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be that short.
Yeah, we're thinking that you should be able to translate further outboard, so we think you might have a snag.
先日 NASA の配信見ていましたが、ちんぷんかんぷんでした。ナイスパー。
ありがとうございます。
And Shane, we're going to have you.
I'm translating you up one.
Shane, we're going to have you backtrack. We think it might be a snag. If you can turn back and see anything, that will be helpful as well.
内藤ちゃんナイスパー。
I'm doing that now, thanks.
スパスパ。
今月は本当に配信が全くできないので。
内藤さんナイスパー。ナイスパです。
Copy.
ナイスパー。
I can't see anything from here. Danny, I'm back on the Shell Bravo side, so I see that goes opposite of the APSR that I just installed, correct?
ナイスパです。
Off the AA.
Affirm.
It's Amara, so hey Jenny, whatever I did went back a little bit and the outboard again, it seems to be working. A lot of potential for snags around this area. Yeah. Alright.
星空中継波当分無理ですか。
Shane, we're
ちょっと
still
まあ
talking your
天気
tether. You're
が
still limited to going outboard.
厳
Is
しい
that
です
correct?
日差し
ね。
が。
So I'm good to go. I went back in a little bit and then tried it again and it went free. So I'm at the 17.
だいたい45
Oh,
分
okay, that's great news. You're
ごと
looking
に
to install that
昼間が来ま
APFR
す
and
の
with
で。
17, clocking of 12.
あ、違う、90分に1回か。
And with a good tether configuration, Shane Kimbrough made his way out to the 4B worksite. This is essentially the opposite end of where they've been working throughout the duration of
私も
today's
一人で
spacewalk.
見てもちんぷ
After
んかんぷんで
completely
すけど、
installing and
ここな
deploying
らこれさんと皆さん
the
が
new
教えてくださるので初
solar
心
array
者だ
that
けど
will
楽
be
しめてます。ありが
augmenting the
たい。
power supply
そう
on
で
the
すね。
2B
結構
channel.
私も
They're
教
just
えて
doing
も
some
らえ
get-ahead
るの
work
で。
now. Kimbrough installing a portable foot restraint into a worksite interface, really just getting it prepared for when they head out again for a future spacewalk to upgrade that power channel, the 4B channel.
Copy,
も
Tomas.
うすぐ夜になる頃です。
That's where you want me to put the bag is my question.
まあ昼間45分使い
90
ます。
分、勉強になります。
Lid
一応90分で1周してますんで、
Thanks, Jenny.
なので昼間はその半分の45分間ということになりますね。
Leave the hinge inboard. Hey, Jenny, 6 o'clock, black on black, good pull test, good twist test. Pitch knob is out.
Copy,
カティ
Shane.
さん、
And to
本当
confirm
に
that the
その
clocking
通
of
り
12.
です。
12, sorry, yep. Did I say 6? My bad.
Yep, we're looking for a clocking of 12.
That's what it is.
Okay, great. So those are good checks. The remainder of your settings are Fox, Fox, Fox 8.
今は ISS、南アフリカ上空ぐらいです。
もうちょっと日が傾い
カ
てきてますね。
ティさん、私もそうです。皆さんとのチャットも楽しいですね。
The hinge is inboard.
Good words.
小林麻子さん、610円。私も便乗して展開感動でした。初めて見ました。次に ISS を見るときにまた違う気持ちで見ることができると思います。
そうですね。新しいパドルがついたんで、地上から見るとさらに明るく見えるようになるかもしれませんよね。
ナイスパー。ナイスパです。
Jenny Foxtrot,
スパスパ。
8.
Good words.
小林さんナイスパー。
I'll get the crew lock bag.
Copy. You'll stow that on your BRT, and can we check pitch knob popped out on the APFR?
610っていう数字派人気なの？
いや、わかんないっす。
ナイスパです。
Jenny, do you want it open or closed, that bag?
You can leave the bag closed, Thomas. Your next step are to translate inboard and pick up your green hook along the way.
I can leave it closed, but can I leave it open too? There's not that many barrels right there in the area. I want to leave it bouncing around.
We copy, Thomas. We're just checking on it. So the bag does need to stay closed for this.
先日の NASA の配信では ISS と流れ星のコラボしか記憶に残っていません。
あ、でも見られたんですね。
tether points on the bag.
I got the crew lock bag. My VRT, Jenny. Where they go translate that?
Copy, Shane. I'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check from you, and then we'll have you translate back to your green hook.
Gloves are great. Dry hap and gauntlets are in place.
Copy. Good checks from you, Shane. You can retrieve your green hook.
Tomorrow I'll meet you up there. Okay.
Thomas, we're still checking on bag configuration for you.
That's good. I'll be done in 5 minutes.
今は何をしてるんでしょうか？
今何してるんですかね。カバーかけてるのかな。
Jenny, you have a teach from the back down. It's floating a little bit, but it's general orientation that you wanted. I think it's good enough. What do you think?
Copy, and we agree that looks good to us. It really is your best effort, and as long as you're happy, Thomas. So with that, you can translate to retrieve your green hook. Shane is going to be translating there as well. He's on his way.
Okay. I'm going to stop and fix my tether again. It's not retracting.
イーサ情報で、この後片付けて少し次のソーラーレイの準備して終わる、のようなのがありました。NASA 浜田内です。
あ、今回イーサも情報出してるんですね。
As we enter into an orbital nighttime, the two astronauts out of the P6 Trust, that's Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency and Shane Kimbrough of NASA, completing their work preparing the 4B work site. So they move some of their equipment, including portable foot restraints, some tethers, some cables, all over to the 4B work site.
今ハッチに戻ってるとこかな。
They are done with those procedures, the 4B work site ready for the next spacewalk. The next set of procedures we are waiting for from the ground here in Mission Control Houston will be the set of procedures to head over to the flight support equipment, which is on the end of the station's robotic arm. There is the other IROSA, the other solar array that will be used to upgrade the 4B power channel, the work site that they've been preparing for that next set of upgrades. Their task for the remainder of today's spacewalk is to go over to that work site and unbolt a few things, essentially preparing that IROSA to be removed from the flight support equipment and brought over to its new home on the 4B work site.
I gotta work on mine again. I'm at my green hook tomorrow, but my other one's pretty messed up, so I'm there working on it.
And we're back with you after the handover. We copy about your tether. Is that the retraction issue, Shane?
Yeah, tomorrow too, I think. Yeah, and mine is cleared up. I'm good. I'm on my way.
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。まあハッチに帰るまでが遠足です。今日休みでなければもうここで締め切るところですよ。
Alright. I got my green hook on my red reel. Do you want Tomas to lead or me to lead going back?
Checking.
Right now. Yeah, Tomas. Either you should go. I'm right behind you. Yeah, you want to go.
We'll have Thomas lead to the FSE.
It's not convenient here. Can you get over me here? No. There's no good handrail, so we'll go like this and we'll be conflicted the FSE.
No problem, guys. If it's easier for Shane to lead back, that's fine with us. Shane can lead to the FSE.
遠足です。
No problem. I understand. Just make sure. I copy that Shane has retrieved his green hook. Thomas, I need words on you picking up yours. And glove inspection, hap check, gauntlet check when you get the chance.
ハッチ開けっぱなしになってる。
こんな時間だ。ジジイ派そろそろ寝ます。主様皆様ありがとうございました。
はい、おやすみなさい。
お先におやすみなさい。
私もジジイなんで早く寝たいんですが。
ネットの様子を見てみたかん。
ヘルメットどうなってるのか。
Copy.
I'll pick up my green hook, Jenny, and put it on my red reel, if that's okay.
Affirm.
Green hook is on my red reel and it stays unlocked. Both reels are
ヘルメット修理しておかないとですね。
is locked on my green reel.
そうですね。まあ最初に取り付けたの方がいけなかっただけなのかもしれませんが。
Gauntlets are down, gloves are good, some back smudges from spinning around, and hack is dry.
Okay, copy. That's a good check. I have a big picture update for both of you.
28でジジイか。
Our EVT is 4 hours 35 minutes.
28でジジイだよ。
EV1 MEDOX 7 hour 20 minutes. As mentioned previously, we are headed to the FSE to release the IROSA upper support beams. That should take us about 1 hour, and then we will reassess where we are.
Jenny, that sounds good. Happy?
And you guys are doing great.
永遠の
Doing great too.
So confirmed from the flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston, everything looking good for the 2 spacewalking astronauts to proceed to that flight support equipment. Correction, it's not at the end of the station's robotic arm, it's on a portion of the station's truss called the CETA cart. There houses the flight support equipment that is holding the final IROSA that was delivered on SpaceX CRS-22. These IROSAs, contracted to be built by Boeing and subcontracted by Redwire, are going to provide augmented power supplies to the entire space station, the first 2 being delivered this year on CRS-22.
Okay, right behind you. Watch out, your line is wrapped.
Again, they finished the preparations needed for the next worksite, the 4B channel. They won't be going back to the 4B channel today to install that IROSA. Instead, they'll use the remainder of their time, as noted by the flight controllers here, 1 hour, to loosen up some bolts on a beam that's keeping the IROSA in place. That will eliminate about an hour of time from the next spacewalk when they'll go out and be able to remove that IROSA pretty quickly, move it over to the mounting bracket on the 4B channel, and install it to complete the 4B channel's augmented power supply.
See where I'm going first.
So as written, I do have you climbing onto the FSE from the zenith square of the port CETA cart. Shane. And I do have some reminder cautions I need to read you when you're ready.
Yeah, ready.
No sudden movements, stops, or quick grabs on the FSE. Translate slowly. Wait until FSE motion dampens out before imparting any loads. While working on the FSE, you must not simultaneously impart loads into the FSE. Driving and releasing bolts at the same time is acceptable. And do not contact the IROSA blankets because the solar cells are fragile.
Tomorrow we'll just talk about every time we're going to move. One at a time. Yep, one at a time.
金曜日かな。こんなプランで新しいソーラーアレイをつけますのずでした。
I can see, Toma, you're retrieving your crew lock bag from the port CETA cart. Is that correct?
腰にテザーのフックでテープを取り付けて出ればよさげ。わら。
Getting some good views from the helmet camera of Shane Kimbrough. Looking at Thomas Pesquet, European Space Agency astronaut. They've both arrived at the work site. The flight support equipment, there's an IROSA, another solar array. On the flight support equipment, he's working with a crew lock bag to get some tools needed for loosening the bolts that will help with some of the get-ahead tasks to prepare for removing the IROSA from the flight support equipment and moving it over to the other power channel on the Port 6 truss, the 4B channel, on a future spacewalk.
Here, at the shoulder. And then cross over. Okay. Yeah, you're just gonna reach up to your right there, I think. Grab on. Now and.
どうですか？終わりそうですか？
Now entering into another short handover period, already regaining some of the audio from space. Again, the flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston being led by Flight Director Ron Spencer. You see on the right of your screen, the voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control, Jenny Seide, there in the middle of the console.
I'm on the FSC. Where am I going? Ready? I'm staying nadir and I'm crossing, correct?
You are stowing your crew lock bag on the tower handrail if that's not done already.
Yeah, so zenith or nadir? Where I am.
You'll also be performing a socket swap.
So you can click receive.
You'll also need to perform a...
You're going nadir, Thomas. Yeah. That's the translation route for me, Jenny. Nadir or zenith? To the other side of the FSE.
Copy. So then you will be, that's correct, translating nadir outboard to get to the tower handrail.
Okay. Copy nadir and Shane's going to stay zenith. We'll try.
Affirm. Shane's going to translate zenith outboard to stanchion Charlie.
You want to stay together, Shane, from where you are? Not yet.
ちょっと終わるまで本を読ませていただきます。
It's behind your back. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's all the rotation. But we can. It's coming around. Clear like this. It's good. It's clear. Clear? Yep. Yep. Nice.
A good view being provided from the truss segment of the International Space Station. You can see the other solar array in the center of your screen. It is folded in half, just like the other array was at the beginning of today's spacewalk. You can also see the station's robotic arm off to the left. It is stretched out as earlier in today's spacewalk. The other end of the station's robotic arm was providing some camera views of the deployment of the solar array on the 2B side.
基本無重力で実験しないと確かめられないですからね。あ、そうなんだ。実験したことあるんですね。じゃあこれからでもこれで実証できたので、これから衛星とかに使われる可能性ありますよね。
Side of the gym too from here. Okay, I'm gonna start moving again. Yep. I'm not doing anything, I'm waiting on you. Okay. Alright, I'm at 7. This is where I'm putting my crew lock bag.
Affirm, you'll be leaving your crew lock bag there, Shane, and Thomas, you are stowing your crew lock bag on the tower handrail.
Mark Jenny.
Good coordination, you two. Shane, let me know if you need a handrail number.
I got 7's where I'm putting it, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
tower handrail on the bag.
姿勢制御時の反動が気になりますね。
あ、今、何ですかこれ根元が見えてるのかなさっきの。なんかメッシュ状の、このメッシュ状のものが
いろいろやってみようと思います。
ね、いろいろちょっとやってみてください。軍手してるだけでももう嫌になりますよ。
Tama, next step for you, I have doing a socket swap to the 5/8 2-inch socket.
Okay, Jenny, I'm going to head over to stanchion alpha if you're good with that.
Yep, I am. Toma is not translating, so you can translate to stanchion alpha. It is nadir inboard.
Copy. Toma, I'm going to move.
今、取り付け前のもう一本のところにいます。
まだじゃあ作業中ですか？今終わるようなこと言ってたんだけど、この確認だけ。あ、まだこっちは丸まってるやつが。これ反対側ですか？
Not sure I understood, Toma.
次は来週の金曜日に設置するっぽい。次の色差かな？
金曜日ですか。できたらいいけど。来週から出張だからな。
Checking.
Now I'm moving, come on. On the piping temporarily, Jenny, right? I don't know if I'm making myself.
来週っていうか今週。
So is the issue that you don't have a pit pen available, Toma? We're just trying to pinpoint what the issue is.
次の週
There's no issue. I'm just... So I have to take the socket off the socket caddy. I cannot put it anywhere until I take the socket from my and put it on the socket caddy. So I'm just saying,
you can.
Okay, it's not a big deal. One socket's going to stay on the pit pin.
Yeah, you can just leave it on the pit pin, Toma. That's totally legal. That's fine.
I need to check. How's the translation?
この間波これをカナダアームに乗ってデュイーンと運んだの。
そうなんですか。さすがにこれの取り付けはカナダアーム使わないと無理でしょうね。でもカナダアームでも厳しいぐらいの。
Copy, Toma. Shane, you'll be staging a mini workstation RET on the closest beam handrail for temp stow. Make sure that you loop the RET cord over the beam structure to make sure it doesn't contact the blanket.
good.
Coming up on 5 hours into today's spacewalk, the two astronauts, Thomas Pesquet on the right and Shane Kimbrough on the left, are working to release some support beams that are keeping the final solar array that was delivered on SpaceX CRS-22 from some flight support equipment. This will help to reduce the time to remove the IROSA from this flight support equipment when it is brought over to be installed on the 4B channel on a future spacewalk.
716 is on the socket caddy.
Copy, Thomas.
This is the second IROSA delivered to the International Space Station and to be installed. There are planned 6 as part of a power augmentation plan to augment the station's power supply.
And I'm working on the 2-inch.
These solar arrays were contracted to be built by Boeing and subcontracted by Redwire.
And Shane, just for clarification, that mini workstation RET should be entirely on the handrail, so one hook on each one glass stanchion with the RET cord looped over the beam structure.
そうですね、コマンダーなんで、例えばそのこの EVA で問題があったときに最終判断をするのは星出さんなので、そうですね、だから EVA で問題が発生したときにそれどうするか対処の判断をするのは星出さんなので、星出さんは船内でどっしりと構えていないと困んだよねって感じなんです。
Jenny, I'm going to get ready to FC9. So next step. Those bolts in that area.
Yep, Thomas, you're going to pre-stage a RET
そうなんだ。
on the
星出さ
lower
んでし
expansion
た。
of the grapple tower handrail, and that's going to
ご
go
め
to
ん
the
な
beam.
さい。
よくある間違いです。
Lower extension of the grapple
Nice.
tower. Okay.
Yep.
I'll stretch it out to the beam.
A-firm.
Okay, so right from the mini workstation.
ヘルメット外れた時の針金対応派星出さん指示だったのかな。
いや、あれはトマ・ペスケイさんの思いつきだって言ってましたよ。
Understood. Yeah, the red in place, Jenny,
そう
and
か、コマンダー。
ready for tomorrow when he gets there. Now bring
座布
my
団。
light
わら。
all the way to
座布団ひっぺがされそうですね。
beam
ヘル
handrail.
メットの時、星出さんは絶
A-firm,
対
you're
じ
going
ゃ
to
ない
attach
か
it to
な。
the closest beam handrail stanchion.
まあでもさっきのやつは星出さんマターじゃなかったような気も
That
しま
sounds
す
good.
が。
You can get in position with your PGT. And keep in mind this is a Bravo 7 setting for both of you to release these beam bolts. So
まあ
high
一応
torque.
本当の主導権はヒューストンにあるので。
I got a VRT on for C7 and C8 when you tell me.
Copy. You can get that in place. Thomas just needs to attach this RET, and then he'll be doing the same.
You're right there, Shane. Yeah, no worries. The red goes from the lower tension of the tower handrail from my crew lock baggies to the beam handrail closest to me.
Copy. That looks good. So that will be
そうなん
the
で
first
すね。
RET for the
い
test
ろいろ
stove.
知れて嬉しい
Thomas, you
で
can also
す。
get
あ
in
り
a
がとうご
position
ざいます。
for a PGT setting of Bravo 7. You're going to be working with
今何の
C10
話して
and
ますか。
C9 bolts.
本を読みながら英語を聞きながら棒読みを聞きながら画面も見るという
So we keep
ながらもいいとこだよ。
Going around the corner. Okay. That should be fine. Bravo 7. I don't have a very good BRT handrail in the area.
Not one on the stanchion there?
But it's low.
Yeah, yeah, this might, I could do it with this angle, I guess, but you have a different one.
Yeah, I'm opposite of you.
Yep.
It's on the wrong side, but I'll try.
I think that's your only option over
Yeah.
there.
I agree.
I'll have the same problem on the next one.
We agree the options are sparse for a BRT hold there. Hopefully you can use the stanchion
聖徳太子のようで
handrail to
す。
help brace yourself as well.
結局何も聞いてないっていうね。
Jenny for EV2, I got Bravo 7, and is it counter 2?
Bravo 7, counter 2. It'll be the same setting for all bolts.
Copy, that's set for EV2.
And I copy Bravo 7, counter 2. EV1.
聖徳太子。受ける。
Bravo 7. Counter 2 for me, Jenny.
Affirm, Bravo 7, counter 2.
Okay, I'm ready with Bravo 7.
Okay, again, you can release bolts simultaneously. Thomas, you'll be releasing both bolts, C9 and C10. Shane, you will only be releasing C7 until Thomas is ready to take control of the beam. 8 to 11 turns each, the bolts will spring out when released.
Copy. On C9. I'm going out. I have 9 turns.
9 turns for C7.
Copy, 9 turns on C7 and 10 turns C10.
Well, I'm starting C10 now, so that was C9.
Copy, C9.
My side.
まだ作業は続いていますね。
C9 that's out. 10 turns.
Copy, now 10 turns on C10. Thomas, you can stow your PGT.
I'm stowing the PGT. I'll be in a position to receive the beam.
Affirm.
ヘルメットからの映像でないですね。
出ないですね。まあこれ見せたくないんじゃないかな。なんかお見せできない技術が使われてんじゃないですか、ね。
Kimbrough and Pesquet working on support beams that are keeping the IROSA in place. On that flight support equipment, there are 4 bolts that they're driving for the support beam on the nadir side.
And then you'll be stowing the beam on the grapple tower handrail.
Okay, Shane, let me take my local tether from the right standby.
Yeah, no worries.
It's going to be crowded with the crew lock bag and the beam. I want to make it as clear as possible before I bring the beam.
Sounds good.
There are 2 bolts on each side of the nadir upper IROSA support beam for each of the spacewalking astronauts. So they have 4 each.
Okay, 9 turns.
Copy, 9 turns on Charlie 8. You can stow the PGT, Shane.
out because the beam is... Yeah, I'm going to have to help you. Yeah. One hand.
次は今週の金曜かな。見直したけど来週みたいなこと入ってないようでした。
今週の金曜日ですか。まあ今週の金曜日は来週の週明けから出張なので、ちょっと遅くまで配信は厳しいかもしれませんけど。
Shane, you will be translating to Stanchion Bravo, which is zenith and inboard.
Copy, heading to Bravo. Okay, I have 2 reds on that beam, handrail 013.
Copy. That's a good temp stow, Thomas. You can translate to Stanchion Charlie, which is the other side of the tower handrail, or the grapple tower.
Copy. I'll stand by until Shane is done with this translation. Let me move here tomorrow. I'll be there shortly.
Good coordination.
Stop in just a second to clear your safety tether. Okay. Now moving again. Under the TOA.
Working together, Pesquet and Kimbrough have released the first beam. This support beam on the nadir side, or the side that faces toward the Earth. They've removed it and put it in a temporary stowed position, now moving over to a different part of the flight support equipment where there is another beam on the zenith side, or the space-facing side, and they'll do the same thing.
Charlie there? Oh, there you are. Yep. Oh, you're good, Jerky. Yeah, I'm stopped. I'm done translating. Okay, Joe.
Shane, now that you're in position, you can attach a RET to the closest beam handrail stanchion. The other end of that RET will stay on your mini workstation.
I think I land a RET, but I'll do an adjustment. Mine's on my circuit thing. Yeah. The RET was 15. Yeah. Could use the BR2 RET, I guess.
Okay, we copy.
I'll just use the large, small, adjustable, if that's all right, Jenny.
That sounds good, Shane. You can do that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm at Charlie.
Copy. Tama, you're at Charlie. You can get ready to use your PGT.
なんかいつもとは違う緑色の光が。これは太陽光パネルから反射してる光が緑色に見えてるのかな。
Again, Pesquet and Kimbrough have removed one of the support beams that is keeping the IROSA secured to the flight support equipment. They'll remove another beam, and this will be a nice get-ahead to limit the number of steps needed to physically remove the IROSA from the flight support equipment and take it over to the 4B channel on another spacewalk. Again, they've done one beam, removed it, and put it in a temporary stowed position. Now they're working on the next.
展開は次回って言ってますね。
Okay. Bravo 7.
Bravo.
So clockwise 2.
Affirm.
I have as well.
Bravo 7, counter 2. Shane, you'll be releasing Charlie 5 and Charlie 6. Thomas, you can release Charlie 4 and then hold until Shane's ready to take control of the beam. We're expecting 8 to 11 turns. The bolts will pop out when released.
10 turns for Charlie 5.
10 turns, Charlie 5.
10 turns for Charlie 4.
10 turns, Charlie 4.
Okay, Thomas, I'm going to drive Charlie 6. You're going to hold off, right? Yeah. You're going to wait.
Yes, Thomas is going to pause before releasing the final bolt. Shane, you can release Charlie 6.
Position here.
The crew continuing to work on the remaining support beam. One of two that they will be removing as part of these procedures to get a couple steps ahead of removing the IROSA from the flight support equipment. They won't physically remove it for this spacewalk. They'll save it for another one. We are getting some sunlight on the outside of the International Space Station as the station itself flies 260 statute miles over the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
You can show your PGT. You will be the one maintaining control of the beam as Thomas releases the final bolt this time.
There's the pull right there. Now it's misbehaving again, Thomas. Mine is not doing great either.
遠足終わるまで見てたいけど無理そうです。
はい。
主様、皆様、ありがとうございました。おやすみなさいね。
おやすみなさい。私も2時半ぐらいには寝たいと思います。それまでに終わるかどうかちょっと微妙ですけど、まあ一応今日は展開の部分だけ見られたんで、よしとしましょう。
A reminder for both of you, we're not temp stowing this beam. We're just putting it in its final config. So that means, Shane, you're maintaining control of it. Thomas will release the final bolt. And then, Shane, you will swing the beam around so it's parallel with the IROSA blankets, handles facing the POA.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. I'm ready. Okay, and what's our PG, Jenny? Please, real quick, before we stop this.
The settings, Bravo 7, counter 2, and you're releasing at 8 to 11 turns.
Okay, so nice. Bravo 7, counter 2, you ready, Shane? Yep.
So both of them now in position with pistol grip tools in hand, or the space drills, power drills needed to unbolt the support beams. Again, each of them have 4 bolts, so they've already completed 2. These will be the remaining 2, and that will be the final support beam.
Okay, I feel it. I'll hold it here until you get set. Okay.
So I copy Charlie 3 released. Do you have a turn count, Thomas?
11.
Copy. 11 turns. You're stowing your PGT, so you can help Shane release the beam. And again, Shane, you'll be swinging it so it's parallel with the IROSA blankets.
Copy that. Okay. I'm going to wait till you get over there just so I don't hit the IROSA. So you don't want me to stop it from here? No. Get in position next to me on my right, and then I'll pick it up and kind of swing it that way so we don't touch the IROSA. Okay. Right? Yeah, because it actually helped me when you initiated the motion, and then I just had to grab it, but that could work too. I mean, so I'm moving.
Okay, ground copies. That's fine with us. Thomas, as a reminder, you're translating to Stanchion Alpha, which is the other side of the POA from Shane, inboard Nader.
There you go, Shane. Copy. What's our PET?
5 hours, 11 minutes.
ちなみに、今、本家のスパセ、ビデオより視聴者多いですよ。今度こそおやすみなさい。
はい、おやすみなさい。
左サイドの白いテープが見える。
あ、そうですね。あ、見えてるな、本当に。多分なんかこれが
Great views as the International
何
Space
か特
Station
殊
and
な
the
その
crew
張力
outside.
は
On the left, Thomas
発揮するよう
Pesquet.
に
On
見
the
えた
right,
んで
Shane
すが、
Kimbrough cross over the Terminator line over the Earth. They're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean at this time, 260 statute miles.
この横に引っ張ってるのが縮もうとする横幅が太くなってるじゃないですか。横幅が広くなることで引っ張られているのが縮もうとする力が縦方向に働くんじゃないかなと思うんですよね。見た感じそんな気がしたけど。
Here, get all set up and let me know when you're ready. In a good position. EVA. Yeah, pull on hand rails, that's what you did? The one on the stanchion. EVA to the one on the pole. Yeah, that's cool too. Ready? Oh. I'm ready. All right, here we go. Now it's towards the POA. Got it.
この白いテープみたいのが動力源なんだろうね、多分。
多分
Pitch it. Your hand is underneath. I'll pitch it. Gotcha. Sure where to put it. There you go.
多分これこの折りたたまれてる状態では横に広げられてると思うんですよ、幅が。本来もっと幅が狭いテープなのに、それが縮もうとするとそのロールが縦方向に伸びていく力に変換されるんじゃないかなって気がするんですよ。
Support beam on the zenith side of the side facing towards space. A little bit clearer now that we're in an orbital daytime. That support beam has been removed. The duo will now work together to hand tighten the beam in a secure position. After hand tightening, they'll both use the pistol grip tool to secure it in that position, then move over and do the same thing with the Nader beam, which is in a temporary stowed position at this time.
Wait, I'm not done, Shane. We're still in place? Yeah, still in. Sorry about that. Okay, no worries. I don't feel you engaging. So to hold it down? Yeah. Excellent. To swing it a little bit to see where the hole is. I have to change my body position. Gas control. Gas control. thing. Just 1 minute.
地球と宇宙の境目、綺麗。リスキーなお仕事だけど、景色を楽しんでる場合じゃないけど素敵だな。
いや結構ね休憩中に景色を楽しんでるって言ってましたよ、星出さんも。この本当に大気が薄いのは分かりますよね、地球のへりの部分が。
We copy, Thomas.
There you go. That's it. I got it. Nice.
へえ、余裕あるんだな。
Well done.
さっきみたいに待ち時間みたいのがあるので2人で作業してると。
You can get out your PTTs. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
まあでも最近はあれですよね、時間が短いので星出さんEVA やってた時なんか9時間半ぐらいやってましたから。
Alpha 4, clockwise 2.
ただ最近はこの宇宙服の信頼性がちょっと下がってきたのであまり長時間
Good words.
の
And
EVA は
Shane, you'll be
やらなくなっ
driving
てきました
Charlie
ね。
5, 25 to 27 turns to torque.
Okay. Alpha 4, clockwise 2, 25 or so turns, right? Same setting for me, Jenny.
Affirm. Same settings. Alpha 4, clockwise 2.
4. Clockwise 2. All right, I can go ahead and drive, Jenny.
Affirm, Shane.
Kimbrough and Pesquet have removed the zenith support beam, the one that's facing towards space, and put it in its stowed position. They gave it the bolts on each side, one each, one on Kimbrough's side and the other on Pesquet's side. Gave it a few turns with their hands. Now they're using the pistol grip tool to secure it in place.
4.97 turns. Green light.
Copy, Shane. Did you say that was 4.9 or 24.9 turns?
4.9.
With good torque and green light. Copy.
Correct. I go to drive, Jenny.
We're just talking that turn count's pretty far off of what we were expecting. Let me check if we want to go ahead and drive your bolt, Thomas. Stand by 1.
It's hard to tell how many I did finger setting, but 4 or 5 is probably the most.
Yeah, we copy. Thanks, Shane.
まだ終わりそうにないですね。いやさっき終わるって言ってたのにな。
And
can you see in my helmet camera the bolt sticking up, sir?
yeah, we can see it in your helmet cam. Thanks, Shane. I think our first step here, we're going to try a different body position. So is there any adjustment that you can make that makes you think you'd be able to drive that bolt at a better
ロ
angle?
ールのアップが見られましたけど、でもあんまり見せたくない感じはしますよね。なんかあんまりね、ヘルメットカメラの映像を見せてくれないんですよ。なんかその会社の特許というか企業秘密が隠されているのかな。
Okay, Shane, I have some additional steps for you. Let's drive the bolt out one turn at nominal torque. The setting is alpha 4 counter 2.
Alpha 4 counter 2 1 turn.
Affirm.
That's complete.
ISS のツイッターから次のエヴァのために準備をします。できてた。
そうなんですね。
Alpha 4 clockwise 2 is set. Turn.
いやーこれもうカメラがおかしくなってるな。緑色になってる。
How many turns did you get, Shane?
地球が緑に。ガミラス正状態になっている。
Shane, we're going to have you increase the torque to Bravo 7 and stay at clockwise 2. We're going to attempt 23 turns only.
なんかさっきカメラが浮いちゃったせいでケーブルがおかしくなっちゃったかな。
Affirm.
Set, and how many turns?
23 turns only. Correction, Shane. That's a total of 23 turns.
いや今まででもこんな色ありましたっけ。あ、バスクリン色もありましたね、そういえば。でもこれヘルメットカメラですよ。さっきまではちゃんと見えてたのに。
Shane, the updated turn count is
15 RGB の R のケーブルだけ切れちゃった。
I just did 17 turns there before you called that. Both is in.
Copy, you got 17 turns on the bolt, Shane. Short handover.
So as we come up on a short handover, we might be losing the views from station soon. There we go. The crew was working on stowing a support beam, which was actually across the IROSA, keeping it in place on the flight support equipment. There were two beams. They removed one and put it in a temporary stow position. The one they were just working on was the second one that they removed. They're putting it in a more permanent position, bolting it down out of the way, just getting some steps ahead of essentially getting ready for the next spacewalk, now tentatively scheduled for June 25th. That's when they will actually remove the solar array and move it to the 4B channel, but they were just working on troubleshooting, bolting it down in place now that it was off from the blanket itself. Seems like that worked. We'll get confirmation from the ground teams.
あれはもう10年前からピンクでした。
We're going to set the PGT back to Alpha 4 and see if we can get any more turns on it.
Alpha 4, localize 2.
Good settings.
Torque's out, right away.
Copy, torqued out.
Well, definitely looks like it's in now.
Wow, すごい
All right,
光
we're
景だ。
satisfied that that bolt is where we want it to be. Now, Thomas, we're going to try your bolt. Let's try the original settings of alpha 4 clockwise 2 and see how we get on.
この光景がやっぱり EVA の醍醐味ですよね。
Am I doing another bolt here? Is that it?
しかもこれ
Nope.
進行方向
You
に
are
向かって
only
るから
driving
一
Charlie
番
5.
危ない
You
と
can
こ
stow
にい
your
るの。
PGT and release your ret.
Alpha 4 clockwise 2, Jenny, for Charlie 3.
A firm, expect 25 to 27 turns to torque.
So again, a reattempt of driving that bolt to secure the support beam out of the way and allow the astronauts to go back out and grab the IROSA on a future spacewalk. That bolt on Shane's side seemed to do the trick.
カナダ
Now
も
we'll
でも
go
雲
back
多いですね
over。to Thomas Pesquet's side and drive that bolt. They only need to drive one bolt each to secure it in place.
Jenny, you have 9 turns, and he talks out with a green light. At 9 turns, it looks like a
隕石とか飛んでこないのかな
Copy, 9 turns, torqued out,
飛んで
green
くる
light,
可
and you
能
think
性はあ
it's
りますね。
driven
隕石っていうか
halfway.
デブリが
Shane, you can retrieve the pit pin from the stowage location and push the C2 bolt into the can, stowing it with the pit pin.
All right, what am I stowing again? So pit pin. I got the pit pin, but what am I doing?
You're stowing the Charlie 2 bolt.
Protruding inside of the... This is this guy? Yeah.
Yep,
I got you.
that's right. Push it inside of the can and then install the pit pin straight down into the can.
急に CM 入って目が覚めました笑い。綺麗だな。
Charlie 3.
CM 入りました？
We're
CM 入
checking
れ
on
てないんだけ
settings
ど。
for you, Thomas. You can set Bravo 7 on your PGT, Thomas. We're talking the number of turns to expect.
Bravo 7. Pins installed, Jenny.
Copy, Shane. So Bravo 7, clockwise to Thomas, expect 7 turns
ま
on
だ作業
Charlie 3.
続いてるんですね。
7.
まだ続いてるんですよ。
Correction, 7 turns only, so stop at 7 turns.
At 7 turns. Up, Shane. Good? I'm good. You? Hanging out?
何だったんでしょう。子供が歌ってる CM でした。
しばらく画面
Shane,
見
while
てな
Thomas
い
is
と
driving that bolt, you
勝
can
手に入る
translate
こと
to
ありますね
stanchion Charlie, zenith outboard.
Copy?
もう一回開き直す感じになっちゃうんで。
Bravo 7.
Copy 7 turns.
It's not all the way. The bolt is
も
not
う
all
す
the
ぐ
way.
五大湖。ナイアガラ見られる
protrusion.
かな
ナイアガラ見ら
笑
れたらすごいんですけどね。五大湖上空なんですか？
Copy, Thomas. Let's
せめ
change
てその五
to
大湖の姿が見られればいいんですが、雲多いですね、カナダ
clockwise
も。
2 and try and torque out the bolt.
Alpha 4, clockwise 2. I think it torques out right away. I'm moving, Thomas. Got you. Jenny torques out right away.
Pesquet continuing to work on that last bolt Kimbrough completed the bolt on his side to secure that beam to the flight support equipment.
Copy. Under one turn and a green light, it torques out right away.
Pesquet working on getting this final bolt secured. In the meantime, Kimbrough moving over to the other beam, now in a temporary stowed position. He'll begin the process of moving the beam over to a very similar configuration to bolt it in place on the side of the flight support equipment.
You, Shane. You.
Thomas, we're going to have you change your PGT back to Bravo 7 and torque out the bolt.
キャリーから外すまで流行るんかな？
縦展開まではやる、ヒンジ展開まではやるんですかね。
Good words.
まだ作業していたんですね。これ単独者派、進みましたか？
だいぶ読ませていただきました。
Green light, back turns, 75.4.
5.4 turns, green light, and torqued out. Copy, Thomas. You can stow your PGT, and then you'll be retrieving the pit pin to stow the C1 bolt. Shane, I don't have next steps for you yet. You're just going to be standing by at that stanchion for Thomas to pass you the first beam that you removed, and then you guys will do the temp stow on the outboard side.
Yeah. Okay.
ロサのメーカのハプの機械翻訳によると、独自の歪みエネルギーの下で高いマージンで基地の線形方向に弾性的かつ即座に展開する、シンプルで高度にモジュール化された弾性展開可能なテンションブランケット技術だそうです。
だからやっぱりそのさっき言ったような力が働くようになってると思うんですよね。
Thomas, if that was a question about actuating the pit pin, you can push or pull on the top of the pit pin to get the ball to detent.
Copy. All right, the pit pin is in place, Jenny. Ready to head back to the other side.
Copy, Thomas. You'll be
Board side.
Yep, you'll be translating to stanchion Delta, Nadir outboard.
Nadir outboard to station Delta. Shane, I'm translating. I'm still. Copy.
big picture for both of you, we're at a PET of 5 hours and EV1 MEDOC 7 hours 30 minutes.
どうなんですかね、この黄色いやつはあれなんじゃないですか、形状記憶なんじゃないですか。元に戻ろうとする、まっすぐに戻ろうとするベクトルを持ってるんじゃないですかね。
And on ascension, see you there.
Copy, Thomas. You can retrieve the beam from the grapple tower handrail. You'll start by retrieving the ret hook from the tower lower handrail stanchion and attaching it to your mini workstation.
Ready? Getting down my BRT.
Copy.
Okay, so retrieve
かける茶色いガムテ、黄色いやつ。
The lower extension, sorry, of the handrail.
Good words.
黄色いやつが形状記憶なんじゃないでしょうかね。
Pesquet completing bolting down the beam on the other side of the flight support equipment. He now joins Shane Kimbrough. They'll be working on doing the same thing with the support beam on the other side, securing it down with a series of bolts, one on each side.
On your mini workstation, you'll stow the ret hook from the upper handrail stanchion and leave it attached to the beam handrail. You'll be sending that back to Shane when you pass him that end of the beam.
I will retrieve the hook from the upper extension and stow it back to the handrail on the beam.
Copy? Yep, that's right. So that'll be completely on the beam, and Shane can retrieve it once you pass him that end.
On the beam.
はいどうも。
はいどうも。
Copy. Now you can pass that end of the beam to Shane. You'll be installing this beam in the stowage location, handlebars facing the grapple tower.
Shane, if you're ready, I'm going to go behind the grapple tower here. Okay. And then pass you. Tell me. Slowly. I'll bring it down. Thank you. There you go. Okay, I have it. Got it? Yep. How else should I go and move a little bit? Okay, I have control. Okay, you have control. Good. Have a red on it? I have a red on it. Okay, good. Good. Okay.
You can hand start your respective bolts.
Just like the other one. Okay. You have to put it in position, Shane, because it's not aligned. Yeah, it's not. I was waiting for you to get set. But... Okay, I have a hand on it. Yeah. I'm trying to maintain it stable so you can put it in position. Okay, great. It's kind of on the platform there now. Much towards you, I think, no? And now hold it right there if you don't mind. Okay, I'm holding it. Try. I got mine started. Nice. Do you have control? Sure, I have control. I'm trying to get mine started.
I got 9 started with 3-4 turns, only 9.
I get my red off of here. Some wait till we're done.
Jenny, we're ready for PGT.
Hey guys, you got Drew for a few minutes. Jenny's stepping off. PGTs, we're going to start with the nominal settings, Alpha 4 for both, clockwise 2.
Alpha 4, clockwise 2, thanks. Go ahead, Shane.
So same deal as the other side. The support beam that was running across the IROSA, now off to the side on the flight support equipment. They got a hand start with the bolts on each side of that beam, one on Kimbro's side, the other on Pesquet's. They're now using pistol grip tools to secure it in place.
Alpha 4, clockwise 2. We're still looking for 25 to 27 turns to torque, but you guys will have to let us know how it goes at the setting.
You go ahead, Shane.
Driving. Six and a half turns, Drew, torqued out. Green light.
Copy, 6.5, green light, standby. We'll go straight to Bravo 7, Shane, for you, and turn to...
I got Bravo 7 set. How many turns?
Bravo 7, go to torque for C7, Shane.
Torque out.
Yep. 14.84 turns. Green light. 25 on the torque.
ああ、もう限界だ。
Copy,
ちょっ
torque
と
and
私
turns
も
on
パスタ食べ
Charlie
て寝
7.
ますわ。さて、ちょっとパスタ温めてこよ
Green light.
う。冷凍パスタ。
Copy the green.
Okay, Andrew.
パスタ温め
Do
て
you
き
want
ま
to be at
す。
Alpha 4 or Bravo 7? I guess Alpha 4.
We'll start with Alpha 4, let us know how it goes, and then likely we'll follow the same sequence as Shane.
Okay, sounds good. Alpha 4. And clockwise 2, driving Charlie 9.
From the helmet camera view of Shane Kimbrough, you see he secured his end of the beam that was going across the IROSA. Now Pesquet doing the same thing on his side.
Okay. And I'm talking out at 11:10:78 exactly turns at Alpha 4, 10.78 turns.
Copy, Thomas. We'll have you move to Bravo 7 on the torque.
Bravo 7 in work.
We'll have you drive
To torque.
to torque, A firm. And Shane, I'll take a glove inspection and a hap check, please.
Your gloves look great. Right hop.
Copy, good checks.
All right.
まだなんか終わりそうな気配ないですね。
9.83, 9.83, 25.3 torque.
Copy, 9.83 turns, torqued out with a green light. Thomas, you can stow your PGT and I'll take a glove inspection hap check.
So good gloves and
Okay.
Jenny.
Copy, Thomas, you can retrieve your RET and then I'll have big picture words for you both.
Okay. That's
Kimbrough and Pesquet working on the flight support equipment, moving some beams that were securing the IROSA to the flight support equipment. There are several more bolts still holding IROSA in place. The teams here will continue to evaluate the next steps, looking at the times and the consumables in the suit.
With bolts on the FSE and the lower IROSA until the 6-hour mark, and then we'll reassess. So that gives us just over 10 minutes to work those bolts.
いやなんかねやってるうちに話が進んじゃうことってあるんですよ。まあ一応予定6時間半でまだ5時間なんで、でも6時間になったあたりでもう撤退は開始すると思うんですよね。多分6時間半を超えるってやるってことはないと思うんで。
Either right now is a good time to break out, or we just do this for 10 minutes and break out. I mean, I don't know what you want to do. You were still shooting for the 6:30 EVA, is that correct? Do you get that other idea?
That's correct, Thomas. 6:30.
Any good breakout point? Because that's going to take us like 20-ish. Maybe 30 minutes to go back and clean up everything and
I gotta get an APFR as well.
Is there any good breakout point if we start doing work and we have to stop in 10-15 minutes?
Okay, with that, we're very happy to clean up. We got a lot done today, and we think this was a big success. So let's start our worksite cleanup steps, and then we will have you come inside. And you're right, we're going to grab that APFR and clean up our wire tie at the airlock as well.
Okay, I copied you that we're cleaning up this worksite, and we'll be heading back to the airlock.
Affirm, stand by 1 for next steps.
So at 5 hours 49 minutes into today's spacewalk, teams on the ground evaluating next steps with the crew on board. We successfully moved some of the support beams that were holding the IROSA in place on the flight support equipment. There are more bolts that are securing it in place, plenty more to keep it nice and secure for the next spacewalk. Looking at some of the next steps, they are deciding to perform cleanup activities, put all their tools in the respective tool bags, and make their way back to the airlock for ingress. On the next spacewalk, they'll come back to the flight support equipment and address some of the other bolts that are securing IROSA into place and begin the steps.
We are ready to feed you guys next steps. You can both retrieve your respective crew lock bags from the FSE and stow them on your BRT.
ちなみに旋回波7時間15分でした。
あ、そうなんですか。そんなやってたんだ。
And the crew proceeding with those cleanup activities. They'll again readdress or address some of the bolts that are still securing the IROSA to the flight support equipment on the next spacewalk, and that will remove it from the flight support equipment and allow them to move it over to the 4B channel for installation and deployment. In the meantime, though, they'll clean up from this worksite and move in for ingress.
That'll be beautiful. They have time to look, really. Okay.
once you have your crew lock bags, Shane, you will be leading back to the airlock.
Okay. Well, I have mine. I'm going to move, if you don't mind. Yeah. So I'll stand by. My translation. Copy.
Ground copies.
Tomorrow I'm on the CETA carts. Copy you on the CETA carts. I'm working on the close bag now. Red. BRT red. Closed. Behind me, and I'm going to start my translation sharing behind you. Okay. Sounds good. See here. I can clear your safety tether or not. I got yours right here. Yep.
Thomas, as you follow Shane inboard, remember you will be pressing the inboard CETA brake release handles twice.
I think they're crossed up a bit tomorrow, but maybe it'll work itself out by the time we get to the FHRC. Yeah. Good shape.
ちょっとパスタ取りに行ってきます。
Okay. I'm going to see a card.
Copy, Thomas.
Board. Those.
Copy, Thomas.
Thank you. You doing tomorrow? Doing good, and
Behind you, Shane, I see ya. Now press the brakes pedal. On the inboard.
これはもう終わりそうな気配が全くしてこないので。
Good words, Thomas.
Release.
作業してる人もお腹空いてるかもしれませんね。
ね、お腹空いてると思いますよ。
Shane Kimbrough leading the way from the work site, tailed very closely by Thomas Pesquet, both of them in tow, have crew lock bags or equipment bags, tool bags that they'll be taking with them back into the airlock. They've completed their tasks for today, installing a new IROSA or solar array on the 2B channel and deploying it. They started some of the prep work for the work site on the other side of the Port 6 truss, the 4B work site, and they started to unbolt some of the beams that are securing the next IROSA, which will be installed on the 4B channel from the flight support equipment in preparation for some of the work on a future EVA, tentatively scheduled for June 25th to complete the installation of the 4B channel. Again, they are now making their way back into the airlock to complete today's spacewalk.
Having a hard time. Tired.
まあもうでも終わりそうですね。
そろそろエアロックに向かうって言ってなかった？
そうですね。ただ1時間前にも言ってたので、なんとか言えないんですよ。
Sure, Thomas, that sounds like a good plan for us.
ただでももうエアロックに戻りそうですね。多分これで戻ると思います。
Go ahead and connect my EV1 together anchor hook, not EV2. So handrail 3652, Jenny, check me on that, please. What's the one?
Copy 3652.
Can you check me on that?
That's a good number, Thomas.
Okay, thank you. On the Cedar Spur, Thomas, Jenny. Copy.
Ground copies.
6時間経つからね。
Okay, E1 anchor hook, back on 3652, locked, black on black, and then I'm going to go ahead and check that.
あ、もう移動してますね。
EV2 anchor hook, 3651, locked, black on black. I'll retrieve my local tether and my way to the airlock, Jenny.
We agree that's a good config, Thomas. Shane, we see you nearly back at the airlock. You'll be fair leading on airlock handrail 500.
Thanks. Copy, that's right here.
おはこんばんちはこつー。目が覚めました。これカンさん寝ちゃった？
まだまだ。今パスタを食べています。
Jenny, the fair lead is in.
Copy, Shane. As a reminder, you'll be removing the wire tie, which is holding the thermal cover in place, and stowing it in your trash bag.
Okay.
Correction, I'm just hearing we can leave that wire tie in place. So in place with 3 twists on the handrail.
Okay, perfect.
パスタまだ残ってたん
The
だ。
airlock now, I'm gonna go in first and hook up with the safety tether, or the waist tether, correct?
A-firm, your first step is to attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender waist tether
冷凍パ
and
スタで
check
す
the
け
hook.
どね。これは今日の晩ご飯。
Jenny, I'm at the top of the CS player making my way to the airlock.
I copy, Thomas.
Shane Kimbrough already at the hatch to the station's airlock. Inside is the crew lock, and he'll be able to hook himself up with
あ、
umbilicals.
戻ってまい
He'll
り
be
ました。
carrying that crew lock bag or the tool bag into the airlock with him. And he'll await for Thomas Pesquet to come in right behind him. You see him coming into frame now. He'll take the position of going in last, and he'll have the responsibility of closing the thermal cover and the hatch. We're now a little more than 6 hours into today's spacewalk.
Yes, I do. I can do that. No problem.
遠足終わりそうですね。
How about that? Okay, so Thomas and Jenny, for EV2, I have my waist tether on the airlock.
そろそろ終わってくれないとこっちの体力が持ちません。
All 4 hooks.
Copy, Shane. That's a good load path back to the airlock.
.こっから入って加圧するのにもまたちょっと時間かかると思うんで。
And I'm right there at the airlock. Okay, hand it in whenever you're ready. Mark. Your aircraft just came off, Thomas. Right? Your helmet aircraft lights just came off as well. Really? Yep.
Yeah, we were just about
Nice and easy.
just about to let you guys know the helmet lights on Thomas. Yep, as Shane said, those are also off. We're not going to take the time to troubleshoot that now. Obviously, we're just going to get in a good config.
そうですね。
Okay. In 5 minutes, I didn't get it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's a good. I got it in the airlock now. Here comes your rat. Got it? All right, there we go. Okay. You're set. Jenny, do you want me to work on the APFR or just ingress at that point?
Thomas, it's going to be your choice. If you think you can get the APFR at this point with your lights, you can do it. We're going to leave it up to you.
Well, probably it's kind of free floating, and and it's a night pass now, so I don't think it's a good idea, Jenny.
Okay.
長丁場お疲れ様でした。ですね。
Yeah. We understand.
ね、お疲れ
That's
様で
fine
す
with
よ
us.
ね。
Let's move on to the tether config. Let me know when you're ready. Shane, you can turn your HECA off.
すごい、今度は
Stand by.
ハッチの横が青く光っている。
So that's all connected.
最初に行ったところより、次の作業をしたところがそばだったからね。エアロックに。
反対側の方がちょっと近いんでしたっけ？
On your legs. Okay, and I'm gonna get my haircut here.
Copy, Shane. 30 seconds to handover.
Okay, it's off.
Copy, Shane. 30 seconds to handover.
Tomorrow, what do you want me to do? No, but you have your shit together behind your legs. You want me to come out? Just a 360 to your left shoulder, and I'll clear it. But to my left. Here we go. Yeah. And your waist at it now. Okay, so I'll clear it for you. Come out halfway. Okay. Out.
Another temporary loss in video from the International Space Station. Those views you were seeing, the International Space Station flying 271 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, just south off the coast of South Africa. As Thomas Pesquet was entering into the hatch, you saw his camera assembly start to be removed from the upper portion of his extravehicular mobility unit. This was a similar issue we saw with the suit on Shane Kimbrough earlier in today's spacewalk. Pesquet was able to use wire ties to secure the helmet assembly for the remainder of the spacewalk. Now with that camera assembly coming off of Pesquet's EMU, or extravehicular mobility unit, he'll be ingressing the airlock and performing the remainder of these tasks over audio.
Right now, but do our best.
Okay, copy. You'll be attaching Shane's green hook to the aft external airlock D-ring, and I'll take your checks.
Okay, green hook.
A-firm.
Green hook. Don't follow me, Shane, please. Oh, sorry. No, no worries. You still? This is Shane's green hook. Those two. Aft. Airlock D-ring. Jenny, I don't think I've seen my lights. I was just hanging around. Okay. I got Shane's green hook to the aft. At the aft, yeah. Aft airlock. D-ring, both black on black, and the release unlocked.
Copy, good checks. You can release Shane's yellow hook and attach it to your red reel.
Okay, let's go. Orangey.
And Shane, we're pretty sure we caught it, but can you confirm your HECA is off?
HECA is off for EV2.
Copy. Thank you.
ヘルメット脱げないのかな?
Okay, so Shane's yellow hook.
外では脱げませんね。
A-firm, and I'll take your checks.
It takes a little bit more time because every time I move, my lights swing around. To wait for them to settle until I can see anything after that. Okay, Shane's yellow hook on my red reel. Shane's yellow hook is closed black on black. Red reel is unlocked.
Good checks.
脱げたら大変。
Attach
わら
your
わ
green
ら。
hook to the forward external airlock D-ring.
It's done. Locked black on black, and the reel is unlocked. Go ahead and retrieve my yellow, I guess.
A-firm. Retrieve your yellow hook and stow it on your mini workstation, and then turn your HECA off.
Okay, I'll have to have routed the hook.
気圧差あるときはロックかかってそう。
Do it again. Jenny. Green is now back. Aft. Steering.
そうですね。気圧差あるときは外れないように。
Aft external D-ring.
Black on black.
A-firm.
That's what I just said. It's locked black on black. And now I'm gonna go ahead and retrieve my yellow hook. And my yellow hook on my green reel and put it on my New York station.
Correct.
Yeah, this is done.
Okay, that's a good tether config. Now.
Then you can ingress a little bit more. One on.
Oh.
So I'm going to go ahead and ingress, Jenny. You're happy with that?
I understand the crew lock bags are already in the airlock.
In and forward. Just be.
Thomas, I'll also get you to turn your HECA off.
Nice and slow, Thomas. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that. I'll try to do it once you get in. Maybe Shane can do it for me once I'm inside.
Understood. You can ingress the airlock.
Those final checks before entering the airlock were just to make sure that the tether configuration was as expected. Everything checks out, so you see Thomas Pesquet going in feet first into the airlock. That puts him in a position to close the hatch on the other side, as well as a thermal cover. He'll pull that closed, and they'll begin the repressurization sequence. The official end of today's spacewalk will be when repressurization of the airlock begins.
I'll pull you in. I think there's something that blocks me. Let's reset. There we go. Let's move. No. Bring out your right leg there and I can pull you in. There's something that pulls me. Yeah. There's something that pulls me. It's called a local tether. All right. That'll do it. That'll do it. Oh, that's so much easier.
わあ、もう3時だ。さて、じゃあハッチに入ったことです。この辺で寝ましょう。
Well done, both Shane and
一
Thomas.
周ちょっと余裕があったらやるかもしれませんけど、
A-firm, you can close the hatch thermal cover, verify the forward
で
hatch
きるだけ
pin
星
is
空の方に
engaged.
注力する感じで、かといって晴れるとは思えないですけどね。
Copy. Close the thermal cover. Attach the hook to the magnetic plate D-ring and cinch strap until snug.
お疲れ様でした。
はい、お疲れ様でした皆さん。また明日の夜はマグロ配信になると思いますが。
お疲れ様でした。
はい、お疲れ様でした。それでは皆さん、また明日お会いしましょう。
長い時間お疲れ様でした。
もしかしたら明日休むかもしれませんが、はい、お疲れ様でした。それでは皆さん、また次の機会に。まあなんとか来週、
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様です。
おやすみなさい。
はい、おやすみなさい。まあ来週ちょっとまあできるだけ余裕見つけるように。
お疲れ様でした。遅くまでありがとうございました。
はい、
星空できること楽しみにしてます。おやすい野菜。寝ちゃうの？
安い野菜。
お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。
はい、お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。おやすみなさい。
はい、おやすみなさい。はい、おやすみなさい。はい、ではでは失礼します。
ココちゃん、おやすみなさい。出張頑張ってきてください。